What is up, everybody? Oh god, Jason. There we go. Hard to get the UI back. Anyway, back at it, Lostbelt 6 here. We're pretty far in, so I think we're about to get a bunch of boss fights, I hope. Alrighty. Wait, hold on. This is not Lostbelt 6. It's better. Good times, though. Let me just do my FP summon here. Lostbelt 6 is getting better, though. Like, last couple streams I've enjoyed a lot more. And they're getting to more of the meaningful story beats, less filler. So I really stand by what I said yesterday, though. Last night I read a lot of the translations, and I looked at some stuff on Twitter where people show screenshots and go through what the characters say and everything, and because I'm pretty far in now, so I was kind of getting caught up. And I completely stand by what I said. Like, some of the major story beats are fine, when they're dealing with the major, characters and plot developments, but there is just so much filler nonsense in Lostbelt 6. There's just, all this, side shit that doesn't need to be there. It just feels like padding, so I completely stand by that. But, there's some good stuff in the story. Regardless. It feels a lot like Babylonia to me. Because Babylonia has a lot of filler. Wait, what? Shit. Yeah, so I saw the translations of the Pepe bit. Basically, we saw those cursed blobs that if you attacked them, you would wreck yourself. And Pepe basically killed 500 of those and super wrecked himself, but he used magic to make it look like he was normal. So then he attacked Beryl, and Beryl hit him because he didn't know that he was cursed. And then so Beryl got all the 500 curses on himself. So yeah, but Beryl ran off, so I don't know what's gonna happen with that. But yeah, it feels bad, man. Apparently when he dies, well, presumably, they don't actually show him die, but presumably he, thanks Daybit for saving him back in India, so that's another feels bad. Alright, where am I gonna put my XP here? And I hope they make Daybit awesome. He's the only crypter that has had so little screen time, right? He's gotten the least development by far, and some of that's just because he's in Lostbelt 7, but still a lot of the other ones got to do a lot before and after their own stories. Like Pepe. So from what I've seen of Oberon, I think he's just Oberon. It's just, I think he's working with Aurora, right? So I'm actually, okay, I don't know exactly what happens coming up in the story, but my guess is either we do not finish off Morgan in this story and then she's going to be a major antagonist later, or we do finish off Morgan in this story or whatever happens, and then Aurora is going to be a bad guy later, because there is so much sus nonsense going on with Aurora that there's no way that doesn't amount to something. Although maybe we deal with both of them here in a few chapters, I guess we'll see. Feels good getting a second Aussie up though. Gotta get more sunlight in here. Just trying to make room in my inventory so we can move on with the story though. Yeah, that should be good enough for now. No, what's up with punishing Grey Raven? I have no idea what you're talking about there, so if there's some drama or update or whatever, I have no clue. Don't trust FaZe. Yeah, that's good advice. I'm not going to Reddit right now. Yeah, let me just end the stream right now, guys, so I can go read Reddit. Yeah, that's how this works. Just stream Reddit, duh. Yeah, that's what some streamers do. Oh, hey, we're playing Gareth here. Why are we fighting these guys? Because these were the guys that were working with Percival and everything. Let's see. I mean, like, the more useful thing to do is just say what the drama is, right? Like, Jesus. So this one does less damage to us, but we can kill it way faster. These probably only have one action per turn. So killing one sooner is better. Because they're going to attack 2 times on their own anyway. So the sooner you kill one, the better. I actually need to cast this. We have no Mystic Code. That's actually kind of nasty. I'm really confused as to why we're fighting these guys. I wonder if there's like been some tomfoolery, or if like they betrayed us, or they've been lied to, or we've been lied to, or they're mind controlled. I'm kind of confused. One crit here would be nice. There we go. I probably should have done my battery earlier, but I guess I'll do it next turn. This guy might be a bit of a problem. Her damage is kind of meh when she doesn't have a proper CE. Or, you know, faux items. Does this count as a real boss? I wouldn't think so. I will say, though, that fight where you use Caster Artoria versus Sith, and it's just the 1v1 we brought, although they summon an ad, so it's cheating. But for a preset stage like that, that was pretty good, right? You had to play decently intelligently. That was like a real fight. When I did that on my main account, though, I wrecked it because I knew it was a real fight. Like, I turn 1, did the art invulnerability, and used the battery, but then didn't cast the NP, did triple art, and then I did cast my NP, but I had over 200% overcharge, and like there's so much stuff like that, and I won way harder than I did on the stream. Okay, we did loads of damage there, actually. Well, never mind, this is easy. 50, 70, 60, he's probably dead right here. I am so confused as to why we're fighting these guys, though. I wonder if it got to do with Aurora, because it's like they're against Morgan, and Aurora is against Morgan. So I wonder if there's been some shenanigans. Wait, are they fighting themselves? The fuck? Now we're killing civilians. And what is going on here? Bonfire, by the way. Will kiddos survive? Well, that guy got wrecked. I'm guessing it's human-on-human violence right now. Oh shit. Did she get beat up by trash mobs? What the fuck? Why is everything on fire? Normally it's pretty easy to follow what's happening, right? And like, you know, a few people like know what's going on with translations and stuff, but I'm super confused right now. Okay, those guys are with Aurora. Pretty much every time we've seen them. Unfortunately, my stream schedule and Aries' schedule don't line up very well, but she still pops in from time to time. Tells us what the fuck is going on. Okay, we just lost an insane amount of health, but we have a guts, I see. Okay, so we can kill this one really fast. These probably each have 3 actions, so we don't necessarily need to kill the archer one first. This is gonna be a bit tougher. Let's see. Oh, they did a custom sprite there, Jesus. Not looking good. No voice lines. Try to get RMP. That is so weird, no voice lines. You know, no, we have voice lines turned on. She just does not have voice lines here. I wonder if this is a one-time guts. I would like my crit skill and stars right now, but I think we should save it. I don't really get why there's no voice acting though. Guess she just really Saurus right now. Okay, our first hit will do a lot of bonus damage. Only 20% crit chance though. I feel like if they were gonna make the custom sprite and everything, they should have done some custom voice acting. Like, it feels. Am I the only one here? Like, I feel like this feels really off with just no sound at all, right? And I can make sure, but yeah, we have voices on. Kind of strange. Unlimited guts apparently, so I guess you can't lose this stage. Well, should have cast my thing then earlier. Too late now. Guess I'll cast it. Just don't have my NP, but might as well. And then we don't crit. Oh, it's stackable. Okay, well. Although it took the unlimited one, so interesting to see how the game resources that. The voice acting is not on DW. Anytime there's like voice acting stuff or artist stuff, that's normally Type Moon. The only like art stuff that I'm aware of that DW deals with is like in-game sprites. And like the NP animations, the outsourced to a different company, which I forgot the name of. I'm actually not gonna NP because this guy's only got 24k. Do this. I don't think they'd have Enforcement Knights and Agravain's animations. You never know, but I wouldn't think so. He has his own abilities and such. It'd be cool though, because people like Enforcement Knights, so. I'm gonna say this stage is insanely boring though, because you can't lose, there's no voice acting, it's kind of just blah. You bust her down. It's just the only way I can think of them adding the knights as playable. Yeah, they don't seem to have any interest in doing like, you know, a collect them all Pokemon, you know, get trash mobs kind of thing. Some games actually add that kind of stuff. Epic 7 lets you get trash mobs and play as them if you want to. But yeah, I don't see them doing anything with that, unfortunately. Yeah, I like the Halberd Knight. I like the green skeletons. They're cool. They don't use them very often, but they're pretty cool. And obviously the Bloodborne guys from Lostbelt 1. They've had some pretty cool animations on some trash mobs lately too. So there's quite a few that would be pretty neat. If they did do what Epic 7 does though, where you could play as the trash mobs and they have their own skills and stuff, they'd have to change them, right? They'd have to give them slightly different skills than what they have as enemies. Because as what they have as enemies, some of them are too strong and would be broken as a player unit, and then some are just so weak it'd be completely pointless, right? I would imagine if they added trash mobs to the game, they would want them to be in the power range, I suspect, of like a 2-star or a 1-star, something like that. But some of them would definitely need a slight buff in terms of like what their skills do. Some wouldn't. It just depends though. But oh yeah, the Lost Belt 4 dragons. Yeah, they're pretty cool. And these fire effects in the background are better than what they use for like generic background stuff a lot of the time. Not too bad looking. Okay, let's see if we can win here. Soldier A should break the game, yeah, clearly. Oh man, the cookie golems and snowmen and stuff. I know Cairo likes them a lot. You get the one that's like smiling and the one that's frowning. Feels bad when you kill that one. Is, you know, someone gonna come help Gareth, by the way? I'm assuming, like, the other characters in this story did not see this coming, and that's why no one else is here. Not looking good, man. Yeah, I don't think we're in the area at all. I don't think. And just because it's like human-on-human violence, I'm expecting that this wasn't something that, like, the player's side thought was going to happen. And I'm assuming Aurora is, like, behind this. Because what I was reading in translations and stuff, like, she's been behind a lot of stuff. Like, she tricked the wolf guy and made him think Morgan had, like, abandoned him. Even, like, she said, like, Morgan didn't send reinforcements, but she, like, killed the reinforcements and shit like that. Like, she's up to a lot of behind-the-scenes bullshit, so I'm assuming she's behind this. Well, there don't seem to be many enemies around this second, so we'll see. Why is he see-through? This seems awfully suspicious right now. Hey, Rabbit. Some is amiss here. Like, it's not like I would be smiling in the middle of the carnage. Fuck, are they gonna leave it like that and not tell us what happens? Because, like, that's, like, way over there. Now I think we're gonna be back to the main character. Can't just ask someone why they're see-through. Again, I guess we're in the same spot. What the fuck? Now everything looks fine. I'm confused. Is this a different run? I think this is like a different camp or something. I don't think this is the same place. I definitely think Oberim is going to be on Aurora's side later. Hmm. Trust no one. Percival's pretty trustworthy, I would say. Just throw the whole Lostbelt away? Yeah, so from what I understand, what's going on, and we kind of guessed this a long ass time ago, but what's going on is there was this Lostbelt where like a calamity happened and everything, and that Lostbelt had progressed to a certain point, and that's when Beryl showed up, and he summoned his servant with it from the alien god and all that. All the cryptors were able to summon a servant. But their servants from normal history, like Canis is from normal history, and he summoned Morgan. But that Lostbelt was just decimation, right? There was basically no civilization left. It was just monsters and crazy shit, and there wasn't like much that Beryl could even do. So Beryl was just not even going to try, and he goes to sleep. And then Morgan, because Morgan, regular history Morgan, is on par with Merlin in terms of magical abilities, right? She's like Merlin's equal in all ways. So she's really knowledgeable of stuff. So while Beryl's asleep, she wasn't summoned during 1.0 or any of that stuff. This is the first time she's has any idea of any of this nonsense. So she starts using her magic to try to figure shit out what's going on, and she figures out how to ray shift on her own and all this other nonsense. So in this Lostbelt that's already had all of these calamities and stuff happened, and Morgan and Camelot fell a long time ago and everything, she ray shifts and goes back in time and like gives her memories to the Lostbelt Morgan, because this Lostbelt is it is a Lostbelt. It wasn't anything beyond that at the time. So but Morgan had already died in this Lostbelt a long time ago, right? She's not like part of the current abnormality or whatever, right? She's like died in the past. But so regular Morgan ray shifts, goes way back in the past and gives her memories to Lostbelt Morgan. But because normal history Morgan is a servant, and then now that she's around where the regular Morgan is, it's like that's not allowed, and she just dies or just like vanishes and just gone. So no more servant Morgan. But her going back there and like giving the knowledge to Lostbelt Morgan just changes everything and basically makes a singularity inside of a Lostbelt. And then to keep all the like Lostbelt bullshit stuff from happening, they destroy the tree, the Lostbelt tree, and use its energy to basically make an alternate world. And that's why early on Da Vinci was like, this isn't really like a singularity or a side path or something. This is like a completely different like dimension, right? It's got a completely different history and nonsense going on. That's apparently because of something to do with them murdering the Lostbelt tree. So yeah, pretty weird shit going on. It's basically Inception, pretty much. Yeah, I don't know why they made this story so insane like that, because you could have just not done that. It doesn't seem actually too relevant to a lot of the other stuff, but it is what it is. Like an ogre, it has many layers, apparently. I guess some of the Fang clan is still alive there. It is definitely not my favorite story. There's a few aspects of it that I don't mind, and I don't mind some of the characters and stuff, but subjectively there's just a lot I don't like about it, and then I also do, though, just think the pacing is not good. Because, yeah, the world has, like, its own systems and stuff. It's pretty wild. No, they didn't conflate Morgana with Morgan. Morgana stuff is not used in this at all. Okay, they don't reference it. There's not, now players conflate that a lot, but the game hasn't at all. Honestly, their legends don't even have much to do with each other. A lot of people like try to find a connection because their names are similar, but what the fuck is that? Of course, through just how naming works anyway, of course you're gonna have a bunch of people with similar names throughout history, and also just through coincidence, you're gonna have different cultures and stuff come up with similar names and all that. It's not like just because you're named something, Morgan-esque means you have anything to do with each other, right? There's really no connection between Morgana and all that nonsense and Morgan, and there's no known connection through like influence or legends building off each other, because that stuff happens all the time, and a lot of old Celtic stuff did influence Arthurian legend, as did other old mythos. People act like only Celtic stuff, like Welsh stuff and all that, only that stuff influence Arthurian legend. That's clearly not the case. There's a bunch of, it's influences from all, kinds of stuff. Because it's so old. Like, Arthurian legend is so old, we don't even know the root of it. But there's no clear connection between Morgana stuff and Morgan. There's just a coincidence with their names. Like, nothing about their stories are similar, like, at all. They're sort of totally different concepts. Are they, like, communicating through magic or something? I don't think Arthur has a single origin from what I've seen, because there are some clear influences from certain, like, Welsh tales and things like that, but there's also clear influences from other things as well. And there's a possibility that there's influence from real life stuff. That part of history is not well documented at all, and with how far back it goes, there's just no telling. Most historians that really research this stuff, it's not like they're convinced there wasn't someone King Arthur was based on, because some people act like it's pure fiction. It might not be, but we just don't know. We have absolutely no idea what inspired it ultimately. Now, there are certain side stories and things that were added in to Arthurian legend later that you can see clear influence from, like, the French and other stories and stuff from the time and all that. Like, there are certain aspects of it you can track quite clearly, but the ultimate root of it, we just have absolutely no idea, and we probably never will. It's just too old. Like, there's a lot of stuff in history that we're just never going to know the origin of because it's just lost to time. This is very unfitting music right now. I need to make, like, 2 or 3 playlists that I can quickly switch between. Like, one that's, like, calm, normal music. One that's, like, combat-y, action RPG music, right? Like, that would not be too hard to set up. And that would be worth investing in, I think. That'd be kind of fun, when you're in, like, a town or whatever, in whatever video game. Right? Very fitting, yeah, totally. But, yeah, I need to do that. I don't think it'd be too hard to do, so... the hard part would just be curating that much music, right? I've... God, the amount of music I know of is ridiculous, so curating it would be a difficulty. I really hope DW hires more staff. From what I've heard from the inside of them, they really need to hire more staff. I think that is the real root of the problem, actually. Why are there all these hearts flying around? I want to know what happened with Gareth. Like, I kind of ended abruptly there. Like, what happened to the kids she was protecting? Like, what's going on? Man, they're making, like, the players say something every 2 seconds here. I really want to know what's going to happen with Beryl, because we beat the shit out of him and he's cursed to hell, but then he just ran off. And we didn't even try to chase after him, so I'm curious what happens there. I don't know, there might be more with Pepe later down the line, just due to, like, some of the stuff they talked about, like, with his magic and bloodline and everything, and then how he doesn't, the whole runes collapsing thing. I don't know, they might do more with him, we'll see. He really is cool, though. I really like his storyline, and he has like some cool, just like growth throughout the story from the beginning of Lostbelts to now and everything. Yeah, this is some kind of flashback. It looks like. I'm assuming that's Dog Juna there. Dragon Lolly. That's like Aurora's place. I'm telling you, Aurora is so up to some bullshit. I have absolutely no idea what, but just from what I have seen translated and whatnot, she's clearly... she might even be like one of the big bad guys later, assuming there's more stuff. This is still like a flashback or something. So, from what I understand, she's originally like this like serpent spirit fairy thing, which is like a different legend entirely, but then she's like somehow kind of like connected to the white dragon, like its kid in a way. So she's like a fusion of those two things. Very weird. Blue eyes, white dragon, yeah, it's like Albion. It's the dragon that Vortigern normally personifies later. Well, I guess earlier, technically, with this timeline, but... yeah, like, the other part of her is, like... I don't remember that legend very well. It's... I'm gonna look it up right now. Hold on, because I might be confusing it. I'm pretty sure it's, like, a serpent lady thing, which I don't see any signs of in her design or attitude or abilities, but let's see here. It's French, I knew that. It's folklore, like a lady in the water shit. Okay, I do see some of that, like, and I guess the way they're representing it. I'm not sure it's actually got anything to do with serpent stuff. I might be out of my mind with that. Yeah, it's fairy nonsense. It's like French fairy lady in water nonsense, essentially. There's different versions of it there's actually a bunch of versions, of course, and there's some German takes on it apparently. I had no idea about that. Interesting. But yeah, they don't seem to pull on that side of it very much, even though it's her fucking name. They seem to pull way more on the dragon stuff. Yep, that's about right, Fury. Did the anime go to where the manga ended, like the first manga? 'Cause I've read that. But I stopped keeping up with the anime when the animation went to absolute dog shit and the production went to dog shit and, all that. I cannot imagine the big fight with, like, the Demon Emperor. That cannot have been animated well. There's no way that looked good. That must have looked so bad. Oh, man. I don't know how long today's stream will be. I've had a lot of health problems today. I almost didn't stream today because it took me all day to get, like yesterday I felt pretty good and it didn't take any effort to get my symptoms under control, but today has just been awful, so we'll see what happens. I'll do my best, but breathing has been an issue today. Meliodas versus Escanor is like funny with how badly animated it is. He was just sliding across the screen, oh my. A lot of flashbacks here. It's because the anime went from taking like 3 years per season to trying to, do it way faster than that. And then all the pre-production went out the window because the studio that was making it quit. And then they had to hire another studio who had to get it finished within the year. and they didn't have any pre-production time, so it was just doomed to fail. There's no making an anime in that context. Doesn't matter who you hire. It's a shame though, because the first 2 seasons were so well received and popular, and you know, really decent production quality because they weren't rushing it. Okay, there's Burgess. I kind of suspect if we're gonna fight all the knights a la Camelot style, we'll fight her first, I bet. Maybe Sith, I don't know, we'll see. I kind of expect to be Burgess, Sith, and the Dwagon. That design is very Fate Extra. Am I the only one that feels this? Does this seem Fate Extra to anyone else? Like, it just has that kind of like, you know, rainbow suit, you know, Tron stuff, right? They do that a lot in Fate Extra, kind of like Medusa and Ku's extra, you know, version. You know, kind of reminds me of that. Honestly, Burgess does it too, to an extent, not as much, but she definitely reminds me of that too. Where Sith doesn't at all. Dude, Ku's extra design is awful. It's so bad. It's like, let's take the worst of Ku's design in the first place and then make it Tron. It's like, that is not a recipe for success. Medusa's is better, but I think Medusa's extra design is just a straight downgrade of her regular design. Right? It just looks worse. It's like the same thing, but you made it dumb. And it's not like tech-Tron-y stuff can't work. It can. It's just, it doesn't work on everything, and you know, it's gotta be the right kind of character and whatnot. Okay, this is Sith's room. Is she like depressed right now or something? She looked pretty messed up last time we saw her. Now what happened to Beryl? The thing is, Proto Ku on regular Ku looks ridiculous, right? And it's also a slap in the face to Proto Ku, because they don't ever use them for anything. Yeah, she pretty much only likes shoes and murder. That's pretty much how she is. And she like really wants Morgan's approval, I think. Okay, I think that's Beryl. He's not looking so good there. Why is the name question mark though? Oh look, Aurora. Big surprise. She's not actually Morgan's daughter, but she's like adopted essentially. What is going on right now? I kind of wonder, and I didn't see all of like I tried to avoid, you know, any translations from way later in the story, but some stuff was like out of order and stuff, especially with Twitter. It's kind of a mess. I almost, I may be nuts, but I almost wonder with like some of the stuff I've read if Beryl is gonna like be consumed by the dog Juna, right? Like I would actually, I wonder if that's what's going on, and that flashback was dog Juna talking with Aurora, and they would show that if that's like if Beryl's like getting reverse eaten, right? I mean, earlier he just had his powers, right? But I'm kind of wondering if it, like, backfires. Like, his essence takes over him or something. And I'm guessing he, like, you know, he doesn't just copy his abilities, he, like, consumes his soul or something. And I wonder if, especially because he got cursed and is all, you know, Beryl's all fucked up, if it, you know, really backfires. What the hell? Find out he was Dog Juna all along. I wouldn't put it past this Lostbelt. Oberyn might be added to the game soon, we'll see. The time gate's not lifted for a while though. We got quite a wait. I'm really interested to see the state of the story though, where the time gate is, because that'll be kind of. There's no way there's a huge chunk of story after the time gate. That's not a thing. It's only going to be a bit. But then I want to see if the story is in a state where it looks like there's going to be like a 6-2 later, right? Like way later. Because I think it's going to be like that, but some people don't think so. But I want to see. Like, I want to know who's alive and who's dead, because that'll be very telling. I feel like this song is just made for Blob Dance. I wonder if this is the last chapter. I don't think so. I feel like there's too much that needs to be done. But there's a treasure chest, but I think there's probably a few more chapters. God, Blob Dance is the best. How can you not like that guy? He's just having a good time. Dude, I tell you, that's been like how I feel lately playing Soul Worker. I've been having so much fun with that game. Oh god, this again. Because, like, if there's only a few chapters left, which I'm not sure, but we'll see. But if there's only a few chapters left, there's no way we're taking care out of you know, Mev, Aurora, that Celtic god thing, Morgan, all the knights, right? There's way too much shit going on. Unless we all kill each other in, like, 5 seconds. I don't see how we could possibly be like wrapping everything up. That could happen though. Maybe like, you know, we're fighting one thing and then two of the other things, you know, are fighting each other, and that'd be kind of cool actually, because then you have like proper fight scenes and text, right, that we're not involved in. They don't do that very often, but I wish they would. So maybe that's what happens and everyone just kills each other. We summon Zeus and blow up the Lostbelt. You know, so quick thing, I gotta talk about this because it's interesting and fun. If it wasn't for us, like the player character, what was going to happen is each Lostbelt would keep expanding until they collided with each other, right? Because they actually take up space on the same planet, like they're just growing in different parts of the Earth. And when they collided, they would have to fight for dominance, and only one was going to survive, you know, Highlander style. But right now, I'm not going to count Lostbelt 7 because we know so little, but off of like what we know and the abilities everyone has and stuff, Lostbelt 5 would win so hard. It is not even close. I am not exaggerating. I think Lostbelt 5 would have beaten every other Lostbelt if every other Lostbelt teamed up on Lostbelt 5. It is not even comparable. I mean, Zeus at 35% power has an anti-concept Noble Phantasm, an anti-solar system Noble Phantasm, anti-planet Noble Phantasm. Like, it's not even remotely close, and his minions are ridiculously powerful, and you got Demeter and all them. It's nothing is even close. I mean, like, the next closest would either be Lostbelt 6 or like Lostbelt 1, or no, Lostbelt 4. It'd be Lostbelt 6 and 4. I would say 4 is the next strongest, though. I don't see, like, anything in 6 that's on the par with God Juna at all. God Juna was nuts. But yeah, I would definitely say it goes 5, 4, then probably 6. 6 and 1, though, aren't that far off. Ivan was pretty nuts, but, like, Rongo Bongo is nothing compared to Zeus. Nothing. Like, it's not even close. I mean, there's waifu shit in every Lostbelt, let's be real here. Well, I guess 4 doesn't actually have much waifu power, does it? Its waifu power level is low, because let's see, you know, the big players there, I mean, it's mostly God Juna, right? There really is no, like, waifu factor on, like, that Lostbelt side, if you will, unless I'm forgetting something. Use Lostbelt 3, though. Lostbelt 3 would be fucked. They're super fucked. I love Arjuna disagrees. No, that's husbando power. That's not. That's a different scale. That's on a completely different barometer. And Lostbelt 4 is very, very powerful in that meter, right? But yeah, I legit think 5 would beat all the other. I mean, and handily, fucking Lostbelt 5 beat up the Counterforce, for God's sakes, right? Because they had Odysseus and all the gods, and, you know, Zeus himself, and, you know, it's just not even, like, it's so not even comparable. I mean, Zeus alone was just ridiculous. Like, he absolutely could solo the other Lostbelts, and then he's got all that other help. Like, Zeus didn't just beat the White Titan, he, like, shredded it and took no damage, right? Like, that is just... That's way out of the power range of what we're seeing in the other ones. 5, 4, 6, 3, 1, 2. I think 1 would actually beat 3. Just Ivan, when he wasn't being nerfed by Antonio, is pretty scary. I mean, the counterforce summoned a lot more than Dion and Sanson. They were just like what was left, and then like they let some of the other ones escape, and they were like buying time, but the rest of them had already died. Like, because the thing is, Lostbelt 5 had been around for a long time, right? Like while we were running around in those other Lostbelts, stuff was happening in Lostbelt 5, right? There were fights happening and things changing while we were running around fighting Surtur and you and all that, right? And that whole time, Canis was murdering counterforce people, Zeus was murdering counterforce people, Poseidon was murdering counterforce people, Odysseus had an army murdering counterforce people, right? That was like a whole thing for quite some time. Honestly, the fact that Sanson and Dion were still alive at that point is kind of impressive, really. How does Surtur compare to Zeus? From what I understand, Surtur is basically as powerful as a beast, even though he's not technically a beast, and that is really strong. Like, Surtur is absolutely no joke, but that definitely does not compare to Zeus. I mean, at 35% power, you know, again, Zeus has an anti-solar system noble phantasm. That is like, you know, Tiamat wasn't doing that, right? Guadia's not doing that. They're not blowing up fucking solar systems. And again, that's only at 35% power. So it's not like it was Zeus alone, right? You still have Demeter and Aphrodite and Poseidon and all that. So yeah, it's pretty one-sided, I would say. How do we win against Zeus? Because he is at 35% power, and we have all the help in the world, and Mars. You absolutely would have no chance in that fight if it wasn't for Mars, because Mars is really powerful too, because he's, you know, a god, and that was him in his god form. He wasn't like some pseudo servant. That was Mars, right? So you had a Grand on your side. That's a huge. A Grand is presumably, you know, really powerful when they're summoned in that state. So you have a Grand servant on your side. That's huge. You have fucking Mars on your side. That's huge. You have Canis, and Canis is as strong. She straight up says this. Canis, when she's been summoned for a while, becomes as strong as a god, right? So you have multiple gods on your side. You had Masashi there. You got, you know, what's his name? Sherlock. How did I forget Sherlock Holmes? Kind of a famous name there, right? Even then, though, I will say it's kind of insane that you actually somehow. Oh yeah, and you have Black Barrel, right? You have fucking Black Barrel, for God's sakes. So yeah, you're pretty stacked there. But presumably it was like, you know, very difficult, and they barely fucking win. And again, that was just Zeus at 35% strength and everything. So, and there's just you would never be able to win if it wasn't for Mars and Grand Romulus, right? You'd never be able to do that. Because when you summon a Romulus as a playable servant, he's not a Grand. He's just regular, you know, super Romulus, if you will. But in the story, he's in, you know, his Grand container and is much stronger. Okay, what are we? We're fighting. What the fuck? We're fighting Saber, Caster, Lancer, Archer. What the fuck? Where are we? I'm gonna look at where we are on the map. I wonder if we're like getting into the Fey Knight nonsense. We're heading there, maybe. Zerg time? Yeah, maybe. Whenever we fight Burgist, I wanna, or not Burgist, when we fight, Dragon Lolly, I wanna use Lancelot. I think that'll be fun. Because she's a Lancer, right? And we have a whole shtick there. And Lancelot's gameplay is really fun, so. And what's really fucked up, if by some miracle, you know, God Juna or someone somehow killed Zeus, he would probably summon Chaos again, and Chaos effortlessly one-shot Mars, right? Which is insane, right? So, I mean, Chaos would easily body everything we've seen so far. I think Chaos would body the alien god like it's nothing. We haven't seen much of the alien god yet, but I don't think they're going to one-up Chaos at all. I don't think they even intend to. Chaos was supposed to be just, like, what the actual fuck? You know, it's over there casually eating planets to fuel its fleet, right? The alien god can't do that, right? Like, not at all. Zeus is a sore loser, a little bit. All right, let's go with Hot Wheels, and then I'm assuming Saber will be in the back. They don't always do it that way though. Like the stuff up there. I kind of think we're not going to see Chaos ever again, but we'll see. Musashi didn't do anything to Chaos. Everyone thinks Musashi killed Chaos. That's not a thing. Musashi just destroys the gateway, like, between Chaos and us, so it can't get to us anymore. But she doesn't even touch Chaos. I mean, just looking at the feats of strength that Chaos has in the short time that we see it, and what they say about it. One, they say it's a primordial deity, and they've talked about primordial deities before. Primordial deities are just stronger than, like, regular deities, you know, regular gods and stuff. And now Zeus in Lostbelt 5 is like on juice and is much stronger than normal, but you know, Chaos is still clearly stronger than him, because it just one-shots Mars like it's nothing. And it says if Mars didn't, like, phase tank for us, we would have all died in like an instant. The Chaos would have killed the whole cast right there. Also, Mars is a bro, by the way. Let's see. What do we want to use? Do some Achilles action. I'm not really worrying about doing budget stuff right now, and I don't think this is a boss. I'm assuming this is trash, but we shall see. Let's go with Hans. With a lot of the characters that we like here. Just in case there's like a lingering caster or something, and maybe there's buffs we want to remove, you never know. Get Shinji in here. I hope we get Moriarty in the story, for God's sakes. But yeah, maybe we could do Moriarty against Burgess or something. I mean, Moriarty's a terrible 5-star, unfortunately, but he's very cool. Honestly, right now, I think Zeus is probably stronger than a type. I mean, types are crazy, scary, and OP and nuts, but they're like planetary threats. They're not fucking anti-solar system threats, right? That's just so crazy. Now, my assumption, though, this is hard to say. So we know for a fact that Lostbelt Zeus is stronger than regular Zeus, right? Because of just all the stuff that he does. Regular Zeus could do those things if he had wanted to, but he didn't want to. But, like, you know, he takes power from the other gods and all that kind of stuff, and, like, controls their authorities. So he becomes stronger. But then he's also nerfed to hell at the end of the story there. So my assumption is Lostbelt, this is just a guess, but I'm guessing that Lostbelt Zeus at 35% power is basically equivalent to Zeus if he was going balls to the wall, you know, 100%. That would be my guess. Now, I could be completely wrong about that, but that would make sense. But who knows? Has there been anything stronger than Lostbelt Zeus we've seen? On terms of what's in character material and stuff, I don't think so. I mean, I really don't think so. We have never seen something else that is a like solar system threat. That is, we have never seen it. I mean, I guess Chaos. I mean, Chaos would be the thing that it looks stronger than Zeus. Yeah, maybe Abzu, but they've never detailed Abzu, so, you know, who knows. Aya could potentially kill Zeus if it was used at, like, absolute maximum power, but we don't even know what Aya's absolute maximum power is. Also, Aya is an item, not a thing. So, well, I don't know. Gilgamesh talks to it like it's alive, so I don't even know. We don't talk about that. No, there's no way Amaterasu's type soul. I don't think so at all. Also, what we know about Amaterasu, it's really powerful, but again, definitely not a solar system threat. I'm not sure they even know what they want to do with the sun, to be honest. There's no way Gil could beat Zeus if it was like under normal circumstances, because Gil under no circumstance wants to blow up like the Earth or anything like that. I don't think he would have the means, even if Aya, you know, if it's absolute maximum, it's said to be like, you know, designed to like destroy everything and, you know, leave only Aya left as like the star of creation and start things over and blah 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 blah. So, you know, maybe at its max power it could kill Zeus, a lower Lostbelt Zeus even, like maybe, but there's no way Gil would do that. Like he can't do, and if he did, you're not winning. Like, that's not winning, right? Wow, Zeus is trying to blow up everything, so I blew up everything first. Got him, right? That's absolutely not winning, right? So, and we really don't know what Aya is like at its absolute max. We don't really know what its limit is, because they're very unclear about that shit. And I'm not sure at this point they know what they want it to be like, because they seem to like change their mind with some of these things, so, you know, who fucking knows? But I can tell you in a story, they would never write it in a way where Gil would just 1v1 Zeus. They would never do that. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say never. I mean, we see some weird shit out of this fucking franchise, but, yeah, I know, I mean, Aya is clearly shown to be capable of it just right up says it can engulf the entire planet and crush it, but then, you know, Enkidu's thing can defend the entire planet. You know, Aya is definitely a planetary threat, and potentially more than that when you read his character material and stuff. But, so, you know, maybe it could kill Zeus, but it's hard to say, because they're not putting straight numbers on Zeus's anti-solar system Noble Phantasm, and they give you some numbers on Aya, but never, like, at its max, and, like, they say, like, it's what? Its base is, like, 2,000, and then it's multiplied by his strength, but then it says it's multiplied by how much wealth he has. But it doesn't say how much it's being multiplied by, and we don't know how much wealth Gil has, so what the fuck? Like, that's such a useless large number, right? Like, for example, we know Excalibur is, what, 150 or 200? I always forget what its power is. It's like, but Excalibur is way stronger than most Noble Phantasms, right? And it's 150 or 200 or something. I literally can never remember what Excalibur is, but it's somewhere in the 150 to 200 range, right? And then Aya's over there in, like, the many thousands, and then getting multiplied by a question mark. Right? That is such a large number that there's no frame of reference, because we have no other large number like that to compare it to, and we don't even know how big the multiplication is. And there's no number given to Zeus's NPs at all, right? They have no number attached to them, so it's like, I don't fucking know, right? I would kind of bet on Zeus, though, just because of like, I don't see them wanting it to be that much of a killjoy, right? With like, lol, Gil just killed it, right? So, but I mean, who knows? But I can definitely say, when you look at how Gilgamesh operates in other stories and stuff, unless Enkidu was there to like keep the world from exploding, Gil would never fire Aya at its absolute maximum. He would just never do that. The Rongo Bongo in Camelot is stronger than like the typical servant one because it has the goddess essence and all that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like 3,000 or something like that. Which is still way behind Aya, but that's still so much ahead of all the other Noble Phantasms. Like, it's so far ahead, because most of the other Noble Phantasms are like between 50 and like 200, right? And that kind of shit. No, Aya's way more than 4,000. Like, I'll find it. It's like base is like some crazy. Its base is in the thousands, but then it gets multiplied beyond that, because that's just how it works. Here, I'll see if I can find it. Fucking Aya has just so much information about it these days because it's been in so many fucking works. Okay, so blah blah blah. The maximum output of the sword is 4,000 compared to an A noble plus, an A triple plus, which is 200. But the number can be further increased by the amount of wealth of Noble Phantasms in his treasury, and then further increased based on his strength stat. So its base is 4,000. So you are right about that. Its base is 4,000. But then it goes beyond that based on his treasure. And that's nonsense. I mean, look at this. The maximum output of the sword is 4,000 damage, right? And then it says, but that can be further increased by the amount of wealth of Noble Phantasms contained in his treasury, right? From Gilgamesh, obviously. And also it can be increased by a strength statistic. That is, I mean, that's just nonsense. Even if it's multiplied by 1, right? That's bullshit, right? That's such a huge fucking number that's ludicrous, right? But, you know, it might be multiplied by 5, right? We have no idea. But Gil is just never going to use it that way. It's like that's so counter to what he wants to do in life and everything. He's not going to just fire off and, you know, star of creation, let's go, right? Like that'd be absurdly out of character. Excalibur is just like 150. Now, Proto-Excalibur, we have no idea about. By the way, did anyone else read Percival's NP description and be like, yeah, see, I told you so? Like how it talks about Excalibur being sealed, but then it says specifically it's talking about Proto. I love how it's worded, too. It starts saying, you know, the seals on Rongo Bongo and Excalibur from that Arthur from another world. It's like, yeah, uh-huh. But, you know, Excalibur is like, I say only 150, but the thing is, it's not only 150. Like, I have to stress this. Overwhelmingly, in the Nasuverse, you are not dealing with bullshit like in the thousands. That, like, just, it's normally like, 80 is impressive. Fucking 80 is normally impressive, right? You know, most stuff is 50, 80, 70, maybe 100. Oh shit, maybe 120 because you used a skill, right? You don't see things that are 150 is unbelievably rare. Like, it's unbelievably rare and would crush most things. You know, most 80 is pretty common, I would say. Like 40 and 80 are like really common. So Excalibur is way stronger than most Noble Phantasms. And the thing is, Excalibur, King Arthur is super famous and everything, but there is no world where King Arthur should be stronger than Zeus. Like first off, there's almost no name in human history, you know, more known than Zeus. You can go anywhere in the world and people know what Zeus is. And it's been one of the most influential religions and mythos on other religions and mythos, right, ever, right? And then not only that, but in his own story, he's said to be the biggest, baddest thing ever, right, other than chaos. But, you know, so in his legends, he's unbelievably powerful, and it's one of the most influential legends of all time, and is unparalleled in its fame. So, of course Zeus should be absurdly powerful, right? It's kind of funny. I like Odin way more than Zeus, right? I really do. I think Norse mythology is like the shit. It is so awesome, and Odin is just like a badass granddad. I really like Odin more than Zeus, just by a lot. But I absolutely think in the Nasuverse, with the ground rules that they've set, Zeus should be so much stronger than Odin. And it seems like that is the case, and I would say rightfully so. Zeus should absolutely, I mean, he's just such a famous figure. And then again, in that mythos and religion and everything, he's so powerful and prominent, right? You know, he's the big daddy. And he's never defeated. Zeus is never defeated in actual Greek mythology, ever. And, you know, many attempts are made, and he's never defeated. Shit is wild. So, yeah, I mean, there's no world where Excalibur, as famous as it is, should be on par with Zeus. You know, Excalibur is the sword of a mortal king, and, you know, dealing with kingdom versus kingdom action and man-on-man action. Zeus is dealing with, like, in a lot of the stories, you know, like Agents of Chaos and celestial bullshit and titans and... Like, what are we talking about here? There's no world where Excalibur should be on par with this kind of stuff. Like, that'd just be silly. Yeah, Odin is, to be fair to Odin, though, by the end times, by Armageddon and everything, you know, Odin is old as fuck, man. You know, it's like, it's kind of like, you know, you live your life and you have your prime and you defeat all these nasty things that no one has ever even heard of. And then you get old, and then all these young whippersnappers come up and think they're better than you, and they would have gotten their asses kicked by all those things you beat in your prime time, and you know, it's always that thing, you know, the young guns thinking they're hot shit, and they have no idea what they're talking about, right? You know, so to be fair to Odin, right, he's, you know, well past his prime there, but yeah, he gets taken out by Fenrir, which is kind of a shame, because Fate gives absolutely no love to Fenrir at all. They act like he's just some bitch off on the side that no one cares about. I thought they doubled down, but and I have to check, because I think in some versions of Armageddon they probably do double down, because there's, as all things, there's many versions. But Fury reminded me recently that actually Odin dies and then Odin's son kills Fenrir. But I don't think that's a universal thing, because there never is any universal things when it comes to the oldie legends. But yeah, so Fenrir's a badass though. There's no way around that. what did Fates do to Fenrir? So Fenrir's been used twice, and he dies, and not in FGO twice. He was used in FGO once, but he's been used in the Fate Extra universe once as well. So he's been used by Type Moon twice, and he died off screen both times. And we never even got to see his design, and we don't know any of his abilities. He just died off screen 2 times. It's like, oh, okay, sure. Like, imagine being like this legendary wolf figure that, you know, is on par with Odin, and you die off screen twice. It's like, fantastic. Okay, I guess this is a good time for Achilles to NP. Hans, don't fuck it up. Yeah, they have in FGO, Surtur kills Fenrir and takes his power, and then I don't even remember what Fenrir dies to off screen in Extra. I don't remember. It's some stupid shit though. Now, I'm pretty sure Rongo's just 3,000, but I don't remember. I definitely don't think it's that high of a number, because it would have blown up the fucking planet. But they say Rongo Bongo, when she's like goddess installed, if you will, I don't know what else to call it, right? Because there's, oh, hi Burgust, I wasn't really expecting that. But, you know, there's such a difference between, like, regular Lion King and then Rongo Bongo Lion King, right? There's a huge difference. But, she is said to be, like, on par with a Grand. She's not a Grand, right? She's just her own thing. But she is on par with a Grand Servant. Potentially a bit stronger. And in my opinion, she does appear to be a bit stronger than, like, what we see from Gramps and Romulus and Orion. So I would actually say she's ahead of a Grand, really. But she is a OP bad guy, and unfortunately, she has such a pushover boss fight. I don't understand, dude. Like, it was so clear as crystal to me. You know, you play through Camelot, and Gwaine is just this, you know, iron wall of a boss fight, and you know Tristan can be pretty tricky too for I think some players and stuff. And then Lion King, although harder than what you fought like in America and stuff, is just so clearly not as hard as Gwaine. By a rather sizable amount, right? Like, she really deserves a New Game Plus version that gets, like, some health bars and some basic gimmicks and stuff here. No, that Zeus is Zeus. So, Greek, this is a thing, this has been known since long before FGO. This is not something they made up in FGO. Basically what happens is the Titans are essentially aliens that were sent out by primordial chaos. And they come to Earth, and then they make the Olympians to like interact with, you know, humans and all that, and what they make mechs, right? They make robots. You know, the Olympians are robots. But then the same story pretty much plays out with the Olympians overthrowing the Titans. That all plays out exactly the same. And then what the Olympians do is they make human forms, which they call like terminals, you know, avatars, and those human forms are like more classical, you know, takes on the characters. And what you would expect them to look like, and those versions of themselves are who interact with humanity, and that's what becomes famous, and that's what becomes part of human history. But their true bodies are mechs, and it's always been that way. That was not something FGO made up. That was something that Nasu had detailed like way back in Fate Extra and shit. But I don't mind it just because of their terminal forms. The terminal forms are the like classical take on Greek gods, and that's like, you know, if you ever summon them, that's the ones you'll summon, and so on and so forth. And so I'm okay with that. Like, here, I can even post, you know, Zeus. So, like, the version that gets recorded by human history, and that, like, you know, humans interacted with and knew of, and all that kind of stuff is, here, I'll link it right here, is that's same for Artemis. Like, the Artemis that hangs out with Orion, that's her, you know, quote-unquote terminal form, right? You know, her avatar. And that's what gets recorded by human history. But then her true body is like the satellite, you know, mech form and all that. Which, you know, it's kind of out there, but I mean, they are gods and shit, so they're kind of wanting it to be like that. But, you know, honestly, I don't mind it too much. It's a little weird, but they actually follow Greek mythology pretty well with it, right? They still have, like, the situation between the Titans and the Olympians being the same. They still have the relationship then between humanity and the gods pretty much being the same. So, as kind of bizarre as it is, and all that, it does work pretty well. But you know, the Zeus in Lostbelt is just Zeus. He's just a Zeus that went a bit more tyrannical and took over the powers of the other gods and whatnot. By the way, I think Demeter got the worst mech form out of all of them. Her avatar form is fine, and actually I think they did a really good job with that one. But her god form or her mech form or whatever, that just looks stupid. Like, it just looks stupid. And I don't feel like they even put work into it, right? The other ones I think they put work into. That one is just... It's so basic and weird looking, and it's dumb. Okay, so we have a terrible team for this. I had no idea we were actually fighting Burgess, and she still has her damage resist, I see. So we're kind of in a bad spot right now. Gonna do this to try to get my NP. We are about to die, and Protoku does absolutely nothing here. She doesn't attack here? Then why are we killing her? So if we made like a truce or whatever, I don't, why are we murdering her then? I don't understand, right? Like I don't understand. That makes no sense. It's not a friendly fight because she's not fighting back. What the fuck? Bully? Yeah, apparently. Well, I guess this fight's not gonna be a video. So how come the back one doesn't have an NP and the front one does? That's kind of strange. I had a feeling though, if there was ever one of them that was, you know, more on our side or switch sides or, you know, whatnot, I knew it was gonna be Burgess. You kind of could just tell with the way the story was unfolding and like just the stuff she'd been saying. That's gonna be really stupid though if like she's got split loyalty, so she doesn't fight you, but then, you know, you kill her or what. That's gonna be kind of lame. Wait, I need my. Do we just switch Hot Wheels to the front? It's not. I mean, Protoku has his NP, but it's not like it's gonna fucking do anything. Okay, now the back one has an NP. I guess Burgess like unlocks their NPs. This is all very weird. I'm not gonna lie, Burgess is the only one of the Fey Knights that I don't mind really. I don't like her stage 3. It's just fucking ridiculous. But character-wise and everything, she's okay. She gets a pass. But I'm not so great on the other two. Although I will say, I don't really have an issue with like the personality of the lolly or anything. It's just I don't like the design and... Oh, it just ends. Okay, it just ends there. And I don't like, you know, the way they did the powers and everything. But it's just not my kind of character. It's just wow, the kid character is not my kind of character. But I don't like Loather. Like, I would rate, you know, Dragon Lolly way higher than I would rate, you know, some of the other, you know, like Shootin' and Liz and those kind of characters I normally don't really like at all. It should be rated way higher than them. Yeah, her dragon form actually is pretty cool. I will say her NP animation is good. Is that it? Is that it? We just like is that the last we see of Burgess? It's just like, yeah, whatever. Like what the fuck? I guess we'll see the cutscene here. So I remember telling my chat in advance that the Greek gods were mechs, like way before Lostbelt 5. And I remember a lot of people didn't believe me. And then we got to Lostbelt 5, and they're all mechs. And I'm like, yep, yeah, it was a thing. I wasn't making it up. In-game music, okay, we'll turn that. What are we fighting? Are we fighting This must be Lollylot. Okay, hold on. I want to slot Lancelot then. We gotta do this right. Let me get on my main account here. Wait, I always forget. I can get, with the way Samsung Dex works, I can get on my main account without, like, I don't have to do it on the actual phone. I can do it over here still. Man, that sucks though. That means I'm not gonna, there's no other fight really that's video worthy for Burgess. You never really get a fight with her. Every fight with her is kind of just not a real fight, like all of them. That's really disappointing. Now I like Cairo use the Berserker one. I prefer his Saber version, and he's got the awesome new animations. Like there's no stopping me from using Saber Lancelot. I grailed him. There's a reason I grailed him, because he's fucking awesome. But I'm sure Cairo will use the Berserker one. That being said, there is no hate. I have no hate for Berserker Lancelot. He's awesome, and I was actually watching some Fate Zero today, which I have not done in so long. But seriously, the whole stuff with Lancelot and Fate Zero is just awesome, right? You don't know who he is for a while, but he's got all these cool feats and everything. But like that scene in both the book and the anime, you know, where Lancelot fights Artori at the end, that shit's awesome, dude. Like, you know, the stakes are all really high because he's getting near the end of the war and everything, and you know, he fucking catches Excalibur, right? And she's like knows something is up, but you know, this whole time she's had no idea who he is. Right, and he fucking summons a Londite, you know, and all this shit. It's just awesome. And then just, you know, the fact that Lancelot was like the loyalist knight that ever knighted, and you know, she's like, he's the one that she trusted the most, and then now he's just insane and trying to kill her, and like how that plays into all this stuff with Iskandar and everything, right? That's awesome. Like that shit's great. It just sucks that his master fucking dies and everything, but seriously, that scene's really good because it like really expands on like Artoria's character. And it's just epic because it's fucking Lancelot, the most famous, you know. I was talking to Tusk last night, and he asked if FGO had added any new characters recently. I said they added Percival, and he's like, wait, who's Percival? I know that name, but I don't know what is that. I'm like, you know, Knight of the Round. He's like, oh yeah, okay, now I know. But he didn't know Percival was a Knight of the Round, like, intuitively. But I even asked him, I was like, but you know who Lancelot is? Like, yeah, of course. You know, everyone knows who Lancelot is. He is the Knight of the Round, right? So yeah, having him show up like that, and you know, reveal his identity and everything, and you know, Artoria's losing her mind. That's just great, man. Like that Fate Zero was awesome. But yeah, Berserker Lancelot, real badass. So still a big fan of him. It's just Saber Lancelot as like the normal Lancelot, right? Which I like. And then his animations are so fucking good now. I mean, Lancelot's animations are some of my favorite in the game. We probably could use Mori. I don't know what the boss fight is. But because the boss is single target, I would imagine so. The only time Mori is really difficult to use is when they're AoE and the NP often or something, then it's a problem. But Mori's pretty easy to use in single target fights just because he's a berserker and you know, taunts, and Shingon has a taunt and you want to use Shingon anyway. I mean, the different primordial deities just depend on the different religions and mythoses and stuff, right? They're all over the map. There's no like consistent thing. Like the primordial deities aren't made up of just Greek stuff, right? I think Chaos is the only primordial deity that comes from Greek stuff. You know, Tiamat is another one, and God knows what she is. So you know, it's aliens, monsters, just you know, straight divinity stuff. You know, that kind of thing. Whoops. Man, I've like never used Nightingale. But she's the only free-to-play-ish, and I have to say ish because, you know, welfare, you might have missed her, but she's like the only free-to-play-ish character that has anti-buff removal. It's sad that it's not team-wide, but at least it's something. It's hard to say what they would consider primordial, but it's normally stuff that's very old in human history, and it's normally the stuff that predates the current pantheon, right? Because like Tiamat and Abzu are both said to be primordial deities, and they predate all the other deities in that, you know, mythology, right? Like Ishtar and all of them, and even her father and all, Anu, or how the fuck you say his name. You know, they're like the thing that comes before the thing, right? And Abzu and Tiamat are the thing that come before the thing, right? They're before the current gods and everything else. This is there's a known connection here because it's just obvious. Primordial Chaos is a derivative concept from Tiamat, like directly. And because it's like the same thing. The whole shtick in Greek mythology is Primordial Chaos basically mates with Gaia, and Gaia is like the essence of, you know, the earth and everything. And Primordial Chaos, surprise, surprise, represents Primordial Chaos. And Tiamat does too. In her mythos, Tiamat is like a representation of, like, you know, time before time before civilization, and absolutely she represents Primordial Chaos, and, you know, she mates with Abazu. And the slight difference is they're both kind of representations of, like, chaotic Earth, if you will. But there's a lot of links between them and stuff, which is kind of interesting. Okay, what the hell? I need command codes here. Well, I have no idea what the boss gimmicks would be here, so she probably NPs a lot, I would imagine. And when you break her health bar, she probably goes dragon form. That would be my guess. I'm not sure we need this, just because the way Lancelot plays, it's not necessarily needed. You know, in solo play, this is really good on Lancelot, but in team play, I feel like this is absolutely pointless. Well, not necessarily. Well, the turns where your skill is on cooldown, actually, then it is useful. But it has massively diminished value. I just realized this is E's theme, S's theme, or whatever you want to say it, from BlazBlue. That is really good music for the Dragon Lolly. They have very similar designs and, like, vibes. Like, if you look at her voice lines and everything, they're very similar vibes. So, yeah, I'll probably use this theme for her at some point if she's in enough videos and stuff. It makes total sense. Now, the 10% crit buff isn't pointless, but if you wanted crit, you would use it literally any other one. This one's 20% crit. This one's 25% crit. You know, and then there's the art-specific crit one, and this one's 20%. So you would never use it. The reason you use it is not for the crit damage. You use it because it has Star Absorb. But Lancelot has like 6,000% Star Absorb. So it's like, wow, he's got a 6,100 Star Absorb, right? Like, that shit doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I'll switch the music when I get everything set up. I could go Star Bomb. It's either Star Bomb or just crit damage, but Star Bomb is kind of nice to keep things rolling. I do one of each. That seems reasonable. I wish BlazBlue didn't make the worst Gacha game on the planet. They're like, let's copy Day 1 F Go. Like, yeah, that's a good idea. And somehow make it even worse. Let's go crit damage on art card here. We'll do this in case of emergency. I guess that's fair. She's not a servant here. So we'll do that. I guess we just do crit stuff. Maybe we put a heal on him. That's not so bad. The healing stuff is generally good. Maybe on an art card? Nah, I'll do it on Buster. Okay, this is decent. Look at all these sabers. Yeah, I guess I could do the dragon crit up, but it'd be an extra 5%. I'm not gonna bother switching it just for that, but that would work. Okay, I want to, like, enjoy a boss fight, so I'm gonna take a quick break because you know, breathing is hard today, so I need to deal with that real quick. Oh, fuck you! What? Yeah, why? Yeah, I want to use a fucking AOE caster and an AOE alter ego against a Lancer boss. Yeah, that's what I want to do, game. You know, it's just stupid because, like, story-wise, when you fight Gwaine in Camelot, you're working with Da Vinci and Bedivere, but you don't have to use them. right? Like, it's just stupid. Like, this is, and it's so frustrating because you have to summon a story support. So in this fight, no matter what you do, 3 out of 6 units are not your units. 3. Normally it's 1. Normally you get 5 of your units, 1 of something else's, right? Either story support or a friend, right? So it's 1 to 5. This is 3 to 3. Like, it's why? Like, I just don't get the point. And like, even if you're gonna force one, just force 1. And I actually prefer it when they do 4 story supports when it actually takes the support slot, right? But no, they gotta have it do both now, right? It's great. God, that's so obnoxious. Well, there's no way we're gonna be able to solo if we have this. I don't have enough chin gongs for that. We'll just do like a budget setup. Actually, if it was my main account, I probably could solo because I'd have to CS, but because my main account has an MLB K-scope. So I could MLB K-scope. The problem is, how do I keep Chin Gong alive? Because you have to live 2 turns. So that doesn't really work. You'd have to get lucky, which is just kind of annoying. But you could kind of do something. I don't know. Well, if I gotta make a video, I'll play around with it and we'll see what we do. But I don't hate making team videos. I don't really make enough of those, to be honest. We'll do this, and we'll keep it budget. We'll go MASH. That's a really typical. Hans MASH is like the go-to budget supports. Works really well. Wow, this account only has Bedivere at 444. Either that or like George. Well, gas is normally good. Do it this way. Probably not debuffs, but you never know. I'll do default though. Healing is good for Lancelot. He doesn't have self-survival. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I need to deal with health shenanigans. And then we'll get into this and I'll turn the in-game music on. And we'll see what's up. Yeah, 444 feels bad, man. At least Bedivere is a unit, though, that doesn't really need skill ranks. He does well without them. Alright. I am returning. Alright. This music does not give me confidence. Good thing we're switching to the in-game music. What is that emote? We're gonna miss the first few seconds of the song, but I can't do anything about that. Oh, you don't get a fucking Mystic code. Jesus Christ. Oh, joy. Well, I really hate when they do this because it just limits your, like, options, right? It's less fun when you have less options generally. Well, in before she NPs every turn, in that case I'm gonna want like George. We're gonna want to change things dramatically if that ends up being the case. I wish we'd gotten a better opening hand. Honestly, Lancelot could have destroyed that first health bar on turn 1 pretty easily if we'd gotten a better hand. I wouldn't need to have brought a Star Bomb CE though, I think. Kind of forgot about that. So anybody that's really caught up on the story, I want a very specific bit of information because I don't want to spoil more than needs to be spoiled. But because of like my YouTube channel, I kind of want to know if I want to make a video for that early fight with Beryl or not. So I don't want any details, but is there another fight with Beryl after that? Those two you fight him in like the tunnel? Do you ever fight him again? No, that sucks. Is he alive in the story? Or is that it? Right? Is that it for him? Because if that's all there is with him, then I might as well make a video with that, right? Okay, so maybe that doesn't give me a lot of confidence. I like how chat was really on the same page there. Now it's all over the place. Kinda. Oh boy. Well, that's I'll probably make a video then just in case. Alive is a strong word. Yeah, she NPs every turn, so like my setup is so wrong for this. Oh, I wonder if I would break here if I did Buster, her NP, then Buster. It'd probably almost break, but not quite. He doesn't really need the attack up, so we can get a bigger defense up. I'm gonna have to change the team though so much. I think because she's NPing every turn. This just kind of setup doesn't really work. That was so much damage that just went into the void right there. Sure hit. What? I like how the other two would have survived, most likely. I guess technically Hans did survive, but I mean, you're kind of on death's door there. But she went right for Hans. Right for the support there. So I could NP, but I kind of need to have Lancelot do Lancelot things. That sucks. That means Hans is gonna die without her for, like, doing his stuff. I don't know, maybe I should have Hans NP just to get the defense up. Another defense up would be very helpful. She she does not care for the little one. She really does not. Is it because they're around the same height? Is that why? Okay, her damage is ramping up, so we can't necessarily face tank it anymore because she has 3 NP ups. Buff removal would be really good right here, because you can remove the invulnerability and you could remove all the NP ups, and then you could just keep face tanking. At least Hans actually face tanked one of the NPs. I mean, that's kind of impressive. I'd probably use Alexander. I tell you, Alexander is kind of taking Medea's spot as kind of the go-to buff remover because, okay, her damage still sucks. Because it's just a skill, and it also can stun them for a turn, and then you get some support and stuff. Like, Medea's better if they are an assassin, of course. But, yeah, Alexander's pretty good these days. I feel like her damage just sucks. Like, her damage output just absolutely sucks. Like, her gimmick is all, you know, NP spammy, but then because she does so little damage, this is very... Like, I thought this was gonna be a real fight, but this is kind of a joke battle, to be honest. Like, she had plenty of health bars, and she had a, you know, a gimmick, but she just didn't do any damage, so it didn't matter. The thing is, we didn't have too much defense up and damage cut. Like, we just had MASH. Like, it just MASH, right? And it's like the free-to-play unit, right? And a lot of times, just MASH is not even remotely enough to hold the line to get some of the challenge quests and stuff out there. I can't tell you how many challenge quests and, like, main story fights that there are, where if you just bring MASH as your defense, that's not even, like, half enough, right? You'll get absolutely shredded. Yeah, let's go fight God Juna, guys. Just use MASH. She'll save everybody, you know, and then God Juna just kills everyone. It's like, you know, like, I think... Why is this Lostbelt so easy? Like, Camelot is harder, right? Gwaine in Camelot was harder than that. And Gwaine was the first hard boss in F-Go, really, right? So it really shouldn't be harder than this. And there goes the visor. Maybe that's just a warm-up fight, right? Maybe we just fight her again immediately, and she'll be in her third form. That could happen. That would kind of explain why they made that a bit easier. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so if we had our units that we have now, and we're this progressed in the game, and we fought Hector from Orleans, it'd be a joke, right? It'd be a total joke. But relative to what, like, now, it's different on NA, because NA got, like, a lot of quality of life stuff a lot faster, and they could level a lot faster. Everyone was, like, level 70 and 80 by the time Hector came out. But for the original game, for where most players were against Hector, Hector probably killed more people than she did. Right? Which that's a little messed up. I'm guessing they want you to be able to use Muramasa as your DPS, is why she's so easy. Are we not killing any of them, like, at all? Like, this is very unviolent right now. So we didn't kill Burgist, we didn't kill the Dragon Lolly. Is, like, everyone betraying Morgan right now? Is that what's happening? Like Aurora is clearly betraying Morgan since forever ago. That's nothing new. But is that, like, what's happening right now? Everyone going turncoat on Morgan? Because we ain't killing jack shit. And there already were a bunch of plots against Morgan anyway, so I feel like Morgan's having a bad time. I bet you Sith won't, though. There's no way Sith is going to turncoat. Like, no chance. Like, she's, like, obsessed with Morgan's approval and everything, so there's no way nobody likes Morgan. I mean, you know, although I've seen so many... She has, like, more of, like, a Sakura background, right? And dude, people are just, guys are such suckers for like the tragic female character, man. You know, people can like whatever they like, but my god, I've seen so many people that are just like just so on Morgan's side in this story. And I'm like, sure, she has kind of a messed up background, but in no world am I on Morgan's side here. I feel called out. I mean, there's nothing wrong with if you like those kind of characters, right? I'm just saying, I've noticed that the tragic female character like that is so popular generally, right? Like, 'cause I think Morgan is just going to be, Lostbelt Morgan specifically, is going to be stupid fucking popular. And Lost, thank you for the 10 bits. Morgan did nothing wrong. That's a lie. I've already read enough like translations and stuff that I know that's an absolute lie. However, Morgan did not do the most wrong. The most wrong goes to just Faye Kind. Like, does anyone else feel this way? The Fae suck in this Lostbelt, right? Like, everything about like the way their world system works and like how they're created and everything, they're just shit, right? Like, they're absolute shit, right? Like, they're awful. And that's kind of the point of this world, though. It's like it's rarely fucked up like that. Oh yeah, Morgan obviously is not really any better than Artori in that department, but this version of Morgan is so different from regular timeline Morgan, and not only is that apparent in her actions, but it's in her bio. They make a lot of distinctions that like that the Lostbelt Morgan is just, you know, very different in terms of attitude and what she, you know, wants and doesn't want and blah 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 blah. You know, she's a pretty different person ultimately. Morgan's not really like the villain of this Lostbelt, but she's certainly not a protagonist either, really. You know, she's still a tyrant. Like 100% she's still a tyrant. You know, she was trying to do what she thought was best for the world, but, you know, that doesn't mean it's good, right? I mean, that's obviously subjective anyway. Okay, what are we fighting? Caster. I wonder if this... Are we just fighting Morgan right now? Tyranny has the answer. I like how pretty much all the Lostbelt Kings are tyrants, except for Scatty. I'd like to point out, if there's any Lostbelt King that's not a villain, it's fucking Scatty. Scatty doesn't do anything bad. She literally just doesn't want you to kill all of her people. Wow. How dare she? Right? That's like all she does, is she doesn't want you to kill all of the people she's responsible for. That's it. Right? Like, Scatty is absolutely the Lostbelt King that is not a tyrant. Every other one of them is a fucking tyrant, right? Zeus is the most tyrant of tyrants, which that's pretty fitting, right? I mean, like, Zeus is... This is all child's play compared to I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. Not only is Zeus so successful in his iron rule where absolutely nothing can question him, but like, have you all read the shit that he does in Lostbelt 5? Like, all of the gods that tried to betray him, like, you know, he turns one of them into a fucking, you know, like, conveyor belt. He, you know, like, destroys Poseidon's mind. Like, Jesus Christ, he is fucking... Like, that is some Iron Fist shit in Lostbelt 5. But yeah, you know, Morgan's a tyrant, Zeus is an Omega tyrant, Gajuna's a tyrant, Mothman's a tyrant in a kind of a weird way, but still absolutely a tyrant. Ivan's is very much a tyrant. Yeah, Scatty is the only one that is not. She's not tyrannical in the slightest. She's literally just in charge of like this fucked up world, and she's trying to do the best she can for the people she's responsible for, right? Which, as one should do in her position. But yeah, Fae suck. Fae suck. Like, they're definitely the bigger antagonist compared to Morgan, right? Morgan just makes some like bad decisions along the way, but she's trying to be good. Yeah, although after how much time has gone by, Morgan kind of has like lost it. No, Scatty doesn't do that. That was Scatty. Guadia, that's a whole other shtick. Okay, well, if this is Morgan, which it might be, what's fun against Morgan? I would say, would they make Morgan a caster though? Like, the one you summon's a berserker, but like obviously caster fits her, and I know for a fact that the Lostbelt one in the story is different. But then, I don't think this is I don't think this is Morgan yet. How many chapters are left? Let me see here. And don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I'm gonna take an educated guess here. Yeah, no, Morgan would be amazing. It's just that'd be hard to use. If it's a single target fight, right? If it was an AoE fight, you could make it work. But she's neutral and AoE. That's just, you know, that's not good. I don't think this is Morgan. If this was Morgan, I feel like she'd be in like the cutscene here, which I don't think she was. Yeah, no, I don't think this is Morgan. It's oh, you know what? I bet you it is. I keep forgetting they're casters. It's probably just the horses. This is probably just the fucking horses. It's like a filler fight. All right, let's go. Let's go red hair. I forgot about all that Valkyrie stuff. That's true. The Valkyrie do kill a lot of people. But I don't think that's even the people that she's responsible for. Which, you know, it's not the same thing as being a tyrant. You know, maybe not a moral you know, beacon of hope or anything, but it's very different from like what you know, what they're not like. She's not having a tyrannical rule over the people she governs over. But I haven't read Lostbelt. I only ever read it once because it's not that good, to be honest. Because yeah, they just like, yeah, we don't need Norse stuff. Yeah, I'll have to read it again, but if I remember correctly, it's like rock in a hard place. Yeah, I'm not sure 2 is my least favorite, but I'm not crazy about it. I'm not crazy about 6 either, though. Okay, this is just trash mobs. It doesn't even matter what I bring. Let's go David and Babbage. That makes sense. Watch this be Morgan. If this is Morgan, I'll just reset. But I don't think it is. Yeah, the thing is, Scatty is in charge of a very fucked up world that doesn't have a lot of options. It's not like she's not trying to rule over it with an iron fist though, like the other kings do. That's just literally not the story. Hey, look, it's the trash mobs, okay, and there's only 3 of them. That's a little sad. And if I put Achilles in the front row, we would win on turn 1. We might win on turn 1 anyway, though. This is not horse-on-horse violence. This is Lu Bu, guys. Lu Bu is not a horse. I don't know why people keep making that mistake, man. It's weird. Like, what are people, what on earth are they confusing this with? Good old Ryder Kentucky. Why is that 120? I don't know, man. It's like their way of signaling getting stronger. Some people think they're hinting at super grails, but I don't know about that. We'll see. Okay, yeah, no, that wasn't nearly enough damage. I'm disappointed. I hate to say this. I love Red Hair to death, but his NP damage sucks. Like, it really sucks. He needs a buff. He's got great skills. His 3 skills are all fine. His effects are all fine. But his stat line is terrible, and then he has an unupgraded NP. So the fact that the combination of a low attack stat and an unupgraded NP and not that much damage up in his skills, right, it just doesn't pan out for him. He's very cool, though. And he can do some decent crits. I think, again, that's just not the same as being like a tyrant, right? Like, that whole situation is super different. All the Lostbelts are fucked up, though. And I mean, they're supposed to be. But, Scatty is like the only Lostbelt king that's like, you know, trying to do, you know, what's best for the people overall. Like, that she's absolutely trying, you know, Ivan is not doing that. Zeus is not doing that. Morgan is not doing that. She kind of was doing that at some point, but definitely not anymore. You know, Morgan is, but they're kind of going for, as far as I can see, is like, now obviously this version of Morgan is not the same as, you know, normal history Morgan, but she was like trying to do the best she could for the Fae world, and the Fae are just so full of shit that there's just no making this work, and then she's just done with it, right? And she's just Iron Fist mode. And she's trying to deal with the calamity and all this nonsense, and the Fae just keeps screwing her over and over again. God, Juno Alt F4, yeah, the existence, pretty much. I don't even know what to say about God Juno, man. That's a whole shtick right there. Okay, there's Morgan again. Okay, if they keep Morgan's class as Berserker, then this well could be Morgan. But I was kind of expecting it not to be Berserker in the story, but we'll see. I was kind of hoping for it to be Caster. By the way, Guadia saw all this shit coming, and that's why he did what he did, by the way. There's a bit more to it than that, though. Guadia is kind of a mess over there. What's with the, like, snow? The block? Okay, it's probably Morgan then. So I'm guessing she's just a Berserker as well here. I'm really interested in seeing what happens with Guadia moving forward. He showed up in this Lostbelt for like 9 seconds, and then he left. So I don't even know why they did that. It was kind of just reminding you that he still exists. And they're like, yeah, he's out of here. Alright, let's see. What do we want to do? She is AoE, so that's kind of tricky. No idea what the boss gimmicks would be, though. Well, David seems good. We're not gonna go super budgety just because this is my ult account, but I'm not gonna, like, you know, throw every fucking OP thing at it ever by any means. Wait, who do I have? Please tell me I don't have to use Castoria. I have to use Castoria. Okay, well, let's see here. I would love to use Mordred, but I just don't. I could try, but I don't know. Like, it's single target fight. I guess we're not at neutral though. We can try, but it'd be hard. She could probably, like, not waste her slot, but I don't see her, like, being an MVP just because, you know, it's a Berserker, it's got an AoE and P, we don't have the survivability, right? So there's a lot of problems there. We can try it. That is very thematic. It's a good way to gauge how hard the fight's gonna be. Now, it wouldn't make any sense for Morgan to count as a Artoria Arthur. I've obviously never tried, but that would make absolutely no sense. Yeah, I wish we could use Agravain. I would absolutely do that. Demon music. I mean, I'm sure I could do it with Mordred, but not in a way that would be like a team that I would want. If I brought, like, you know, Merlin and all this crazy shit, of course you can do it with Mordred. Although I don't know what the boss gimmicks are. You know, it could be like the worst fight ever for her. We'll see. I can see me winning with Mordred on the team. I don't really see us winning though with Mordred surviving, like, from beginning to end, right? I could put her in the back and try to get the killing blow or something, but I don't see her lasting the whole fight, right? That just seems far-fetched. Where's the Masashi one? There we go. So many Buster crit command codes. There's not that many for the others. I'm glad they added the generic one, though. the 20% crit for any card, because that helps the other cards out a lot. Mordred going after Morgan on the high seas. Let's go. That's what this music is. Yeah, Gwen's mom is Morgan. Just don't ask. And thank you for the Twitch Prime. I don't know why I didn't realize that is it Super Sora 4? Thank you, man. Yeah, I think I got a name right for once. Pirate Mordred. That's pretty fitting. Should I roll for BB or Summer Massage? I mean, if you like them, sure. I'll say in terms of pure gameplay, Summer BB is like a gimmick. It's not really that practical. It can enable some hilarious nonsense, but it's generally not that practical. But it can be good, and it's certainly unique. She basically makes whale shit even stronger if you can set it up. The Masashi is a very good AoE berserker. It's good for farming and challenge quests. But it's like, if you don't necessarily need that, right? It's not like there's all kinds of other servants that can be useful for those scenarios. But they're both good units, so if you like them, and you value getting things that you like, they're not going to disappoint you gameplay-wise, so I'll say that. But yeah, it's just kind of up to, like, what do you care about, gameplay or character, or a mix of the two? Whatever you're, and what units you already have. There's no right answer for these things. Depends on your own criteria. I'm fucking summoning Mordred for Morgan. Let's see. Alright, let's go back to the in-game music. I suspect Morgan is going to have her own boss music, and if she doesn't, I'm going to be ridiculously disappointed. Oh right, we have Max. Max's is basically just better than mine now. Fuck. Okay, fine. I just did all that, and then Max is just like, hi. Fuck it. Alright, we'll use Max's. It's just better than mine. Like, they're very similar. They're both NP5, level 100, 10, 10, 10, and all that, but Max has got them faux pas and all that. I can't compete with that. Well, hold on. Let me, just to make sure here, because I do have the better craft essence, right? But I'm assuming this is at least level 100, so at which point, oh no, it's not. I do have a pretty decent attack advantage, but yeah, it's still Max's. It's still definitely Max's. Golden Sumo is good, man, because it helps the art cards and the quick cards. Urzer, thank you for the 11-month sub. Basically a year. I have Golden Sumo too. Okay, well, if you want to switch to that, so we can just completely have no reason to summon mine, then sure, we can do that. And my Mordred has faux pas, but not all the way to 2k foes. She's like 1,300 or something, so I'm definitely behind here. It's like green doesn't even care about Mordred. Oh, please. Victor has my free 5-star for crying out loud. Look at this. That's funny. We have almost the exact same setup here, too. So I learned to put the star bomb on that because of Max, honestly. Alright, if we try to keep Mordred alive, that's gonna be so tricky, dude. She's fucking AoE, man. Like, David's probably gonna need to be on the team. The thing is, I'm almost positive I need another damage dealer. I should have the other damage dealer be someone, though, that can just do damage and then die, and then be replaced by someone that can keep Mordred going. Always Kentucky. I'm not going to hold back as much as I normally do, simply because I'm using Mordred, and Mordred is so not good for this. But this account's not that... I'm not going to use Waver or any of that, right? But we'll go a little bit hammer here. Let's go Kentucky, actually. That's pretty good here, I feel. Look at all these golden sumos. She's surely going to have some nasty gimmicks, so there's really no way... there's no way for me to know what to pick until I see, like, what's going on. Okay, coup would be better, but this is still pretty thematic too. We'll go default, just because Mordred's gonna need the healing. Alright, let's see what Morgan's got. Please don't be a shitty boss fight. I mean, normal Morgan is just, you know, a super villain, so... I'm surprised we haven't fought Sith. Okay, that's definitely... Hey, what the fuck? So they do have the veil. They literally have the veil. God damn it. Maybe they'll make it a costume then. Like, there's like no work that needs to be done. Like, it's like this is way similar to what she was like in APOC, right? With the veil. So, like, come on. If it's already in the game, they might as well make it available. They hate us, apparently. I really hope they make this a costume later. Like, come on. Just because, and some people won't use it. I'm sure a lot of people don't like this as much. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Fucking Asterios halberd, though. Like a Minotaur. Okay, well, Mordred got a couple of cards there. Let me think. I wonder if there's going to be debuffs. Just some kind of every turn thing or delayed something. If we crit, we can probably break here. I could try to get Kentoki's NP with the art card and get refund and stuff. I'll do this. Why are you just spoiling the boss mechanics? Can we get a mod in here? Jesus. Well, that makes, and of course we didn't crit. That makes Mordred so much worse here. I'm guessing she does berserker damage to us, but she doesn't take it. It's kind of nasty. And she's just murdering Castor Artoria. I wonder if that's scripted. Shit, I should have NP'd with Artoria with someone else to get the extra overcharge. I didn't think we were gonna get that fucked up, though. This hand really sucks. Imagine being level 120 and like almost getting one turn like that. No, that absolutely, no, Otto, completely not, because it's not just a spoiler, it's backseating, right? If I don't notice, that's my problem. I don't know why I have to explain this constantly. I don't want the peanut gallery telling me how to play the game, thanks, right? Like, if I make a mistake, I make a mistake, right? It's not just the idea that it can be known, therefore you should know it, no, absolutely not. Because like the majority of players are not going to be paying attention to if the dex is weak or not when against a berserker. They're not, and I didn't notice, right? Most people are not going to notice that. Now it doesn't really matter here because you'll find out very quickly because you know, when you attack you'll see it. But it's not even about this exact instance. It's about the principle. You don't want your chat continuously doing the exact thing you don't want them to be doing, right? So you have to bring up not to do it. That's not a big mistake, right? You didn't shoot a civilian on the sidewalk. I'm just saying it is still absolutely spoilers, and I don't want people just blurting out boss mechanics. So I'm not gonna say, oh no, that's fine, because then people are gonna do it in the future. Well, Castor Artoria did not do shit here. I probably should have used her third skill. I like how she did nothing but attack Castor Artoria, and now she's doing nothing but attacking Mordred. Rather thematic here. Really hard. I'm trying to get value out of Mordred, right? Because that was the point, but it's pretty tough to get good value out of her here. If they're doing neutral damage and being AoE, it's not great. I guess the dream is she just doesn't get attacked this turn, and she gets her MP from being attacked. I wonder if she's got a different NP or anything. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, no, it's the same. Although I see she's got like lipstick. It's totally different, guys. Well, she had her NP though. Probably should have brought Atlas, by the way. Atlas would have been more useful. But it's like, you know, sometimes streamer not gonna notice something, and that's fine, right? Like, I don't need chat. Like, you're not noticing something, right? Like, that's part of the fun of figuring things out, right? So she seems to debuff a lot. So I kind of want to do Protection of Faith, but I also don't necessarily want to waste the heal. We're gonna have to bring a more competent team than this. Like, Mordred is not good here. I could maybe make Mordred work though with the crits. We'll see. Like, Mordred might be able to do a bit better than what we did. Yeah, we'll see. Right now, up these 2 health bars so far, Ku could solo it, but we'll see what she does as time goes on. If it's like 600k at neutral, and she just has big crit damage, then yeah, he can absolutely solo that. I know Ku well enough, that's easily in his range. But she got a gimmick when we broke a health bar, so I suspect she's gonna get another gimmick. We're probably going to lose, though. We don't have really any value left on our team, and we didn't get much out of our opening units. She's doing so much damage now. I have to change the team so much. Like, it's not even close to working. Like, most of our units are just dying and getting no value at all. David is just getting so many cards every turn, too. I mean, you can make this a costume. That could happen. I mean, they made Testament a costume, for crying out loud. So the best way to approach this, especially if you are going more budgety, is don't worry about like bringing David to AoE. The threat is the single target crits. It's not the NP. And if you need to survive the NP, do it through units that have their own personal survivability skills. Like that's absolutely how to do this. She's never attacked Toki, by the way. It's getting a little weird in here. I wouldn't say 100% this is going to be a costume because, I mean, Lion King's not a costume, right? Lion King's not a costume. This is child abuse. Pretty much. But they've done, you know, involved costumes like this for bosses before, and they absolutely were not obtainable, so there's no guarantee. Who do we feel like is the best at the end here? Taking Toki, but he can't use it. Yeah, Kentoki hasn't really done a lot. He's not getting attacked. It's kind of weird. He's had that evade skill forever. Because you might say, look at how much effort they put into this costume, so why wouldn't it be attainable? But it's the same thing for Lion King, right? Lion King and Rongo Bongo, of course she attacked him. We might have been able to win, depending on what our last health bar is like if he didn't die there. But we fucked now. I want to see if we can at least see the final health bar so we know if there's a gimmick. Our setup was so useless though, like almost everything we brought did nothing. But anyway, so yeah, she's got a custom MP sprite and all that stuff. But, you know, Rongo Bongo does too, right? They even gave her the animation update sprite and everything, and she's still not obtainable. So it would not shock me if they do not make the Veil obtainable. But they might. I've seen way more people asking for it than people asked for Rongo Bongo. So she does something on attack. It looks like NP. Oh, that's buff removal. Well, I don't think Ku could solo it then unless she becomes an actual berserker in this health bar and you can just one-shot her. But if she has buff removal on attack, I don't see that happening. You basically have to go gas mode. There's really no surviving her for a long time. Like there's just no way. Like she just does so much damage with crits and then the AoE and P. You gotta go. That should be doable with a budget setup, but I'll worry about that on the main account. We'll do something more in the middle for this one. What do I want to slot then though? What's something that's like in the middle? I don't want to slot something that's like too crazy, but I want to slot something that's good. And something like the gas department. Honestly, if Mordred had a hard survival skill, she'd be kind of okay. You could kind of make Mori work here, but Mori at neutral is fine, but it's not like the best. Percival's actually fine here. Hurt. I'm sure Hurt could do this just because he doesn't care about buff removal. Although you'd have to get to the end having used your normal guts and your Mystic Code. That'd be a little tricky actually. He'd be a great cleanup unit, right? If you put Herc in the back and then he gets there to the final health bar, I mean, then you're set, right? No problem. But I don't think he could do necessarily the whole thing. Sanson for anti-evil. Honestly, he probably could do it wouldn't be good damage, but it'd be okay. It'd be like respectable. But there's so many units better than him. Here, I'm not going with Sanson. I want to look at the rest of the team though. See what I want to do. Kentoki makes sense. Not necessarily in the front, but maybe on the front. Like Kentoki just makes sense. What does this account have for like gas? Let's see here. So you got things like, you know, Billy and Bedivere and all that for budget. You got Ushi. Ushi's okay here, especially if I do like a 1 to 3 star account setup for the main account, I could see Ushi making the cut here definitely. So this would actually be really good here, but I'm not doing that. But I don't even have her upgraded in P, but it wouldn't matter. She'd still be really good here. Artoria is so fitting for this. Oh my god, Artoria would be so fitting for this. Let's see. 100 Face is okay. 100 Face is alright. That's not really her kind of fight, though. When a boss can one-shot you, having a bunch of healing doesn't help. Waver would be really good here, but obviously I'm not using that. I imagine that we get our bonus damage on extra Vlad, so he's okay. I don't think we're getting Summer Morgan anytime soon, but down the line, definitely. Definitely down the line, they're going to do something like that. I'm just trying to decide how budget I want to go. Like, this account is just not capable of going super budget because it mostly levels golds, right? I don't level all the budget stuff. But, I don't want to... I think we'll start with Kentucky. I feel like that's pretty decent. The thing is, I have no idea what I want to summon from my main account. Could do Billy, it's kind of fun. Could do my coup, obviously, that might be a bit much. A VC Brawn is actually pretty good here because it's so easy to get him killed. And you'll get good value out of his third skill. I don't know if he's worth an entire slot, but a VC Brawn does make a pretty big degree of sense for this fight. Thumbnails a close-up of Morgan's face, yeah. Max level Billy, Whale, and alright. Hey, even... What is Billy on this account? 7, 10, 10. That's actually reasonable. That's the correct skill priority right there. Sanson cleanup, let's go. If you could get his NP off at the last second, you could actually get some okay damage out of it. Ku is honestly totally good here, though. He's got, for 1 to 3 star, he's got like such a good NP damage, and he's got enough self-survival to hang in a bit longer than most people. I wonder, he's not going to be amazing, but I wonder if I could make him work. He's a unit I really like on this account. That could be kind of fun. I'm just trying to think of like the best burst. You basically just got to have my best self-sufficient DPS. I'm going to throw like all of that at her and see if that works. Robin's okay. Dedavir's good. I should use so many of the servants up here, but I don't want to. I might try 100 Face, though. That seems decent. I have no idea what to summon for my main. I wish I could just not summon anything. I really wish you could just do that in this game. I hate having to summon stuff, because everything that's available is either useless or overpowered, right? And like, that's just... I don't want to deal with that. Let's look at our main, though. Anytime I'm finding like a medium difficulty or high difficulty fight, I always feel that way about support. It's like, it's either everything's way too good and I don't want to use it, like Merlin or Castoria or whatever, or it's just, you know, completely unapplicable to the situation, is in trash, right? Honestly, you could do a coup. You could do the first 2 health bars with like a bunch of coups, and then you just do something else to burst down at the end. And thank you for the 100 bits. Let's go with Percival. Let's see. I think he'll be useful, but he's not going to carry. I feel like... No, he's going to be pretty much useless, I feel like. Like, he's basically just George in this fight. Especially because mine's not even foed. Like, a taunt wall is good. I just feel like George is better, actually, because I think the defense up is going to be more meaningful. You know what? I'm just going to summon George. I don't want to summon something that's going to be like a super carry right now, and if I want to summon something stronger that's going to help more, I can. But I'm just going to summon fucking George for now. I don't even care. We'll just make Iron Wall George here. I mean, Avenger Ushi is always good at single target fights. That's like so universal. And she's got buff removal and all that, right? Like, just so much useful stuff. Most of her buffs looked unremovable, though, but... I just logged in, though. I guess because I didn't refresh, that's why. There we go. What I might do is Billy if I need to summon something that's kind of good, but because Billy's he's great even when Grailed, but he's no like Ash, right? He's no Hot Wheels, like not even close. I kind of want to put Kentucky in the back just because of the way the boss is at the end with the buff removal. Kind of depends if she does buff removal before or after damage. It's pretty relevant. This is like one of the only other boss fights though that I feel like is video worthy. It's like this and the dog Juna. Everything else is just like it's nothing. Like that Lancelot fight, you know, or Lolly Lot or Dragon, whatever the fuck. It's like on paper it looks good, but it's not. Like she just does so little damage that it's not a real fight at all. Like, they keep doing these fights like, oh, it's a fight, but it's not. Like, there's no way you could lose. Okay, I know this game well enough. This will not work. I have to summon, like, Billy or something. I need a little bit more gas than this. Like, there's no world where that works. And if I want George, I can use my own George. A lot of times when I don't want to deal with the support system, I just summon something that I know I would use anyway, and that I already have myself. Like I summon Hans when I would have just used my own Hans, but I don't think I would actually. I'm not sure I would actually use my own George there. I might, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Not a lot of niches in this fight that would be particularly useful with like command codes, but like debuff clear is not bad because you get like attack down and stuff. I wonder if Morgan targets saber faces. Because it did pretty much feel like I didn't really pay attention, but that would make sense and that would be funny, and it would make sense why she like lasered down Mordred and Artoria there. That would not shock me. They've done that before where they give bosses stuff like that. I could see them doing it. If you have a taunt though, that would override it. But that would be funny. I might have to test that later. Well, we might be able to test it if we use the caster Artoria that they put in the group. If she always attacks her, that'll confirm it that way. Okay. Yeah, I feel like Billy will be useful, but not even remotely OP, and like that's what I want. And I'll worry about being like, because when you're doing a 1 to 3 star, then you just bring the most efficient stuff that you can, right? But if I'm kind of using whatever the fuck rarity, it makes it really awkward. It makes me really hard to like make setups on my ult account that I like because my ult account's options are just so random. And the way to fix that would be playing that account more, but I've been focusing a lot on the 1 to 3 star account and all that. Oh my god, this fucking UI. What do we want here? He's not a servant, so not like we even have a crit set up, so it doesn't. I can't think of a lot I can give Billy that's going to be useful. Now, for the 1 to 3 star account, it's going to be bullshit because of the 3 star craft essences, but for like a normal 1 to 3 star setup, I don't think it'll be that bad. You literally bring like, you know, Ushi, Ku, all the top of the line stuff like that, and I think it'd be fine. But with 3 star craft essences, then it would not be fine. Okay, that's like good enough to be something. Okay. The thing I don't like about Kentucky and Castor Artoria is they have massive, like, diminishing returns on Kentucky's second skill. So actually, I kind of want to do like this instead. The same for Billy, though. I think I'll just charge Bedivere and, no, I'll charge Billy and not have Billy use his second skill, and then have Bedivere use his third skill. That's what I'll do. Okay. I'm worried if I do that a VC Braun would die at like a completely useless time. Now, if I wanted to be OP, you do that, but we're not going to use that. Man, this account doesn't have nearly as much starting NP as my main account does. I think some of it is because I haven't leveled them. Like, I swear this account has like the Christmas one and stuff, but I don't ever see it, so it's probably like level 15 or what. Yeah, there, it's level 15, that's why. I really don't have anything great for him, though. Jesus, that's bad. Let's crit damage up. Fuck, I guess we use the Christmas one. That is not what you would want on him, generally. I could give him this and then give her Painting Summer. But this isn't really a fight where I see us looping, really. But that makes more sense, I guess. I'm gonna try it without Atlas, but I think Atlas can be really good here. Yeah, I can't imagine Morgan understanding, let alone getting along with Billy, but what are you gonna do? She doesn't seem to really have a unique theme. This is just literally the same music I was playing on the map there. This is kind of just whatever. You know what? I'm turning the music off, turning on my own. Like that's so what. That's really disappointing. She should have gotten something really like. She should have had some big boy music, right? Like, you know, Zeus got and stuff. Like, it's Morgan, for God's sakes. If that's her theme sucks. Like, if that's her theme just sucks. Like, that just sounds like typical near the end of the story map theme, right? That's nothing. Like, the fucking the generic Grand Battle, like, Lostbelt theme is better than that. The generic Epic of Remnant Grand Battle music is better than that. The generic Grand Battle music is better than that. Like, that's so forgettable. That's super forgettable. Like, it's not like awful. It's not like, oh man, I'm listening to this sounds like, it's not like nails on a chalkboard or anything. But I'm sorry, there's no world if you heard that song with no context that you would even think that's Morgan's theme. It just sounds like any other kind of like near the end of the story music that they play in like every singularity. That it's nothing special about that. When you hear like Rongo Bongo's theme, that's really something. You hear Zeus's theme, that's really something. That was not really something. That's like I've heard so many songs in FGO like that. Yeah, I want to see if she just super targets Castor Artoria again. I want to see. Okay. We'll do this. Because man, you got like Ivan gets the Mozart, you know, Requiem and all that stuff. Like that, just way more standout stuff in the other ones. Like I literally couldn't even tell if that was a unique theme or if that was just some, you know, generic boss theme that they've used, you know, many times. Like I couldn't tell. Where every other Lostbelt King, I can tell in a second that it's like, oh, this is a completely unique theme. And same for Lion King and whatnot. What is the play here? Definitely double NP, then I guess Billy's art card. Bedivere gets a bigger overcharge bonus than most people for his damage. Yeah, we'll do that then. Like, I don't think really any of the FGO music is bad. Let me say that. There's almost no music in FGO that I'm like, oh, this sounds crappy, right? That's never a thing. It's just, you know, that doesn't sound special, right, to Morgan at all. I really think, I legitimately think she targets saber faces. I actually think that's a thing. I'm not sure. That's not enough sample size. We need to like check here, but it really seems that way to me. Like, what the hell? I need to line up then Caster Artoria's NP with the other NPs, because then you get the overcharge, and that'd actually be really good. I think I'm gonna do this. Let's give it a few turns here, and we can kind of, you know, see if it's true or not. I think she targets saber faces because after she killed Castoria earlier, she just lasered Mordred, right? Yeah, we'll turn the music back on just so we can, you know, hear it. But like, for God's sakes, it was playing like when it was playing during, because it was playing during the support section, right? Wait, what happened? I hurt its feelings. Chat, I hurt the music's feelings. It left. Morgan's theme has left the chat. It's literally not playing. I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. I guess we're using our music then. But yeah, like when it was playing during, you know, the you know, character selection screen and everything, I was like, yeah, I mean, this is just like a dime a dozen for, you know, in-game FGO music. Look what you did, toxic streamer, indeed. Please, if she quick charges, I'm so screwed right now. I wonder if I use Caster Artoria's NP just in case she quick charges. Okay, we'll do. Fuck, this is annoying. We'll do that. That way we get the 2-hit. Wait, did the music come back? Or was that just Castoria's music? No. So it played Castoria's music? What is going on? Dude, what is going on? It played Caster Artoria's music, and then it just went back to blank. So yeah, no, Morgan's theme has left the chat. So she did quick charge, but she's small-brained. Morgan just small-brained so hard. She quick charges her third action, so she can't use her NP because her turn's over. Wait, did she attack Bedivere? Because Bedivere doesn't have it anymore. Maybe we were just getting crazy bad luck that she attacked Caster Artoria a billion times in a row, because it looks like she attacked Bedivere. But someone was saying they think maybe it's like a Camelot related thing, because that's a new tag. They have a tag now for like Knights of the Round and shit like that. So she might be attacking anything that's, you know, Artoria face, Knight of the Round, that kind of thing, and so that would explain why she attacked Bedivere as well. Because she's never attacked Billy, and he does obvious. Guys, gonna blow your mind. Billy the Kid is not from Arthurian legend. Just let that sink in. Not a lot of people think that, on a common misconception, but he's actually a Wild West outlaw that actually existed too. Real life historical figure there. You lie. Now that's a spoiler, indeed. Okay, I guess we have to save Bedivere here. Do we though? No offense to Bedivere, but like, I'm not sure we actually need to do that. I'm not sure. Let's see. We need to break the old-fashioned way. Let's do... I want to get... If I'm going to keep Bedivere alive, I'd like to do that art chain then, but I also need to break this fucking health bar. Why don't the mods ban green? I know, right? 3k health. Sir Billy. He would hate that, dude. If you look at all this stuff with Billy, he's in other people's interludes more than his own, by the way. But yeah, he would hate that. Fuck! Got Castoria killed there. Let's see if she only attacks Bedivere. If so, then saving Bedivere earlier was definitely a mistake. Does Billy have a debuff? He doesn't. Quick Chain versus Brave Chain. The Brave Chain doesn't do a whole lot for us. Although Bedivere does want his NP. Guess we'll just make sure he gets it. Well, let's find out. If she attacks only Bedivere here, then I think that guy in my chat was right. There's probably something to do with anti-Camelot shenanigans. Alright, big crit time. Well, I mean, it was our first action, so it's hard to say, but it does kind of seem like it. That sucks, though. Bedivere could have done a lot of damage. Really? Okay, I gotta restart. We lost too much value right there. You gotta start spamming your survivability skills there, because they're not gonna live to get to the next NP. I like how a VC Brawn, that's why a VC Brawn with Poster Girl is good, by the way. It would guarantee that Billy and Bedivere both lived, and then that a VC Brawn would have given them the invulnerability to live for at least another turn still, right? Like, Poster Girl and a VC Brawn is just so strong. Yeah, you could do Outrage too, but in most fights, Outrage isn't enough. I tell you what, though, if Outrage is enough here, I wouldn't hate using it, because then it's more reasonable. I don't like using Poster Girl because it's just nothing can replace it other than Poster Girl. I'm not actually sure this account has Outrage though. I have no idea. Isn't it? It's a 4-star. Let's see. Because I want to say when Outrage was rated up. And besides, Outrage is limited too, so yeah, there's taunt CEs are just, most of the player base does not have them, and if they do have them, they certainly don't have Poster Girl. So as nice as they are, I generally don't like using them because it's just so inaccessible. Let's see if the music came back. You could buy Outrage during the event. Can you buy it anytime now, though? I know you could buy it during, like, the White Day shop, but can you just buy it whenever? Yes? Huh, I never realized that. I should do that for my own practice. Okay, well, that, you know, I should use Outrage then in videos, right? Because Outrage cannot enable the kind of stuff that Poster Girl can. It just can't. It fundamentally does not work like Poster Girl does. But it's still useful, right? It's absolutely not as useful as Poster Girl, but it is still useful. So I should start using that then. Because I try not to use even it sometimes, but yeah, I should just use it. Yep, Outrage is a 1-turn taunt, where Poster Girl is a 3-turn taunt, which is just so much better, right? There's so many things you can do. Because you could use, like, if you need to buy your team some time against a boss like this, that hits really hard, right? You can have them show up with Poster Girl, use, like, a self-evade or invulnerability skill, and then, you know, get another turn, where if you did that with Outrage, the taunt would wear off, and then you're not protecting the team anymore, right? So there's really no replacing Poster Girl with Outrage. But Outrage is still useful, regardless of the fact that it's no Poster Girl. A lot of people think it is, though. They're like, oh, it's still a taunt CE. It don't fucking matter. So I'm guessing she can attack Bedivere or Castor Artoria here. So generally when bosses have like trait stuff like this where they focus a certain thing, like Camelot related or Artoria face or whatever, they've had bosses like that in the past that do that. It is still overridden by taunt. Taunt will always, like, they have to attack the taunt. This is tricky though, because it's hard to know then where to put Artoria's. Okay, if I have to wait, okay, this really is tricky. If I'm gonna wait a while to break this health bar, I don't necessarily have to NP this second. And so you might want to NP with Castor Artoria, so Castor Artoria gets the overcharge. But if I NP now, you get to get refund on Billy and stuff, and that's good. So that's tricky. Especially because Billy got the command code, so I feel like it's better to not wait. That kind of sucks, but I think that is the way to go. Well, here's the thing about Poster Girl, and you can see this in like some of the videos of people that use Poster Girl and stuff. The 60% attack up from Poster Girl, it more than offsets the lack of its attack stat, but not by that much. You know, it doesn't make you do like insane damage. But the limit broken one, it does. It's noticeable, right? If you, because like you can do things where like units have big batteries, or the boss has a high hit count, and the unit with Poster Girl has survival skills, so they don't die really fast, and they get their NP for being attacked, like Fergus or something, right? And then when they do get their NP, it is noticeable when they have MLB. MLB Poster Girl, the attack up is relevant. It really is, and it is still relevant on a non-limit broken one. Just it's nothing phenomenal, right? You're not gonna be like, wow, that's some damage, right? It's just kind of a thing. Okay, I guess we do exactly what we did last time. Man, if Morgan could attack anybody, I just fucked up my music. Anyway, if Morgan could attack anyone, I would have given Billy the art up there just for more NP gain and also to protect him for a turn. Yeah, MLB Poster Girl, the damage up is very significant, and then just the non-MLB one, it's right? It's like, yeah, it's good, but it's not so good that it's gonna like make or break things. She definitely seems to favor attacking Castor Artoria. I wonder if it's because she's an Artoria face and she's Camelot related, so it's just higher. But it's clear that that's a thing. She has never attacked Billy when these two are on the field. Like, she's never done it. That's not a coincidence. Like, she's had enough actions per turn now for that to be, I'd say, pretty clear. So we want to get that damage in, but we also want NP gain. Get Castor Artoria to 200% would be great. And I could do Bedivere art, and then her Poster, then her art, with her art up, and she'd get a lot. But that's not good for damage. However, it'd be nice to get a second Bedivere NP as well. I think we focus more on NP gain and less on damage, but we still try to do some damage, so we do this. Because it's not like we were going to break that turn anyway. So I think she has two trait priorities. I really do. I think she's got one for Artoria face and then one for Camelot, like Knight of the Round or whatever. And that seems to be it's certainly something like that, because she blatantly is not attacking Billy. Can she get 200% here? It's gonna be close. Wait, I could have Billy go first to give her more NP gain. I think she'll get it. Yeah, she'll get it. She's got the art up even. She'll be totally fine. Oh yeah. She definitely targets, you know, Camelot-related stuff, but I want to know if she has like 2 things in the stack, because she does seem to attack Castor Artoria more than Bedivere, but we don't have enough sample size for that to be sure. It's gonna be really hard for Bedivere to get a second NP. It's not hard for Billy to get a second one, but it's definitely hard for, if she kills Bedivere this turn, that's so bad for me. I almost want to give him the evade. It's just, it's possible that he could live with me not doing that. One of the 2 is going to die this turn, though. Like, it's either Bedivere or Castor Artoria. One of them is definitely going to die. And she's going to get the crit buff stuff. If I give it to Bedivere, will he live to get his NP? Because that's the thing. If he doesn't, if I put resource into him surviving, and but he still like, just dies next turn and he doesn't NP, that's not worth it in the slightest. Because we can probably do the 18k here, and she'll get the crit buff. So then bitch is gonna die, right? She's gonna NP, ping off the shield, and then crit one of them. I guess I don't use the evade then. If we get lucky, great, and if not, we just deal with it. That does suck though. He put a lot of effort into trying to get his NP again. She probably does more damage than Billy because she's level 120. For some fucking reason. I don't know what my chat's talking about, but it sounds like that team, you know, that Team Fortress jokes with like Princess Trunks, right? That seems to be some people think about Bedivere. Feels bad. That sucked though. She killed them both. I knew she'd kill one, but that's bullshit that she killed them both. So I probably should have evaded them. That was really bad. I wish Billy didn't have that attack down. Oh, this last health bar is gonna be a problem. Just kill a VC Braun first. I'm gonna go buy Outrage. If you could, I didn't realize you could buy Outrage. Dude, you don't understand how many videos I've decided not to use Outrage. Because I'm like, you know, most people aren't gonna have a taunt CE, so I'll just not. But I could have just used it. It's like, in a fight like this where the burst damage is so high, you know, it's like the one turn taunt is good enough. Let's see. I feel like I'm missing a lot in my chat right now, but that's probably for the best. Only got one hit on that. Statistically, though, Billy should not, because he has one hit on that, and VC Braun has none, statistically, I don't need to use his evade. Like, very much so, I should not need to do that. So what it is if you didn't choose one before, you can choose them at any time now. Is that how it works? Also 25k feels bad. I mean, it's neutral. He's AoE at neutral. You're not really expecting it to be the best. Kentucky though. Well, like 100k, yeah, it's alright. I probably could have, well, I'm not sure we would have broke it. Fuck, can you just attack? Okay, I need to go buy Outrage. This is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? This is why I always say, it's like, it doesn't work unless you use a taunt CE. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, she didn't even touch him. Just didn't even touch, and they would have gotten it, so we lose because of that. We lose because of that. So much damage out the window there, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Also, we didn't land the art up. We're gonna lose. We have to take this a little bit more seriously, I think. Get an S in my H over here. Why couldn't you do that last turn? That would hit twice as many targets. And now it just wastes my evade! It's just not even good there! It's so... Fuck this game. Okay, I'm gonna go get Outrage. That's so dumb. Like, that literally just wastes my evade. Good lord, that's bad. I actually think I might need to not use Bedivere. Bedivere is not really good here because of her gimmick. I feel like I might already have Outrage though. That's the thing. Surely I just picked a free CE, and I can't imagine I wouldn't pick Outrage unless I was like I already have double Poster Girl. I don't have good enough eyesight to be able to tell which one this is. Well, hopefully that's the right one. You have to, yeah, there we go. And then I guess it opens up the shop. That's a pretty convoluted UI they have there. They could have made that better. That is really convoluted. That is so needlessly messed up there. Okay, so I did not realize this, but any player can get an Outrage at any time. And dude, people have asked me in the past, like I've already bought the Pearson Vulnerability, Rare Prism CE. I've already bought Melty Sweetheart. I've already bought Anniversary Blonde. And they're like, what else do I get? And I'm like, yeah, there's not that much else you need to really worry about. But I should be telling them to get Outrage. I've been lying to people. It's because I accidentally reset the playlist, is why it's all messed up now. You get Rare Prisms as a free-to-play all the time. They've been doing this for years now. Every time they do a rerun of like a welfare, you get like 5 Rare Prisms. And sometimes they give Rare Prisms out as an event reward now too. Like you get plenty. And even as a free-to-play, you're gonna get gold you can burn, so. By the way, for anyone new, Billy is obviously not like meta here. I'm just using him because it's not OP, and that's what I want. The one bad thing about Outrage here, though, is that VC Braun won't necessarily get his NP. He very easily will just die. I could evade him, though, just to buy the team a turn, and then he will get his NP. But it's only 25k, and it won't even be 25k if I use Outrage. Oh yeah, it's gonna be level 1. I don't know about 100 face. It sucks. Bedivere is so good here. It's just not. Just the trait is bad. The trait thing is bad. If I could cut that, it'd be really good. It's the only reason he's a problem. But it's nice because he buffs Billy, gets his NP right away. Q would be better, but I kind of want to not go like all my Grail units ever, but could do double Billy. Could do David. I don't know. I kind of want to put a taunt at the end. It's just really tricky because of her having buff removal. You need a lot of oomph at the end, and that's why I'm saving my attack up. I'm trying to save that for like the final health bar. This is going to be tricky on my 1 to 3 star account, I think. But we're not going to be here anytime soon, so we don't have to worry about it for a while. There's a troll here. What are we talking about? I feel like there's a troll here, and I literally haven't seen a single word that they've said because I have no idea what chat is talking about. If they're obviously just being disruptive, just time them out or ban them. I don't even know who they are, though. I didn't even see anything. Anyway, back to the boss fight here. I swear, Billy always gets an art card on the first hand for some reason. So the first turn is like, I don't really need the invulnerability because at least we have the defense up to get some value out of it. Man, units that have debuff removal resistance make great cleanup units for the final health bar here. It's a shame that there's not a single budget unit that has that, because that'd be a huge help. I don't have the Merlin one though, so I'm gonna do this. I want them to add a 3-star support that helps slow stars deal with buff removal, but you know, you can limit their total kit, so it's not like they're OP or anything. And then I want another 3-star support that's a quick support, or a 1 to 2 star, doesn't really matter. But and then one that's battery focused, right? That gives like maybe 40% or 50% battery, only a single unit though, and like no AoE battery, and then way less damage up and stuff compared to like the big boys. Huh? Well, now she's attacking Billy. She's literally never done that ever. So now I'm confused. Like, we had just turn after turn after turn. I wonder if it's just a probability thing, though. Because it happened so much that I don't think that was just chance. Because it happened so much. I don't know, no. Now I'm doubting everything. Our next hand is like double art card for Artoria. That's kind of annoying. I mean, she clearly targets those two more. I mean, clearly, that's... Out of so many fights here, she's only attacked Billy once ever. Like, it's clearly a thing. She's not quick charging, which is getting awkward. It's like, normally she's about to NP by now. I really wish that had broke. Yeah, I think she has a higher chance of attacking people that have like Knight of the Round or Artoria face or something. That's definitely what it seems like. Okay, she actually broke 3 of a kind bonus. Let's go. You really want a team that can babysit Caster Artoria because of that auto skill she gets. If you can keep her alive for a long time, your value is going to be nuts. It's just hard to do that with what we're working with. If she quick charges, we're pretty boned, but not a lot I can do about that. Shame I can't get rid of the attack down. Damn, she guarded. Not that it's really gonna matter, but although I tell you what, I might switch. I just thought about this. I might switch 100 face to the front. If 100 face NPs once or twice, that's so much crit down. If Morgan doesn't do the debuff clear, she won't crit, and that'll stop her from just deleting the entire team. Are you kidding me? Does anyone else see the value problem here? Does anyone else see the value problem here? There's a very obvious value shift compared to last time we did this. Yeah, Outrage doesn't matter at all because she's gonna do her AoE and P now. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? And it has diminishing returns because it'll take the... actually, it'll take this before he applies it, so it's not that bad, but... I could have just had a damage CE. I could have just had a damage CE and actually gotten his NP off, but now I can't get his NP off. Son of a bitch. I guess I have to... I did not want to use this on Kentucky like this, but I don't have a choice, so... This is not looking good. I don't know how this account's going to deal with that final health bar. I might have to bring a lot of my stronger stuff. I'm not using some of my stronger stuff right now, but I might have to just because I don't see how this account's going to deal with that final health bar at all. Because you're still doing neutral damage, and it's a pretty big health bar. You're completely out of gas, and she does buff removal on attack, and it'll still pretty much one-shot you. So I'm going to have to use stronger stuff, I think. I'm gonna have to like actually protect Castor Artoria or some shit. Yeah, we're not even close. We're not even remotely close. Oh, these don't last forever. Okay, so if you have a servant that can stall a bit, and you can time it, you can time out these buffs, and that makes the final health bar way easier. So you might, yeah, kind of I need to work in a little bit of living. I actually like that. Normally, buffs like this aren't timed, but that's interesting. I kind of like that. I think I know how I'll do that too. Yeah, it's unremovable, but it's time limited, so that's interesting. I think I know how I'll deal with that. Okay, so people gonna die. Billy gets his thing in 2 turns. The oof part is just the fact that we're not even like close to breaking this health bar, really. So 100 face is not really good here, so I'm gonna change that. I think we'll put in like mash, and that's where we'll get our little bit of stall. I'm glad I checked that, because that's pretty relevant. These debuffs, though, are awful. They really add up. Yeah, you basically have to keep Castor Artoria alive a little bit. Between that and, like, bring a unit 2 stall out those buffs, that's how you survive. And then you go burst again at the end. You don't really have to go gas, 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 as long as you deal with that crit buff until the very end. Then you have to go gas, gas, gas. Unless you're using units that have buff removal resistance, but most people don't have that. Okay, the crit buffs are gone. I wonder if Billy then can afford to wait to do his evade. I'll try, but that's kind of iffy. I doubt I need this crit buff, but I'll use it. You don't have great crit chances, but you never know. I don't think that this is going to be harder than Limbo and Gaijuna now. Limbo and Gaijuna was really rough for budget setups because Limbo was super awkward to deal with. And then you've got the, his buff removal and AoE and all that. Like, yeah, Gaijuna and Limbo is quite hard if you're not, cheesing it up, I would say. I think to automatically remove debuffs. It's not one of her actions per turn. The crit down's not that useful. Damn, that sucks. Billy could have lived there because he was the only one that has an evade, so we lose because of that. If they could both have their NPs, that'd be for that, and break the health bar, but we can't do either of those things, so. Her damage is so much lower now, though. What really sucked is we used 100 Faces evade, and she never even got attacked, so it was completely wasted. I want to pay attention to her buffs in the final health bar again, though. Because we're obviously lose, but I want to check if there was anything else. She gets her NP faster, and then she obviously has the buff removal, and then something else, but there's no way to tell what that is. Kind of annoying to have her get her NP faster, though, because then if the threat's not her doing massive damage, you know, but then the threat is the buff removal. But then if you have to deal with a bunch of NPs at the end, that's kind of annoying. Just 300k, Jesus. That's gonna be really hard without using stronger stuff. Dude, the music is looping so hard, and I've tried to like fix that, but I just can't. Like, fucking playlists are so broken right now. Okay, I might need to use something stronger than Billy. Like, he's gonna have a hard time here. I don't like buff removal on Head either, because it's so RNG, because you don't know who they're gonna attack and blah 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 blah. I've never liked that. I don't mind buff removal, but I don't like when they do it that way, when it's just applying every turn constantly, every attack. It's just kind of dumb. The only fight where I felt like it kind of worked was the Sitting Master fight. It kind of worked there. And then this is some music right here. I almost want to... Let me think. This setup right here is really good. I just need to think what I want the DPS to be. What's the... It seems to be something very hard hitting at neutral. Shiki actually would not be that bad here, honestly. Because, you know, she has quick charge, self-survival, upgraded NP, defense down, all that. Might save that for my main account, though, because my main account has her skill ranks up and all that anyway. What is her skill ranks on this account? I hate that Dex does that, dude. Yeah, they're okay, but, nothing to write home about. And insta-death! Yeah, that's the one! Alright, let's see. I don't really know what I want to use. Honestly, Ku is fine here. You could so do Ku, Mash, Castoria. Ku will never fucking die for so long, and he does really good damage at neutral for a low star. Looking at my ult account here, though, honestly, my ult account has really weird options for this. Honestly, this would be a really good one, but I'm not doing that. But, because it's all like low stars and then AoE. This is AoE, this is AoE, this is AoE, right? And Gil works for single target if they're a servant, but this isn't a servant, right? This is AoE, this is AoE, all of the big stuff on this account is all AoE, all of it. It has pretty limited single target options, really, outside of budget. Yeah, Masashi, if I was like trying to like just be efficient with this account, Masashi would be the pick. I'd go do her upgrade quest and then use Masashi, but I don't want to do that. Caesar definitely has really good neutral damage. The thing is, ultimately, pound for pound, if you're going for a long fight, Caesar's not very good because his NP gain is just awful. It's fine if you're using like double scatty or something like that and you get all that refund, but in a setup like this, it's just his NP does hit harder than any low star. It's just you'll NP a lot less. That's not worth it generally. Robin's okay, but you'd have to use poison and then NP that turn because the next turn it'll be removed. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, Luvia would be very good here, but Luvia's good all the time. But yeah, Luvia gets her anti-evil and she loops very easily, even in a team setting. Ku would be really good here, for sure. I don't want to use this account's 100 Ku though, because it just feels so inferior to my other account's Ku, because he's not 2k foed and all that. So like if I'm going to use coup, I'm going to use like my other coup. The whole reason I have a second 100 coup is because at some point I'm eventually going to max that one, and I'm going to show up double maxed out coup because it's just funny. Now, Summer You sucks here. There'd be no reason to do that. I could just summon something from my main account as the DPS, but then like I need to like what do I want to use? I don't want to. I'm trying to find like a nice middle ground. You know, I don't want to summon just some bullshit. You know, like Avenger Ushi, right? I don't want to do that. I could summon Ku, but I'd rather save that for my main account if I want to use them. You know, and I don't want to do the same thing all the time, like on both. So, Calamity Jane's fine, nothing phenomenal, but she's fine here. Because she does crit down, attack down, which only will last like a little bit, but you get the drain. The drain would be helpful. Lancelot's fine, no survival though, a bit rough. Ushi's really good if you have to use 3-star, because she can... Ricky Boy is actually not bad, especially a Grailed one, that'd be something. Obviously Kentoki. And Shiki, that one's a proper Shiki. Lancelot would be really fun. I don't know if he could work, but he'd be really fun. I've been wanting to use Lancelot more anyway. That would be really fun, I think. The problem is though, then she targets everything equally, but that's not necessarily bad. I kind of, let's just give him a chance. I'm not sure this is that good. But I really do like Lancelot, and that's a fun thing to do. And he does have consistent damage, and that's certainly good in this fight. This is the wrong slot. My support list is so fucked up right now. Yeah, we'll see if we can make this work. The only issue is it might be a little awkward on the turns where... Who the fuck had Black Grail if it wasn't on my all slot? But when your buffs wear off, it might be really shitty. That Shingon. I think Cairo needed that. Level 1 Shingon MLBK scope. Trying to get my support list back to something remotely normal here. Every time I change George to not level 1 George, I get DMs from a few usual suspects being like, put level 1 George back up, I need him. Because sometimes I forget to take it down. Wait. There it is. I can totally make Ku work here though. My Ku is so upgraded, I can totally make Ku work here. And he does have a really hard hitting NP for a 3-star. And even for like a 4-star, like he's, you know, it's got really high attack stat, and you max him out, it really shows an upgraded NP, got an attack up. Not like the best in the game or anything, but it's quite good. Okay, he's gonna want, I think, a little bit of healing. That's where this team is just gonna fall apart, is because Caster Artoria doesn't heal. Oh my god, I hate command codes so much. I love them gameplay-wise, gotta clarify that. Love command codes gameplay-wise, but they're just so... the UI is so bad. Like, you should be able to change them from the team screen like a CE, and you should be able to switch them from servant to servant like a CE. There is just no reason for them to be like this. Buff removal is almost always after damage when it's on auto attacks, and thank goodness, because at least you get one hit out of your evade or something. I feel like we'd rather have crit damage. I wish command codes were organized in like pillars and you could like drag and drop directly onto the cards. Like I've said this before, at the top of the screen, I don't have it set where you can see my mouse, I don't think, but at the top of the screen, at the very top, like above the UI, like up here where I'm clicking, that's what your cards should be up there. And you should be able to drag and drop the command codes directly into them. And then you should be able to sort, you know, these into pillars, you know, crit ones here, or offensive ones here, defensive ones here, you know, utility ones, you know, just in pillars so you can easily find them and just drag and drop them into the command codes. Like, that would be so much faster, and you have a touchscreen in this game, for God's sake, so it's so silly that it's not, you know, they don't take advantage of it. Yeah, Medea would be awful here. She doesn't do anything. I always click the wrong button on decks. I'm kind of fearful though, we're slowing down our startup damage here by a lot. They've got like Morgan on juice, so as they always do. They can't have Medea do anything cool. It's like it's against the contract. Like, when was the last time Medea did anything cool? Not Medea Lily, just regular Medea. When was the last time she did fucking anything cool? Like an All of Fate. Never mind F Go, just an All of Fate, right? Like, it's ridiculous. They really don't like Medea, I swear. It's because she's not popular enough. So, like, they don't want her to, like, make someone else look bad. That's generally the issue. I don't really know what to do in the very back. I don't have a good cleanup unit here. She won the Grail Grand Prix, that's true. It's not exactly the same thing, though. Like, we all know that. I think Mash might be too soon. You want Mash to, like, show up on that second health bar and then, like, taunt and stall out. Like, timing is gonna be so awkward here. I'll try it with her in the front first, but I feel like that's not right. But I think what you want to have happen is like break her first health bar, have her NP, let a DPS die from the AoE, replace it with Mash, and then have Mash stall out the like 3 turns. I mean, you could do that with like Kentucky in the front. Like, I could do that, but I don't know. I just don't see where I'm getting the gas at the end. That's the main problem. Not sure that's good enough. I love this song, dude. This is from Lords of Magic, such an old game, and it totally had a Arthurian Legend game mode, and this song played for those guys. The game had it was actually a pretty. They had a whole game mode dedicated to like retelling the tales of Arthur, and it had like some voice acting and stuff, and it used like the original combat system and everything, but in that context. And it's pretty good. They actually go over a lot of the major events. You know, it's a bit briefer. But you know, it's got the stuff with Vortigern and the quest for the Grail and all this stuff. And they have, only Galahad can get the Grail and blah 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 blah. It's pretty cool. It's a fun game. Yeah, I played it on stream one time, but that game worked so badly with OBS. It was like so hard to get it to show up on stream properly. I might try again in the future. I think I know how to get it to work now. But yeah, that game's got some technical issues because it's really old. Maybe, Zaw, maybe. How pure of heart are you? This is a... Why do I never get good opening hands with Lancelot? I swear, every time I go Lancelot, it's just like, fuck you. Let's see. I guess you do this right off the bat. We're gonna go slower too, so I think I do this off the bat. I hate to wait a turn of the crit buff, but I think it's right. I don't know, I have no... I don't know, maybe I should give Mash 20-30 or something like that. I mean, Saber Alter has nothing in common with Morgan, really. Okay, Lancelot with the damage though, Jesus. What's the play here? I love Saber Lancelot's animations, especially his just like his melee stuff, like with his normal cards. It's really good. 3K, but my damage cut. Damn it! No! Chat, no! Look at this, 3K, and now, on the last turn, now Lancelot gets a bunch of normal card damage. And it's just gonna go right into the void. And I could have done his first skill for more crit stars if I needed them. Why wasn't that last turn? Why can't we swap these hands around, right? If I had this hand on turn 2 and that other hand on turn 3, this would have been so much better. Fuck. Okay, well, that's really awkward. Let's taunt. We'll break. Man, I'm wasting so... That hurts. Like, that hurts my soul, dude. What the fuck? Only need 3K, though. Oh, my buffs! Dude, if I'd broken that turn sooner, I could have... I might need to reset, dude, because I could have NP'd again with the art up and the attack up and the crits. I could have done so much damage to this health bar just right now. But now I'm going to do significantly less. Morgan, can you, like... There you go. I was about to say, can you get your NP, please? Let's do... I'll do it this way. Look at this Camelot theme we got going on. Yeah, it's a fun boss so far. It's alright. It's a little annoying on this account just because this account... Whenever, like, this account always... I struggle, like, having fun with on stream because it can't do what my main account can because I don't really play this account and I don't level up all the budget stuff, right? So I can't go full budget, but I don't want to go full ham, and it's not even that good if I go full ham because it's, you know, it's a kind of just a weird account. So it's in this weird middle ground area. So it's that can be kind of annoying, but I mean the fight's fine. I don't mind it. So Lancelot can be really good with Caster Artoria, but we blew it. Like what would have been so good is if we had broken that health bar that one turn sooner, because then I would have NP'd again with the art up and all that, and we just would have done so much damage. That really would have been kind of nuts, but we missed it. What am I looking at? Say what the fuck? That's a photo bomb right there. Tiamat photo bombing, messing it all up. I might switch to Atlas because if I Atlas mash on this turn, because you'll pretty much have this turn every time, that would be so good. Like getting Mash's first skill here is so good, but without it, it's a little suspect. We'll see though. Tiamat makes a lot of NPs weird. Like, Tomoe Gozen's is something. What? Yeah, I need to change stuff a little bit. This setup I think will work, but I need to have broken that health bar. That was so bad that I didn't break that health bar, and I might change the way I'm using mash here. I'm not sure. Having a multi-turn taunt though on a unit that you can stack your survivability in one place is a good way to get through this gimmick. I actually like that gimmick. So often when they do gimmicks like that, it lasts forever and the rest of the fight's balanced around it. But she has like more health than you would expect of what they're doing, but then it doesn't last forever. Like, I actually think that's interesting. It allows you to, like, you could potentially use George with the Caneth CD, and then like maybe, you know, then you use Cancer Artoria's invulnerability, and then maybe the Mystic Code. There's your 3 turns, right? Or Percival, so on and so forth, right? That's neat, right? I actually like that. So yeah, I don't mind. Do I go Atlas or not? I think what I try to go for is a double NP on Mash. Let me not go. Let me not go Atlas yet, but I might go Atlas because of the debuffs. Like, the debuffs are lowering my damage by like the damage I'd gain from the attack up, and then also the cooldown reduction is just good. So Atlas might be better. Atlas is really good for boss fights like this. I just like default because I don't have any healing. Okay, this is a little weird. I would have preferred only 1 art card, but I guess you try to break then right off the bat if you have both your art cards. And then crit next turn. So we definitely cast this right here. I'm hoping she punches Mash in the face here, because then Mash will get her NP. A lot of people just tell me to call it something else when I've been calling it that for years. It's like, I'm not gonna do that. And it's no... Oh my god! At least it's on turn 1 though, not turn 2. But like... Damn, dude. I want Mash to like double NP right here. That'd be super helpful. I wonder if she doesn't need to do... Does she need to do invulnerability here? She'll have defense up, damage cut, and she is not being counterclassed because she's a shielder. So she might... It's so good if I don't use my invulnerability here, but I feel like I'm really pushing it if I don't. Okay. I mean, what if I don't need it though? This is why people save scum, by the way. I mean, she will crit us. She will crit us, right? But that's... She might be able to survive it because Mash takes half damage compared to everyone else, right? I'm gonna be a coward. I go greed so often, we're gonna be a coward here because she does so much damage. I feel like this is reasonable, I feel. If Mash still had her damage cut from the prior turn, I would probably have risked it. Also, if Mash had a defense CE, I would definitely have risked it then. If I'd given her like Kirei abs, right? That's a little bit of NP gain you got there, Mash. I like this team though. This is fun. I like this team a lot. Lancelot is just such a fun unit. I don't think I need to use Castor Artoria's NP. The only thing is, though, if I use it now, I get to get the 3 hit count. But I already did the crit stuff for Lancelot. This is and Lancelot will do so much damage with that crit. I think this is fine. I don't know. Okay, we got double Lord Camelot. That's a lot of defense. Look at her guarding the damage plus. That was okay damage, but I probably should have done Castor Artorias. He really does not like Castor Artoria there. Okay, there's the NP. This turn's gonna be a little wonky. So I was gonna make a Lancelot video for the lolly fight, but the lolly fight is so easy. I guess I'll make a video for it, but I don't know if it's gonna be that cool of a Lancelot video. But I want to make something with Lancelot. So I gotta figure out which fights are gonna be what in what video. I'm not sure. We'll see. I might just do Lancelot against the lolly, just because even though it's not that hard of a fight, it's thematic doing it that way. And then maybe we do 2 or something on this one. We'll see. One turn, man. Yeah, I think we're gonna want Atlas, because we gotta weather 2 turns. Yeah, that's not enough. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do that. We're not really needing the healing anyway. The way this fight works, it's not a thing. So yeah, I think we switch to Atlas. Besides, removing the debuffs is totally good. And Mash's first skill right there just evens like the curve out perfectly. Yeah, we're just gonna die now. Yep, okay. Breaking point there. Mash is fine though. Do I give a VC Braun the defense up? Probably not, because I feel like it's futile. I don't think a VC Braun is half as needed as he was before with this setup. If anything, he's kind of bad because of the buff removal. Mashu Smashu though. Still not enough. Actually, no, he might have been. No, okay, never mind. No. If she didn't crit, then sure, but if she crits, he's not living anyway. Oh my god, if only we had broken, because then Kentucky could just go. The horror. Her crit buff is gone though. I should give, when I go to make like a serious video, I'll probably give support units attack removal command codes, because she has an attack buff you can remove, and that with the crit multiplier and everything, that really adds up, so it's worth doing. I really like this setup though. There's a lot of neat synergy and whatnot. She removes all buffs. It's not just like one, it's all of them. So that makes the VC Braun a lot worse. With like, because he comes in so much later with this team. I think you save Lancelot. Sadly, that's not going to cancel the turn. No, I'll die before the buff removal. Because yeah, the AoE will kill her, and it's after damage, so the taunt won't be gone because she's dead, and that'll cancel her turn. I'm pretty sure that works. Damage now or NP gain. I get my battery next turn. Split the difference. This style of setup will work though. I need to refine it a bit, but this style of setup will definitely work for this fight. I like this boss. Honestly, it's just a shame that this is so far into the story. I like this boss, and I like Dog Juna. They're totally fine fights. I just don't understand why there's so few, and so many just like fights that could have been good that just aren't. Like why couldn't the Lolly Dragon have been a real fight, right? Like I mean it's almost a real fight, but I think we're probably going to lose still. We need to get a little bit more value in the middle there. And VC Braun just wasn't that good, unfortunately. The timing wasn't good. He could be good, it just depends on the timing. And then this is not right. Like in this context with where we're at right now, that should be like George or something like that. Or someone with buff removal. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe so, like Alexander, actually, because if you can charm her and buy yourself a turn, that's big. And then getting rid of all this would be pretty handy. And look how long they last. Yeah, I'm thinking Alex. Yeah, Ben K. There you go. And look at this music. I don't think we have enough damage here. Super close. If Bedivere was Alexander or something like that, I think we would have it, because we're so close. And Alexander buys you a whole turn. And then she probably won't one-turn you if you remove her buffs. Her damage is a lot lower, though. We don't got enough. There's no way. We don't have any of our buffs left, and she's at 49k at neutral. There's no way. We don't even have a crit chance. Well, we do, but it's atrocious. These buffs are disgusting, though. What the fuck? Yeah, you could CS for an NP and win, obviously. Super close, man. If a VC Braun had worked out better, that would have worked. Let's see. So what is really good value at the end there? Now that we kind of know how it's going to play out, you can pick your units a bit better. Like, a VC Braun's not bad. He's just not as good with the way the team is set up now. Like, he's still good, but he's not as good. So that means potentially I could switch him for something that would be better. But that's a hard call. I did not throw. There was no winning that turn. That buff of hers happens at the end of the turn. It's like an automatic thing. So Bedivere is good punch at the last second, but yeah, it's like timed buffs. Let me see. So Bedivere's good, but it could be better. And then VC Braun's good, but maybe could be better. And then definitely Atlas. I think Atlas is right. The only bad thing about Atlas is you'll break the first health bar slower. That's the only bad thing about it. But Atlas is certainly good here. I think it's worth it. Like, if a VC Braun's good or not is basically RNG on when someone dies. The problem is if you put in a DPS unit, like where VC Braun came in, we were about to break, and if he showed up there, you know, they wouldn't be able to do any damage necessarily. They'd have to be a unit that has survivability, like Billy or Shiki or something like that. That's not bad, though. It needs to be someone that can live and then do some damage. David's okay, Billy's okay, Shiki's okay. Obviously Masashi, but we're not using that. I might use this music in the video, by the way. That's actually really good. Like, that's really good. Like, this, you know, because Lion King and everything. We'll see. Oh, Shiki, her third skill's not leveled on this account. So she can't NP that easily. I think it's like 25% or something like that. I prefer not to use K-Scope in hard fights like this. It depends. It depends on how hard the fight is, really. Definitely won't use MLB K-Scope, but... Okay, so if I really wanted to try hard, I'd put command codes on to remove some of those buffs. I might at least do the attack removal buff, because that would definitely help. Which Mecha Liz has the best color scheme? Mach 2, definitely. I'm surprised. I feel like the majority of the player base really does prefer Mach 2 over Mach 1. I'm kind of surprised by that, to be honest. I'm normally at odds with the majority when it comes to those kinds of things. And Mecha Liz 1 is basically just Liz, and Liz is somewhat popular, right? So, but it does seem like Mach 2 is more popular. I basically like Mach 2 because she's not like Liz at all, right? Like, she's a pretty different character. I don't think, though, Mach 1 looks terrible. I think she'd look better if, like, the metal was, like, black instead of, like, a more typical metallic. But, like, a metallic black, I think, would actually look better for Mecha Liz 1. Wow, this account hasn't unlocked Mash's cards. You could also get rid of some of her crit buffs at the end there, but I'm kind of lazy. Yeah, at this point, the cards being locked doesn't even make sense. A lot of the Q command code UI stuff is just, it's all a mess. Like it's because it was designed to be one system and they changed it, but they didn't change the UI, and then they don't want people that stocked up on respec items from back in the day to feel like they were wasted. So like what they should have done was the respec items should have just been converted into QP or something. Like, jeez. That really was the problem, though. When they changed how command codes work, they didn't want people to feel bad that had stocked up on like 100 respec items. That was like the whole problem. Yeah, you could. What I would do is open up a shop that you could just go to, right? And from that shop, you can. And people that start an account after, you can have that shop not be there, so you don't have UI clutter. And once you use it up, the UI goes away. But you could turn them in for QP or mana prisms, you know, and you could do it whenever you wanted. And then whenever you turned in every single one of your respec items, then the UI disappears, so it's not picking up clutter in like the DaVinci shop. Like that just makes sense, right? Like that'd be really useful, I feel. Okay, so when Lancelot gets hands like this, I definitely think you just go blammo off the start, but we don't have that attack up anymore, so I almost... Okay, you know what? I'm not sure this is right, but I want to see. The problem is he got 3 cards. If he had gotten 2 cards, this would be a lot better, but his crit chances are a lot more random because he has 3. I want to do Buster NP, but I also don't want to whip that battery. But we need as much damage as possible. I should have given him crit then on that. Didn't break, but that's still impressive for not having the attack up. Okay. Mash not having our NP right now is pretty crappy. That hurts us a good bit. I almost wonder if you taunt with Mash there on turn 1. But then she'll always get her NP, and because Mash, it doesn't take Berserker damage, she won't get hurt much. And then use Atlas, and she can probably taunt again. Yeah, I think if we fail again, that's probably something will change. I feel like that's better. Mash you, smash you? I'm not sure that's the right play, but if she crits, it probably is. Not enough. I think I just played this one wrong. Yeah, I like how we never got value out of heal, but now we need to heal, but we don't have it now. Get rid of A attack buff. I mean, we know how to beat this. I think we got the idea. Only 70% there. I say only 70%, but imagine getting 70% off a single art card, and we didn't have like Castoria's buff or anything, right? That was just on our own. Barely got it there. Oh right, we would have gotten that there. Oh fuck, I messed up all my stuff there. That didn't work out because I wasted that thing on Lancelot. Then Lancelot sitting here at, you know, fucking 180. Like, yeah, that's helpful. Look at his overcharge, guys. Look out. This is kind of early, but I want that damage. This song, dude. I love Metal Arms. It's the game it's from. That's crazy though that so far there's only 2 boss fights that I actually think are worth a damn in this whole fucking story. Pretty disappointing. There might be more though. Probably should have removed debuffs right there though, just to get the dot. That probably would have been worth it. Castor Artoria is just not going to be able to live because she got so fucked up early. I definitely think we taunt with Mash at the start. I think that'll work. The timing will work out just fine. Well, oh, the music though. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't work out that well though because the NP gain we'd be using kind of poorly. I think we can face tank 1 turn here though. We got that fucking music though. Shame I'm not like a big Emiya fan, because man, you could have so much fun with this with editing. I don't like hate Emiya or anything, but you know, I don't really ever use them in videos. I get to use it though when he's a boss, which that's fun. Yeah, this would have been the turn to remove. This definitely would have been the turn to remove the debuffs, because yikes, we got a lot. I don't know, that doesn't. The timing on that is kind of bad now. Plot armor, max OST. I feel like Emiya doesn't have that much plot armor, it's Shiro that does. Emiya does though, there is no way around it. Emiya absolutely has plot armor on Unlimited Blade Works, dude. He has no master, he goes for more time than he's supposed to be able to survive with his independent action, and it says it's only if he doesn't exert himself, but he exerts himself like crazy, and then he takes an insane amount of battle damage from Gilgamesh, and then he's still alive. Like, that shit's just silly. And then he has enough mana to save Rin, and has enough mana to save Shiro from Gilgamesh at the end and everything, right? It gets a bit silly with Emiya there. Okay, well I can save Artoria here because she'll remove the dot. Can Lancelot break without the art buff? He'll have he has 1 attack down, 2 attack ups, he'll get 3 attack ups. 89k though. I mean, it's like right on the edge. I feel like he can, but if he can't, it's super bad. But if I can save the invulnerability, I should save the invulnerability. Although Mash is about to get hers. Decisions. 89k. I think he can. Because he's getting the other attack up. I feel like that's worth. Come on, Lancelot. Be a champion. Let's go. Strongest knight of the round, by the way. Although I still think it's... They say... It's weird. In one of the character material books, they literally say Lancelot is the strongest knight of the round. But then, like, right after that, they say he's tied with Gwaine. I'm like, what? Like, I don't know if the translation is just shit or what. It's really weird. Amazing how people can be such jackasses in chat. It's amazing. And we didn't break by 8k. That's low high roll easily. Well, that's not great. We probably should have just done the buff there. Let's see. Wasted the crit buff, but we need the stars for later. What's the order here? I think we... Mash might actually face tank this because she's not taking berserker damage, but it's not really worth doing that. Okay, I think we do this. Really don't want to use her. I wonder if I use regular invulnerability so I can save her battery. Let's not. Wait a minute, isn't Lancelot still got a lot of charges left though? I didn't necessarily have to do that. The only way I had to do that is if he got triple attacked and then got crit. However, that would literally run everything if that happened, so... But I don't know if that was worth it. Well, we needed the art up anyway though, and that's fine. Man, I can't decide what I want to do on my main account because my options in this fight are a lot better on my main. I want to do something like that's kind of lore fitting, but I also want to do something budget. So I got to figure out what I think is gonna be best. But I want to have be able to have good music and all that. So there's a lot of options. I can see so many things I could do for a video here. So this is actually a good boss fight, for God's sakes. Oh yeah, buff remove. I forgot about that. Oh, that was unfortunate. That could have been better. that could have been better. See, now if I could do Mash's thing, we could NP, and that would be really good. Let me think. So she removes she does it after damage. I need Lancelot to live like one more turn. I could give him the invulnerability, but like, you might live without it? He'll heal the 6k, but he's got the dot on him. I mean, if he just doesn't attack him, we're fine. I would hate to do the invulnerability though, and then she like doesn't attack him or just does a quick attack. Because he's got the damage cut is the thing. He's got the damage cut and the defense up, and she doesn't have her crazy crit stuff anymore. And Mash could even remove the boss's attack up. Oh, she has 2 attack ups. But if he dies right now, it's kind of the worst thing ever. But I think we're gonna lose. I don't even know why. We're actually doing way worse than last time. We're actually doing way worse than last time. Did we cut Kentucky? No, Kentucky's still back there. That's what it is. Huh. This is tough, man. This music's pretty fitting for Morgan, I would say. I'm gonna be greedy. I don't know why, but I'm gonna be greedy. I'm removing one of the attack buffs, so... I definitely want to play more Ninja Gaiden. Once we're done with Lostbelt 6 and I'm caught up on YouTube, we'll play more Ninja Gaiden and Punishing Great Raven and all that stuff. Ugh. Ugh. Why do I do this? Why do I do this? That's so dumb. Because look, he took 2 hits, right? And with her buff removal, that means if I had invulnerability, the first one would have done no damage and he would have survived the second one, because he could survive 1 hit, right? Fuck. I guess we use it sucks Smash's NP is just going to be removed, but we'll do it for the attack up. That means I should have waited to NP with Shiki. Because then Shiki, where you lose. This somehow did worse. This did way worse than the others. I don't know why. I'm not sure where the value went way off. Atlas didn't do very well. That's part of it. Like the timing just didn't work out, even though a lot of times it would work. But something was way worse here. I'm not sure what it was. I think it might have just been Castoria losing her entire health bar on turn 1. No, it's not due to VC Braun, because the VC Braun really didn't do that much. And like, because Castoria lived longer, which is weird because how bad turn 1 was, but the way we did like the setup and everything, with Mash giving the team more survival, it's more reasonable that Castoria made it that far. And Castoria did what a VC Braun did. Because the VC Braun's thing went away immediately. So it's not that. That's definitely not it. I think it's Castoria, because the way we played, we put, I think this is what it is. We put way more eggs in keeping Castoria alive, because that's why we use Atlas on Mash to keep Castoria alive. That's why. And because Castoria, she did live a long time with how bad the start went, but she still had that terrible start, so she didn't live as long as she should live with like what we were doing. Oh yeah, Betavir's still alive. Excuse me, I have forgotten most of this shit on my team, apparently. If only someone else was benefiting from the NP up. We might actually win now. I completely forgot that we just had more units on the team than I was thinking. That makes me kind of mad though. That means if we had gotten more value at the beginning, which we so easily could, we could have done a lot better here. I think we're still going to lose though. There's just no way. This team is not going to do 50k for many turns. And that's pretty much the last turn we could reasonably survive. She couldn't kill all 3 there, but there's no way we do 50k. There's just no way. The only way we live here is if somehow Kentucky lives, or one of them lives, and then they crit. That won't even work though. Like, that's not enough. We basically did no damage right there. Would you like to buff for once? No, of course not. And then you crit. Okay. Well, that was annoying. I honestly think we just got horrible luck at the start with Castoria almost getting one shot on turn 1. I think that was like the whole problem. Robin will be hard here because the debuffs only last 1 turn on her. So you have to poison and then immediately NP, then it won't be there for the next NP. You are right though, Robin would have been a really good pick to be in this story actually. I feel like though there's going to be a second part to this story, like it comes 6 months down the line or whatever. Candelancer would get 1 shot, so her buff doesn't work. Well, she wouldn't get 1 shot if you had enough, I guess, defense from like MASH or something, so you could do stuff with that. But that'd be kind of hard. I have so many units that'd be so much better here. I just don't want to use like all my army of 5 stars and shit. Like there's just, unless there's way more chapters left than I think, there's just no way we're dealing with like Aurora and all these other factions and stuff. It's just no way. I wonder if they're gonna do something crazy though, where like we think we fix it and we go off and do other stuff and then we have to come back, and that's like way later. And like, oh shit, we thought it was fine, but Aurora is now doing insanity or whatever. And like we haven't even figured out why. Like it's probably Rongo Bongo, right? But like we haven't even dealt with the whole issue of this place being able to sustain itself without a Lostbelt tree, right? I think the 4th though is just gonna be like a epilogue, and then it's like, and now wait 6 months for the actual stuff. Okay, what do you do when Lancelot only has 1 card? You can guarantee a crit. I still think you do this stuff. I just don't know about Lancelot's skills. See, the reason I don't want to taunt is because it's so unlikely that Castoria gets wrecked this turn. Because MASH doesn't really take any damage this turn, and Lancelot can't because he has invulnerability. So it's like, it's just not very likely that Castoria is going to get Omega wrecked. I wonder if I could just give her invulnerability. I think it's back by the time I need it, but then I won't hit it with Atlas later. I want to try not doing taunt here, because I feel like that was just so unlucky last time. Want to crit next turn. Because if she attacks Lancelot, it's useless. If she buffs, it's useless. If she attacks MASH, it's useless. So she has to specifically attack Castoria, and then like twice, because the first one won't be that much damage because of the damage cut. That's super unlikely. Okay, so that wasn't that bad. Hey, Neo, thank you for the Twitch Prime, man. Forgot I had this thing. I do that all the time, dude. All the time. I'm horrible at that, too. I can absolutely break this health bar right now, but then I wouldn't mash NP, and I really want to mash NP. This is funky. But oh man, I could triple crit with an art card with art up and art NP gain. It's so good! But then Castoria is vulnerable because I'm not using Mash's NP. When has that ever been a problem for anyone? When has anyone ever gotten fucked up by a normal card? Wait a second, this is the turn that... I just threw. I just threw. I should have taunted. Yep, there, yeah, huh. If we had just taunted there, we'd have been fine. I keep forgetting that that's when she activates the buffs. I don't even know why. Yeah, we should just. That was a great time to taunt too, because Mash could like go around the wheel. Fuck. To be fair though, that was a little awkward because if you kind of taunt with Mash, you want to use Mash's NP. If you use Mash's NP there, then you're not necessarily going to break. Although you might because you get the attack up, so it'd be weird. That actually wasn't that good of luck though, to be honest. Like the way, that's why Lancelot's so good. It's really easy for turns like that to happen because you can pick when you crit or when you NP. So also, if you get the cards with the NP, you just get a Brave Chain there. So like Lancelot is just so easy to get good damage out of. This is the one thing I wouldn't want to see because I want an art card because of art up, like because he gives himself an art up and Castoria gives you an art up. So this is like the one hand I'm not so happy with, but generally speaking, it's really easy to get value. I kind of want to Star Bomb then. If Morgan could attack Lancelot, that would just be so swell. Like, that would be so good for me. I've got to change these command codes around. Having that on Buster is so bad whenever I get it with the NP. Although it's only bad when you get it with the NP, though. By the way, even though Lancelot's like good enough, you can make him work here clearly. Sitting Master is so superior, like with the way Sitting Master is now. Like they buff Sitting Master so much. Like 5-turn cooldown on evade and stuff. It's like, come on. Also, can you not murder Castoria, please? And could you give Master NP for fuck's sakes? Okay, we will definitely break here. Let's see. Castoria will cast her thing, I think. So we do... I need to do one of Mash's art cards, though. Fuck, that messes this up, like, entirely. Well, I do 50k with the Buster that's got the Ishtar command code. It'd be kind of close, but I don't think it's enough. Fuck, I really need Mash's, thing. We might have to use Mash's, Let's see, this is really awkward here. Oh, hi, Ari. Like, Lancelot has no problems breaking. The problem is, I could just not mash NP, but that doesn't, then there's no point in trying for the loop, so. There's like, I don't think there's any way to mash NP, break, and use Mash's art card. If Mash had a crit chance, maybe, but she doesn't. See, Lancelot has the attack up and the art up. But we'd be doing a Buster card. Got the 25% crit bonus, but it's at neutral. What do you mean, hi, Ari? What do you mean, what do I mean? I mean, hi! You're blowing my oh, excuse me. I mean, I'm high? Terms of service? That wasn't my best recovery. See, the nightmare is if I don't okay, we gotta just do what we know works. Fuck, though, this sucks. And we made the right call there, though. That's definitely what we needed to do. It's just we're not gonna get the second NP. So, covering my ass aside, legitimately, I have never taken any kind of like recreational drug ever, and I have no interest in doing so. I don't like. I don't want anything to mess with my mental state if I can help it. So I'm not into drinking or any of that stuff. Like, never drink alcohol. And, you know, it's not trying to get on like a soapbox and like, oh, how dare you do those things. It's just not for me, right? It's I don't want to do that stuff. Oh, this sucks. Castor Toria's got like no one to overcharge her. Got one turn on Mash's skill here. Not getting that double NP is a big oof. Morgan doesn't have any of her attack buffs right now, though, so there's that. I don't think there's any reason to go for 200% on Castor Toria. It's not that bad. Shame Lancelot couldn't NP right there. That'd have been huge. Things were a little smooth there. Thankfully, Mash just does not take that much damage here. God, the fucking crits. We're gonna get 3 hit invulnerability here because we're gonna hit 200%. That's actually good though than what we did last turn. That's fine. Crap, there was something I needed to ask you, Ari. What was it? It's something to do with... It was either Lostbelt 6 or like a new unit or something. Fuck. I don't know, maybe it'll come to me later, but I've lost it. I hate when that happens though, when you it's like you almost remember something, if that makes any sense, but you're definitely not remembering it right. It's the tip of your tongue, you know, that kind of thing. It sucks. That's kind of funny seeing how their NPs are like so mirrored, but I guess you're not using that form of cast storage, or are we? I'm literally not paying attention to her. No. Her other, that's right. Her other one's got like the blades hanging out. That's her stage 3. This is stage 2. So yeah, we don't. I literally have not been paying attention to Castor Toria's NP animations, but yeah, we don't have her like mirrored version of Morgan's there, or the reverse of that. Oh, this turn is super bad. We are crazy vulnerable right now. What the hell went wrong here? I think it's just Mash. It's just because Mash didn't double NP. That's what's gone wrong here. So this isn't. I could have. That's not RNG. I could have played this better. What I should have done was not taunted on the turn that I taunted, and not broken that turn, and just waited a turn longer. That's what I should have done. And also, Mash is just getting destroyed by the way the decks have been shuffling, so she just cannot get her NP again. Boy, it's weird that I'm doing that, but we gotta have something like to help with the survivability gap that we have with Mash not double NPing. I think this is just a loss because I messed up. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, the only way you're getting through those, like, it's like 4 turns, I think, is you've gotta double Mash NP. I don't necessarily have to give up yet, but this is pretty bad now. Only 1 turn left of those buffs, though. How is Mash getting so fucked over with NP gain, though? Like, holy crap, man. Getting destroyed here. Like how I've gone so many turns and I've never been able to give any NP to Mash. Okay, a little bit of damage there. Mash dies this turn. Trying to get Shiki's NP without using her third skill, but like I really need a double. Do I need a double Lancelot? Because it's not gonna be enough to break, and I think it'll be within 1 NP range either way. $1K heal versus the crit damage. I think I'll do the crit damage because although I think my next TNP can break, I don't want to be being too risky here. Yeah, I don't think this one's a win. It's just we've got to do that double mash NP because if things go better, Castoria can live so much longer. That really sucks with mash dying like that, though. Okay, we really need. Okay, we'll break here. Of course, we'll break here. We have our crit buff. We're about to lose it, but I mean, Shiki makes complete sense here. I don't even know why you would think she wouldn't make sense here. She's a very self-reliant unit where you need burst damage. All classes are equal here. Like, why would I not use Shiki? Like, what do you think I'm gonna do? You know, bring like fucking Super Orion, right? Like, of course I'm like, what else would this account use? This is not my main. Like, sure, if it was my main, I'd have a billion other options, but. Oh, let's see. This account technically has Canis, but she's not leveled. I'd just like to say. Yeah, I know the evade didn't really work out there. I'm trying to think which one I want to save. I think we save Shiki. His Lancelot skills aren't even close to coming back. Although he's got art stuff, but I'm double NPing. He can heal for 1,000. Shiki can do her third skill, but I doubt that's gonna be enough. I think I save Lancelot then. This is nice though. Shiki will give the defense down to Kentoki, and the overcharge will give him more quick up. Man, Kentoki, that's impressive. We're just being neutral, and you don't get like scatty buffing him or anything, right? Like that's not bad. We need Morgan to be really stupid here. Like we need her to like buff and do a quick attack. Really wish we didn't have that defense down. And then she crits. Okay, that's great. Just instantly crit. And now she just has way too many buffs. We're always so fucking close. The thing is, the whole problem is because we just keep fucking up, keeping Castro Tori alive. And like that time, it would have been fine if we had just, you know, gotten Nash's second NP, I think. Because if she just buys you a little bit of extra time, you're good. If I'd given Bedivere command codes to remove the crit buffs and stuff, this would be really good, but Obviously, if this was Herc, we would win right now, I'd just like to say. We would have won a long time ago if we were using Herc. She has so many buffs! I think it's just her regular skill buff, guts though, so it's not that big of a deal. But I almost want to put Alexander in the back, because you get a free turn because of the charm. The problem is this account's Alexander doesn't have his charm at rank 10, so it's not guaranteed to land. But that's just there's so many buffs at the end. I hate the support system in this game. It's impossible to remove CE buffs. And before someone says Wadim does not remove your buffs. He deactivates them, which is like a unique mechanic, and they don't really ever do that outside of that. Like, what the fuck? Okay, screen a little small here. Bedivere is like, he's good if he just happens to show up at the right time, but he can also be kind of useless. I think this setup will absolutely win, though, if you just, like, for fuck's sakes, like, do smoothly with mash. I'm pretty sure then you're good to go. Ari, do you ever see people like that just for some reason don't seem to understand like how good Shiki is? I see that a lot. It's like they forget like how much she has. She's free NP5 and a 4-star, and then she has an upgraded NP on like every other welfare. That's huge. She's a massive defense down. She has a large ass art up. She has an evade skill, and she has a battery skill. Like, if I would say for a lot of normal, like, free-to-play accounts, if all classes are equal, she's one of the best fucking options out there for a lot of accounts. Like, it's free NP5, also upgraded NP. Like, that's huge. And then art up, and then battery, and then evade, and defense down. It's like, and armor ignore, and pierce invulnerability, right? A lot of boss fights, it's all their gimmicks, for God's sakes, right? Like, it's like using Shiki here is so normal, right? It's like, unless you're like some Leviathan or, you know, whale where you got, you know, every option ever, right? But like, if your options are limited, she's a fucking great pick here. And I don't have her. Feels bad. Feels so bad. They need to do a main interlude for that. I wish we only gotten 2 cards instead of 3, because it just makes our stars kind of wonky. But I think we still go for it. I think she will get a main interlude someday. I could see that happening. They're just so slow with main interludes. Probably because they don't have enough staff. If she could like attack Lancelot this turn, that would be absolutely phenomenal. I almost want to give Nash the second skill. We'll wait for now. I joined the game right after the K&K rerun. That's so brutal, man. I don't just mean now, though. I just mean in general. I see people really underestimate Shiki all of the time. Like, they act like she's like some old unit that just can't keep up with the new kids at all. And like, a lot of the stuff that she's compared to, she's just better than. Like, I just don't get it. Like, she's really good, man. Okay. Can Mashu smash you for 27k? Why can't Lancelot have a card here? And like a Buster card. Oh man, if I know I can crit, I can do something great here. I can Buster card Artoria, NP, guarantee crit, mash, right? Taunt thing, all that, and I'll get a loop and everything, right? Super good. 27k though on mash, and we're only attacking twice. We're not attacking 3 times because I do the NP. Yeah, I agree. She's better than most of the new 4-stars. I absolutely agree with that, because most new 4-stars don't have upgraded NPs and that kind of thing. And of course, there's some new 4-stars from time to time that are disgusting, like, sure. I absolutely do not see Mash doing 27k. And if I don't see Mash doing 27k, do I NP then? This music is so good, man. The thing is, if I do a triple attack and I don't NP, we probably will break. That's so awkward. This is such an awkward turn. This is we had an awkward turn like this last time. It's why we lost. This turn right. We've had like this turn in a lot of different scenarios, and that's why we lose. Is we make the wrong call here. The reason why I want to like do it is because I don't want to like not go for the double NP. Because like I might not get an art card later, right? Like we know we got an art card right now. Oh, this is so fucking awkward. I could guarantee it if Lancelot NP'd. I could obviously do that, and I just don't want to waste his NP on 27k, right? But I absolutely could break if I did Lancelot's NP. Let's see, Lancelot had... I think he had Quick Art. So he has Buster in the next hand. It's either that or he has Buster Quick. So he can crit next turn. The sooner I... Because the thing is, if you delay, Castoria's buffs wear off, and that's not ideal. Oh, if only Lancelot had gotten any of his cards. If Lancelot had gotten 1 card in his hand, we would guarantee break. He has so much Star Absorb, he would always crit, and he'll do 27k. Like, if we just had a Lancelot card here, we'd be totally fine. He had AA, and I don't remember the 3rd card. And I don't need backseating, thank you. We really need to break here. Like, honestly, it's like you just need a fucking Lancelot card on this turn because you need to be able to break, you need to be able to NP, and you want to have some kind of refund. Because stalling here sucks, because your buffs wear off, Castoria's going to whiff her thing, and you also waste the guaranteed Lancelot damage on the next turn. Like, it's super bad to stall here. I feel like every play I make here is bad. I don't think there's a good play here. See, Mash does have the attack up, though. 27k is... I think she'll do, like... We get close, but I don't think she's gonna do it. And the thing is, if I taunt and everything and we didn't break, it's completely wasted. Let me think. So if I use Lancelot's NP to do 27k, that at least removes the RNG, but then we just do so much less damage on the next health bar. Then the crits don't go to waste. You'd be trading the NP for the crits. Also, this is why people save scum, because you can pick the best option. You see if you can break with the Buster art crit, and if that doesn't work, then you go for your next option. That's the whole reason people do it. That's also why I don't do it, because it's like, that's not natural. Could do the extra attack, but then we lose the Buster card. And Buster card gives you 50% damage. That's pretty much the extra attack. Well, it depends. If I had matched his other art card, I would definitely do that, because then you get the 3 of a kind bonus, and you get it easy. Although we do have the attack up, right? Got this awesome music. Oh, we being ballsy. Does Mash need the invulnerability if she's gonna have her NP and the defense up? And she's the one. Probably. I don't think this is going to work. If it doesn't work, I think I just reset. Just bad call. If we crit with the quick card, then we're totally fine, but Mash, how strong is ye? Too bad she doesn't give herself the attack buff, by the way. Nope. Nope. And that's it. That's GG. Okay. That's so annoying, dude. That's so fucking annoying. By the way, if I bothered to give Mash like damage command codes, that's a way to do that part. Yeah, we've had like that exact fucked up turn like every time we've done this, and it's never worked. Honestly, it's like if you could pick timelines, right, and you had to keep doing the run, you wouldn't go with that one. You probably would just Lancelot NP. That's still really bad. Like, it's still really bad to Lancelot NP, but it's not as bad as that. Some people 2K foe mash. Some people do that. Oh, this is not a good opening hand. This is terrible because it lowers Mash's odds and then we have no damage. This is, I'm just reset. Fuck that. That is terrible. Like, it's not even the end of the world if you don't get Lancelot cards. You just don't want to get all the art cards of the other units. Like, fuck that. That is yikes. It is good though that I might change Mash's CE now that I think about it, because her first NP is not actually that important, so the overcharge isn't that helpful. So I might change that. What's Genshin doing? I've been really out of the loop for Genshin for a while. Well, it's not the ideal cards, and we lose all of our art cards and everyone else, but it's still decent. And it's good that Lancelot only got 2 cards, because you're only going to use 2 anyway, so there's no point in getting 3 here, and it just lowers your crit chance. God, his Star Absorb is ridiculous. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Japan Zone very soon? 2 days? Fuck, I didn't realize it was that soon. Man, I got a big doctor's appointment soon, too. In, I guess 3 days. Just crit forehead. That art card doesn't crit, I'm gonna cry, because we really need that. And by the way, it'd be 100% if Mash didn't take 1 star. Like, Mash took 1 star, and that's the 10% there. $62K, but we actually have Lancelot cards. That shouldn't actually be a problem then. So even though the Buster card won't get Mash's buff, it's still worth it because the Buster card first card bonus is 50% attack essentially. So that's better than hers by quite a lot. Wait, fuck! That's right. Mash has to use a card though. We're not. Oh my god, that sucks. Fuck, I guess you have to get, I will give Mash, I guess, the battery, but I don't think that's enough. Like, her quick card would be fine. I don't need her art card, really. But she has to use something. And the problem is you don't have enough actions because the NP takes 1. I could just not NP there, but that's not worth it, because then you're not going to double buff that way either. fuck. If she crit, maybe they do enough? I don't think so, though. He's got the crit buff and the attack buff, and that's it. Oh, fuck. Because, you know, Mash only has the Uber NP gain for 1 turn. So it doesn't matter if I get an art card next turn or the turn after, it's kind of too late for it to matter there. You know, doesn't I don't use Castoratoria much. Doesn't her NP gain buff last 3 turns? I guess I should have given that to Mash then, just because when she gets attacked, that would probably... Because Morgan's hit count's pretty high. I don't know, it's a tough call. It wouldn't get you to 100% or anything, but I'm wondering if it would give more gain than the base rate that it gives. Probably about the same. I could remove the defense down on Castor Artoria. I don't know how big it is. I suspect it's 20%. In 1 turn we get Mash's first skill, which kind of evens out. We can remove the attack buff on the boss too. I got that 100% crit, but I gotta do this, I think. That's unfortunate, because we had double attack buff, crit buff, 100% crit chance. I think Ishtar command code, that'd have been massive damage. Getting rid of her attack buff is pretty handy there. Of course, she just instantly attacks Castoria and crits. And again. God damn it, man. Okay, I don't think we do Mash's first skill yet. I should have removed, I think, the defense down. I think removing the defense down would have been worth it with how much she got attacked. That would have been a pretty sizable extra amount of health. I love this song, man. It's so good. She'll get the overcharge. Alright, we'll do this. Get me my Robotnik's, like, drill tank from Sonic 2 to run over Morgan, that'll do it. Dude's got the power of driving back and forth across the screen, man. By the way, that was like the first like typical video game boss fight I ever saw as like a kid. Cause I had played like some PC games before Sonic 2, like Mech Warrior, but that doesn't like have traditional boss fights like a typical video game, right? The first typical boss fight I ever saw off memory was Sonic 2, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and this stupid drill tank that just drives back and forth. Your next level strats right there. I actually kind of wonder if we do Atlas on Lancelot because it just excels our damage so much. Like, our damage would skyrocket. Guess Artoria is just gonna die too soon. Like, this is not any better than any of the other runs. It's exactly the same because we keep fucking it up. Should have cast this so long ago. I'll remember that in future though. If I'm thinking I'm pushing it, just remove the fucking defense down. It's totally worth it. Now, I don't know. I might start Atlasing Lancelot. That just accelerates your damage so much. Dude, her quick animation. Like, I'm a damage dealer. Ugh, that's not good. Why is Mash, like, so healthy right now? That's not what we want. She's the one that's not being counterclassed. Mash, please. my Japanese is not particularly good, but I think sometimes in her stage 1, she says, I won't lose when she does that, like, melee attack. It's like, she's like, I got this. Pretty brave for a caster. Now, what if she quick charges? Why did he do this? I kind of want a battery on Castoria because we need the damage. Like, we need the damage here. That song was, what was that? That's from Castle Crashers. What was it? I think it's the map theme? Yeah, I think that's the map theme. Oh, yeah, Airy. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's probably it then. All right. Speaking of Castle Crashers, painting theme. Okay, what's the play here? What if the fucking boss quick charges? That's such an issue here. I think. Do I triple NP to just overcharge? Oh god. I think I might though. I don't want to waste the star bomb though. Okay. Could I? Okay. I think I know what I do. We're gonna do the Buster and then the double NP, I think. And if the... Oh, fuck! She does buff removal! I keep forgetting that. I need a taunt. I need a fucking taunt on this turn. I keep forgetting when we break, we have to set up for the break. That was... Whew, that was not right. I was like, what health bar are we on? I literally had that thought as I was letting this turn play out because I clicked my actions. I was like, wait, what health bar are we on? And I was like, wait a minute. Fuck me, man. Oh, please quick charge. For the love of God, quick charge. Quick charge. Quick charge, you're not quick charging. Well, fuck all of those buffs. Star absorb, crit damage, attack up. Oh, fuck. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Mash has triple attack up, guys. Totally fine. Oh, God. That was so bad. Oh, that was so bad. That was so painful. Okay. I wonder if I need to slow down on that part then. I think I do this. It's just, doing this to Lancelot is almost pointless. Do I save it then for Kentucky? Do I just let Lancelot die? The thing is, if Lancelot dies to the NP, that means Morgan has less targets to attack with her other two actions. And like, I prefer her to attack Lancelot and kill Lancelot and spare Shiki. It's just... let me think. This is tricky. If I put it on Lancelot, it means Mash is very likely to live. But that's not... If Mash has used her second skill, I don't care if she's alive, really. Other than just being a meat bag for the other DPS. Let's see. What is Shiki's overcharge? I bet you it's insta-death up. Okay, Shiki's great and all. I was singing Shiki's praises and everything, but I will say, that's fucking useless. Yeah, it's more insta-death. Okay, so we'll definitely NP with her first, so she gives the big defense down to, Lancelot. Does she have an attack buff? She does. Removing the attack buff versus a 40% crit when Shiki has crit up and art up. I'll get rid of the attack buff just because that might save somebody like by the skin of their teeth. So just proc insta-death, dude. The odds of that are so bad. It's so bad. The cool thing is though, if it ever does proc, you want it on the final health bar. If it procs on the first or second health bar, of any boss, it won't kill them. It'll just break the health bar. Where if it's their final health bar, then they'll actually die. I don't know about that letting Lancelot die there. Because if it gets Shiki killed, that's pretty bad. Okay. Mash dies to the dot, which sucks, because then she won't grab any fire. If Kentucky lives, I should not NP. He will do more damage if I wait for Bedivere. That is fucked. I guess I invulnerability him. Because then he'd have to be attacked like 3 times to die, most likely. Unless she got Buster crit. Risky moves, indeed. I guess I'll take his quick up now, because there's not that many turns left. I might as well take what, you know, get a little bit of damage out of it. If Mash didn't die to the dot here, this would be way better, because Morgan would just have so many more targets to deal with. I could have taken the Brave Chain there, though. The extra attack is pretty good in the long run, so maybe that would have been better. I don't know. Actually would have made stars, too, so potential crits. Man, I tell you, Alex would be so handy here. That Guts might run everything. Could they give her more auto casts, by the way? Like, Jesus Christ. That should just be her skill Guts, though, so I don't think it's anything special. I think we're just gonna barely lose because, I don't think we're gonna do, like, quite enough damage here. In case she quick charges. Who does more normal card damage here? Kentucky's got the attack down. I should have done Kentucky's third skill. The heal won't really matter, and blocking an offensive debuff actually would have been helpful. I feel like what's going to happen is we're going to get her really low, but not enough to pop Guts, and then I have 1 turn, and then the Guts will just stop me. The only way I see this winning is if we killed her this turn. Or popped Guts this turn, but we're not going to. We're going to be 1 turn short, I think. This is a rare instance where Medea probably would have been better than Bedivere, but most of these attempts I don't think that would be the case. Yep, you gotta be fucking kidding me. So I did the invulnerability because I thought she might quick charge, which is totally possible, and we get NP'd. So we just lost because of Guts, and I can't target switch now because I don't have an NP. So, oh, that fucking sucks, dude. She probably comes back with like 3k health too, like just nothing. So if Bedivere had lived, we would have won because we could have target switched. 1,000 health, yeah, we could have won if Bedivere lived. I could have just like, you know, Buster then switched and then switched. Why would I command spell? Like, why would I do that? Like, if I wanted to beat this, you know, try hard mode. Like, I would have done that so long ago. You know, I could be summoning way stronger supports. I could be using my fucking 5 stars. Man, Bedivere is just not enough value. Like, he's almost good, but it's just, in total, he's not doing that much. Oh, you also can do that. By the way, you do that and then use your own DPS. That's actually like broken because you know she's level 100, and then this CE is actually really good for Mash. Like that's way better. I'm not gonna do that though, but that's way better. Like that's way fucking better because you know this account has plenty of DPS that can match Lancelot. Like Lancelot's nothing special really. You know that's actually right, Ari. You're actually probably right. That had a higher chance of working, right? Obviously, there's a lot of RNG with who she attacks, but actually, I don't hoard apples. It's just if you play the game the way I do, where you focus on drop to AP ratio and not time ratio, it's just naturally what happens. Dude, I checked today. My NA account has over 800 gold apples, for God's sakes. My NA account, which I barely play, and I don't even grab most of the apples that are available. But no, you're right, Ari. That would have been a win. Invulnerability Bedivere, I think, would have been a win. I'm not sure about Atlas, to be honest. It's iffy. Like, the extra attack up would really help at the end. It's like sometimes the cooldown reduction helps and sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of random with the way, like, the pacing. But the debuff clear is nice. Alright, I'm okay with the front row. Like, it's fine. I'm trying to think what could be better. I mean, there is Alex. Like, removing her buffs is definitely not bad. And if it's with Kentoki, you do give Kentoki more meaningful damage up. Although not really this Alexander because he's not leveled. There's Ushi. There is Medea because she removes the buffs and does some damage, but I mean, come on, let's be real. Medea's will do like 22k or something, right? Like it's not great. There's taunts to buy you some time. You can do George's Bond CE because even though the taunt will get dispelled, you'll get the invulnerability for the next hit, so it buys you like 2 hits. If VC Braun does some damage, buys you like maybe a turn. Fuma, but that's buff block, you would need that sooner. Like, Bedivere is just so close to being good, but he's fallen a little short. Let me just use that 3-star that is buff removal resistance, you know, and it'll be fine. I could do Jerker, but that's not really better than Bedivere because she doesn't team buff. Also, I think we have enough welfares on the team. Thank you. I feel like it's Alex or Bedivere. Hold on, real quick. No! Fuck this game! I hate how you have to always hit forward to go backwards, like the way teams work, but then sometimes you're on the other menu and it starts the goddamn stage. I was gonna level Bedivere's first skill. I was like, you know, if he does, it makes himself do more damage and his teammate do more damage, you know, that might actually make him a bit more worth it. I guess we'll just, you know, play it out, but yeah, I wanted to make some twinks here. Fuck. Great UI, by the way, 10 out of 10. Even though we only have 1 card, I think you still do this. But you really want an art card, because then you get that art up for the art card with the crit up. Like, that's a lot of good shit in one place. The ideal opening hand, I think, is either Art for Lancelot or Buster Art. I think that's the ideal hand. Probably Buster Art, I would think. And I think you don't want to get Pastoria Art cards. But I think we got most of them there, unfortunately. Do not care for MASH today. Okay. Fuck, Lancelot has like too many cards now, so his crit chance is messed up. I think what we do is we... fuck, this is gonna be awkward. Because MASH doesn't have an art card, we have to not go for the break. But we want to almost break. Oh, this is risky, because their crit chances are way lower, so they might not do, like, enough damage at all. But if I did the Buster, I figured I might do too much damage if the other art crit. And then also I wanted the NP gain. Okay. Absolutely need to break here. Nash should get her NP, so I feel like I don't need to give her the battery. And I think Castoria's skill goes off here. Problem is our first NP buff's gonna wear off now, though, because we cast it sooner. Or next turn. So that still doesn't cover Castoria quite as well as I would like. I almost want to not use Mash's NP here then, because we're gonna have... If I don't use Mash's NP, though, we only get 2 invulnerabilities. If I use it, we get 3, but then we're whiffing value. Oh boy, this is a tricky turn right here. Okay. So no matter, we're definitely doing Lancelot's NP and Castoria's NP. That's absolutely happening. So then it's either Mash's NP as well to get the 3 hits, or it's use Lancelot's art card. The thing is, most of Mash's NP will be wasted on this turn if I use it now. But then I don't have to, like, it doesn't take up space later. But Lancelot already has 3 of his cards. Fuck, why did that sucks? Lancelot has 3 of his cards here. That means he's gonna be dead in the water for the next 2 turns. I think we use it now because this part of the fight is so bursty. Besides, it's not bad giving the attack up to Lancelot. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the music. I don't know what it was. I know a lot of the songs I was just listening to were from Soul Worker, but I wasn't really paying attention to the order. That's not Soul. Rusty Hearts. Rusty Hearts. Not Soul Worker. I think it was like My Heart from Rusty Hearts, I think. So look up Rusty Hearts OST. Pretty sad thing with that game. It shut down, and the developer, before they shut it down, posted the whole OST so people could just have it for free, and they posted it themselves, and then they closed. So, kind of an oath. But yeah, it's a good soundtrack. A lot of Rusty Hearts music is really good. Rusty Hearts is kind of an unfortunate game. It's very similar to Soul Worker. It's got a more pulled back camera, like more isometrical almost. Or not isometrical, like you know, top down. Anyway. It's kind of like that, but it's a lot grindier, and the combat system is just not as good. But it had a really cool soundtrack. It had some cool characters, cool environments. But it was a much easier game, and it was just a lot grindier. So it was kind of like Soul Worker, but worse. But it had a great soundtrack and aesthetic and stuff like that. I actually think there's like a private server of it these days because like the company I think shut down and abandoned it entirely and all that, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's abandonware these days. Okay, we got debuffs. We got like 3 turns of her buffs left. Jesus, I think we gotta use this on Mash then. Yeah, you can still, I think, get the OST from them, and they posted it on YouTube even themselves. They did a lot of stuff before shutting that game down to be as nice to the community as they could. They were very passionate, I could tell. Their publisher sucked though. Oh my god, their publisher was so bad. They were like really money grubby and like in a short-term way, and it like really wrecked the game. But that's what happens a lot of the time. So I don't even remember who the publisher was. I just remember they were kind of a famous publisher that doesn't handle those kinds of games very well. Boy, this is gonna be tough. We have like 2 turns of survival, not 3. Somebody needs to get their NP then, which we do not have a good hand for. I don't know, it wasn't Nexon. I remember that one. Nexon's famous as fuck. Because I know it wasn't like the people doing Vandictus and everything, and they do Vandictus. Because it was out in like the same era. Man, that was so long ago now, and this is when I realized how old I am. Man, Castor Torre just got completely deleted like that. We had double damage cut, 1,000,000 defense buffs, and just like that, it's just totally fucked. And now I have no Lancelot cards, even though he's got the thing. I wonder if it's worth invulnerabilitying her, because so often our invulnerability doesn't do a lot, and if she lives 1 more turn, we get her skills. You know what? I'm gonna try it. We can remove one of her attack buffs. I wish I could have done that last turn. That would have been so much better if I could have done that last turn. Yeah, it was different depending on the region. I remember that. The people that did it, the publishers for NA were not like the same publisher overseas and stuff. I very much remember that, but I don't remember what was where. Honestly, that game would need some serious twinks though to be like good in my opinion, just because it was so grindy, and it had good bosses late game but not early game. But I really did like the aesthetic and like the music, and it had some really cool characters. Like there was some cool stuff there. But yeah, if you just copy pasted it and brought it back, it'd have some problems. So there's an old game that's apparently coming back kind of soon. It was a really ahead of its time game in like a lot of respects. But it shut down pretty quick, but I've heard the developer's been working on bringing it back for a while, and it's called Raiders. And there were some Raiders with a Z for some fucking reason. There was some stupid shit in that game, but there was basically it was like an open world game, multiplayer nonsense, but it had a real focus on action combat and like big boss fights and dungeons and stuff like that. And its early game was dull as fuck, but man, it had some really cool boss fights as that game went on, and it had a lot of fun ways to play with friends and stuff. But it was kind of wonky, I remember, and it just, the early game just didn't work out. I'm surprised though that I remember it shut down as early as it did, but I've heard not Raid Shadow Legends, I've heard the devs been actually like working on it behind closed doors to bring it back and make it better and stuff. So I'm curious about that. Because it had some fun boss fights, and it was a good game to play with friends. Because it's hard to find like 3D boss nasty games that are balanced in a way that are good in co-op. A lot of games like that, like Dark Souls or something, they're not balanced for co-op at all. So, oh, man, the buff removal gimmick here is so yikes. I don't think I will break this turn. And I certainly don't want to. Because what you want to do is you want to be able to break and have damage ready to go, which I have like never accomplished. I'm always out of gas when we break. But it's just, you're kind of stumbling around here, right? It's hard to line it all up. I tell you what though, for the video I probably will use the story support mash because it's like really legit, and she's gonna be so good here. She's gonna be super good here because it's gonna be so much easier to get her NP, and she has a little bit more health and that kind of thing. I don't know what I want the damage dealer to be because it can be like the fact that Lancelot's about working, and you know Lancelot's good, but oh fuck, we broke. Oh fuck. What the fuck? Lancelot! What? I guess he had a lot of attack ups. Shit. What I wanted is to almost break, but not. That's what I wanted. Because I was gonna like use his first skill and crits, and then try to get his. If she doesn't quit charge here, it's not too bad. I mean, it's bad, but okay. Fuck. Don't hit Lancelot. Don't hit Lancelot. Okay. Give me Lancelot cards. Just give me Lancelot cards. Oh, here we go. Oh shit, we got lucky, boys, and now we can like taunt and stuff. That was so lucky. That was so fucking lucky. Because he's still got all of his buffs, so he can actually do stuff here. I should have used his third skill last turn though. We don't have enough stars. That's actually not as good as I was thinking. Because he has 3 cards, his crits are really spread out. Alright, I could taunt with Mash and let her die, because that'll cancel the boss's turn. That's really good. That's really good. Do I save Castoria? I don't think so. Well, I can kind of save her for free, though. Or I can give the NP to Lancelot. Man, if only I had used Lancelot's third skill last turn, we'd have a nice extra chunk of stars, and we would triple crit here, and that would do really big damage. But, I mean, I guess theoretically that could still happen, but it's really random. Alright, I'm definitely taunting. There's no way I'm not doing that. The question is, do I save Castoria? It really depends on if this skill of hers is about to come back, and I lost count of it. I think it's every 3 turns? Or something? I think she does it on turn 4 for you. I think she's already done it. The thing is, if I save her, she's just an extra target for Morgan to deal with, and so it might waste one of her attacks. If I give it to Lancelot, I'm just giving him battery, and that's not worth it. So I think I might as well save her, even if it doesn't amount to much. I can remove Lancelot's attack down, because at this point we're in gas mode. It's only 1 turn though, but I think it's worth it, because this is where we got to do as much damage as possible. Well, I'll take a double crit. If I had bothered to use my third skill last turn, we would have triple crit there, but double crit's enough. Dude, if you can set up Lancelot, it's crazy how much damage he can do between his NP and his crits, man. Like, it's fucking awesome. It's just, the way this fight is, it's very wonky to set up what we just did. Like, it's very fucking wonky. I want to see, with story support mash, though, if that gives you enough repeat NPs out of mash to, like, smooth that out. So what's weird is, we're not just doing a little bit better than last time, we're doing, like, so much better. Because we still have Bedivere and Kentucky. This setup is, like, those early turns are so important. It's almost all about those early turns with Castoria and Mash. If I could figure out the absolute meta way to play that, that would make this setup so much more consistent. Can I have story replay, please? I want to do this fight in the future, for fuck's sakes, right? There is so much I want to test here, because what if we use Sitting Master? What if we use this? What if we use that? And, like, even more so on my main account, because I have so much more stuff than that. If they would just give a story replay for the 6th year anniversary, dude, I'd be really happy with that. Because I feel like I want to be, because we got good luck on that turn there, we very much did, but I want to see if I can set it up. If I play Castor, Artoria, and Mash better, can I get that kind of damage immediately like that without needing the RNG, right? And if I could find a way to do that, that would make that kind of setup so much better. Well, we've definitely won this because She's pretty much on death's door anyway. She's gonna take an action to Guts, I suspect, and if she doesn't, she just dies. And we still have 2 NPs that go off immediately. Wow, she didn't cast Guts. I mean, I guess it wouldn't matter. She would have died even if she did cast Guts, because we would just double NP. Yeah, it didn't. No matter what she did there, she was dead. Dude, we did so much better on this run just because of that crit turn. But that's why I'm thinking you just gotta be able to iron out Nash and Castoria there, and you could kind of set that up more reliably. This kind of feels bad though, because now our back row is like irrelevant. We could, I mean, this could be almost any units. It could be Billy, it could be Bob the Builder, it could be Paul, like, you know, it could be Rex's left hook. It doesn't matter. So like the back row is not optimized like at all for what we did with the front row there. So I just want to be able to fight this stage more. I might, if this is the last really good fight, I might hold on to this stage for a while, like cancel the app on my main account so I can mess around. All right, let's see the story though. Bold of you to assume Rex's left hook wouldn't kill her immediately. Oh, I know it would. That's why I was saying, right? Because you have other options that, like, you know, like a 70 Billy, that's not too strong. Or Rex's left hook, which would obliterate the boss clearly, right? It would kill her whole family. So I'm just demonstrating, you know, how, you know, it doesn't matter what side of the scale you're on, right? It doesn't matter. See, the problem is you wouldn't want to bring Rex's left hook here because you would kill Artoria and Mordred as well. And, you know, Rex wouldn't want that. Okay. Why is she fading? She's not a servant. Like, I'm quite sure she's not a servant. What? And there's no way Morgan just dies like that. That doesn't even make sense, because she's not a servant. Was that like a mirage? Even they seem confused. And there's no way she dies with no fanfare. That doesn't make any sense. There's no way Morgan's just dead like that. There's no way. Like, there's no fucking way Morgan's like, well, I'm out. Like, there's no fucking way. I already know about the regular human history stuff. I saw like that. I read up to that point, but that's not what that is. She did not. People keep saying that she did not Oberyn betrayal, or did he block a hit? She did not fuse with her regular history self. The regular history self just gave her memories, and then she faded away. I'm not sure if Oberyn just smacked us or if Oberyn just blocked a hit. What the fuck is going on? Are we being like bombarded? I wonder if this is Rongo Bongo or something. Although we wouldn't have been able to block it that easily. Okay. So she's not dead. So I'm guessing that was like an illusion. Or something. I don't know why I don't get the point of it though. Like, what's the significance of that? So I guess Oberyn got blasted and he's like outside of the city now. Got knocked out of. Okay, no, he's back. Okay. Okay, no, this is like a flashback. This is like what happened to when he got smacked. I'm guessing he got knocked out of the city or teleported away or something. Five AP, that means this is one of those, this must be one of those fights where it's a preview, or like that dog fight where you were supposed to lose, or, you know, whatever the fuck. None of these 5 AP stages have ever been, they're either a preview or you lose. That's what they always are. It's probably a preview. There's probably another big fight coming up then. Fuck, I should have turned the music on! all the sound effects and stuff are tied to that. Okay, we got like shit everywhere. I don't know what's glowing there. So is there like a riot going on? It seems like everyone's like rebelling against Morgan. That's kind of what it seemed like earlier. And like even Burgess and stuff seems to be rebelling. At least not helping. So there's like these glowing things throughout the city. There's a bunch of them. This doesn't seem to be going well for anybody. I feel like every faction is getting wrecked right now. Like, this isn't going good for anyone. Whatever happened to Gareth, man? They didn't, like... I'd be pissed if she just died there. Okay, well, we're fighting something. Let's see, what is it? Berserker. I think we're fighting Morgan again. This is probably like a preview fight, though, that doesn't matter. Like, it's clearly... It's 5 AP, so it's some shit like that. You might need to live a certain number of turns, so we'll just like... I'll just bring like Percival and like taunt bullshit here. There's no way this is a real fight, because they don't ever make real fights 5 AP. Oh, you get Bond though, so I'll bring Q here. I literally just clicked Atalante because I suspect it's not going to matter. Watch me be wrong and just regret everything. But if I regret everything, I'll just restart, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, we'll turn the music back on when we get in here. Morgan's been doing things with magic she shouldn't be doing. I have a feeling that explains what was going on earlier. I mean, to be fair, when Morgan is supposed to be on par with Merlin, but she's gonna be more like... Now see, this, like, what? Like, do they all have that thing? What the fuck? Yeah, I don't think they want you to win this one. I don't think they want you to win this one. I like the start of this song. I don't know if this is the same song as the previous one. Because the previous one got really generic later, but this sounds way better now. But like that other song, I was hearing it in like the character selection screen and it didn't change when in the fight. So is this the same song as the previous one? Because I didn't pay attention to the beginning of the song previously. Because this song's way better, at least at this part. But I don't know if it just kind of goes into what it was like doing before. Because that gets so repetitive later. It's just the beginning. Well, the beginning's good, but then it gets really forgettable after that. But the beginning is very good. There's no way you're supposed to beat this though. It's 5 AP. So, but I think all three of them have this, and you could go because it's AOE though. It kind of helps you because you get way more refund if you did like. Oh, and are they actually berserkers? Let me see. No, they're still not actually berserkers. I would say if they were actually berserkers, you could just shred them like so fast. If you brought a meta setup though, you could fuck this up, absolutely. So I don't know, maybe they do. Well, they probably want you to beat it in a second because this one's only 5 AP. But you could beat a fight like this. Like it's not that bad. I shouldn't have done the defense up. I wasn't really paying attention. It won't matter. That's kind of neat though, because I suspect you're gonna fight this again, and it'll be more for realsies later on, and it's kind of similar to what we just did, but now AOE is what's rewarded instead of single target. So that's kind of cool. I wonder though if the break gimmicks are different. I wonder how much we need to stall. It might just be like, it might be like God, I keep saying God Juna, Dog Juna. It might be like Dog Juna where you just need to die. I hate that that's a new gimmick for them though. I fucking hate that. Like, like, if you're gonna do that, just do, like, the time-limited thing, right? Like, it's so lame. Oh, we're getting impede. Okay. I think they just want you to die. I'm pretty sure. It's like, okay, I guess I'll die then. You could totally fuck them up, though. If you use a strong team, they don't seem to have any gimmicks that slow your damage down. And because you get the super Castoria and everything, you could survive some of their NPs. They don't have the buff removal. You could totally fuck them up. Like, you absolutely could. Might do that on my main account just for the lulz. I expect something nasty happens, though, if you do the first break bar. But, you can totally fuck these up. But there's no way they want you to, because it wouldn't be a 5 AP stage. I'm a little pissed if I die here, though I actually don't win, right? Because then they're just fucking with you, right? Because you had that... That would be kind of cool, though, where they like mind games. You know, earlier they were like, you know, making you condition you to think these 5 AP nodes are always like this, but then it's not, right? It's like, we're just fucking with you. Oh, that's a good point, sir. This fight happens after the other Morgan fight, so I'd have to give it up. That's a good point. That kind of sucks. They should have done this fight first then, really, because let people fuck around. We just need story replay. Yeah, I figured. But dude, I can clearly see there's nothing about that stage where you couldn't fuck them up. You absolutely could fuck them up. I want to know what they do, because I wonder if it's beatable or if there's some bullshit gimmick that there's just no way you could beat. Like, you know, Wadim, you know. Yeah, I don't think you would do super well there if you didn't go meta, but if you use a meta setup, you could really fuck that up. I tried, and I can tell you if you want. Yeah, but we already went past it. So yeah, what's the gimmick there? Like, can you not beat it? Is that the thing? Can you not beat it? I suspect you can't beat it. There's nothing like the way they did that with the 5 AP. I suspect you can't win. Or if you win, it just doesn't matter. Oh, it is beatable? Really? Well, infinite guts. Okay, now people are conflicting. It's not. I love chat. They get infinite guts. So you basically that stage it's like they don't have any like cock block mechanics. It's just lol. We have infinite guts. So that's kind of lame, to be honest. I like when they let you win. It just doesn't matter too much. Maybe you get like kind of a, you know, you get some QP or whatever. It's no big deal. I prefer when they do that. Yeah, no, if they have infinite guts, that's obviously not beatable. there's no winning there. Last bar has unlimited guts. Yeah, I figured they'd do something. Do they get the buff removal at the end? Do they get the buff removal at the end? Because if they don't, you could go ham on them for a while. They do? That's pretty obnoxious. If they get the buff removal, then there's no way you're gonna do like well in that stage unless you're going super with the supports. You need like this, just so many OP supports. Like, because with them having the buff removal, that's pretty nasty. Though in some ways, though, it's not really any different than the other fight, because you just use an AOE unit, and some of the AOE units do better when you're hitting 3 targets. So it's not that different, right? It's just the infinite guts obviously makes it like impossible then, unless there's another gimmick I don't know of, but because it doesn't matter, right? Like it's not like they attack 9 times; they attack 3 times, but they attack 3 times with one of them, so it doesn't change that much, really. Tex says Aurora is talking. I'm telling you, Aurora's gonna be a thing here. If this story's got more to go, she's probably I'm kind of thinking what's gonna happen here is like maybe the final boss of this is Aurora, and we deal with Morgan later. It doesn't look like we're dealing with Morgan right now. Oof. Did Morgan just kill one of her own guys? That's more like a Sith thing to do. What in... Woo! That's seen better days. So, am I right earlier? Am I right? Is that like him taking over Beryl again? Because he doesn't look like Beryl anymore. Beryl was black, and he's white again. So, was I right about that? Are these some sort of like weird fusion now between them? Yeah, I feel like he like became what he consumed. Oh, wow. So I did read. I bet you because I saw that Aurora told him that Morgan betrayed him, but she actually didn't. It's like Aurora's manipulating it. So he's probably pissed at Morgan. So he ate his liver, but he lived. So they're both alive. Can anyone else confirm that? Because the details matter there quite a bit if like they're separate things. Because you know his name. This is confusing. Because what might have happened is he ate, you know, his liver, and then you know took on the form and everything, and then because of the curse and shit, then this guy just came back or something. But it could just be he never died. Because this guy's whole shtick is not dying, apparently. But it is him talking. Interesting. They're in two different bodies. So Beryl is still out there. So we may have another fight with Beryl then. But people said there's no... I asked chat, 'cause I wanted to know for my videos. If people said there's no other fight with Beryl up to the time gate. So I kind of wonder if we're going to fight Aurora next. And that would be like the final fight for the time gate or something. But that means this guy is still under the impression, though, that Morgan betrayed him, because that's what Aurora told him. But I'm pretty sure that's a lie. Because I was looking around for, like, some information, and I saw that that's what people said. But I thought he was dead, so... But I just thought that meant Aurora was up to shit. But I mean, that's still true. Oh shit, they're fighting. From what I understand, though, he was like the most loyal person to Morgan. Did he die? I can't imagine he would die that easy, all things considered, though. Oh shit, is Morgan dying here? Oh god. Are they double downing? She seemed legitimately surprised that he betrayed her, so I'm assuming she like really liked him because he's like the one fucking loyal person from what I've seen. Oh Jesus, he turned into one of those. Okay, well he's dead. Okay, she's still alive apparently. Not looking so good. Is she dying? Oh, hi, Spriggan. Man, hold up the fucking phone, dude. How close are we to the time gate? I don't know. I really agree with what Law said a long time ago, but I think there's going to be a 6-2. There's just too much stuff left, right? Because Spriggan's still alive, Aurora's still alive. Like, this shit's getting crazy. I think Morgan's about to have a bad time. We'll see. Huh. Oh, Jesus. And we're getting Game of Thrones in here. Yeah, I was wondering why we didn't fight Sith earlier. I guess he, captured her. Okay, I'm assuming this is Morgan flashback. Hmm. Man, I really want to know like where the time gate is, because there's so much stuff left. It seems like, because I don't think the time gate is going to unlock a bunch of stages. I think it's going to unlock like, you know, an epilogue, and so I think we're coming back here at some point. I kind of wonder if we're going to leave and think everything's fine, and then come back later. I kind of wonder. And where's Rongo Bongo? And like people assumed Rongo Bongo is why the world can exist without the Lostbelt tree. But if Morgan has Rongo Bongo and if she's about to get axed, then like what the fuck? Oof. Is this Sith or Morgan? Morgan? Well, she's not done yet. I think she's gonna die though. I will say, I'm not the biggest fan of Lostbelt Morgan, but she's getting the short end of the stick here. It's like she is way more powerful, right? But like everything ever is betraying her right now. It's just like, and like, it's just one thing after another, right? She's like fighting over here, gets back, dude betrays her, shocks the shit out of her, takes a bunch of damage. Then these guys betray her, like, not great. So I wonder if they kill Morgan, if it just makes the Lostbelt collapse, because they don't realize Morgan is the only reason. I mean, I don't know if Morgan is the reason it's staying together, but I wonder if that makes the Lostbelt collapse if Morgan dies. Yeah, dude, the Fae folks suck. They all suck. I mean, there's a few individuals that don't suck, like that one Fae at the beginning that they kill. And some of the dwarves are cool here and there, but Fae as a whole, if you look through like just what I've seen, I haven't read everything, right? I was trying to avoid the spoilers for the end stuff. But from what I've read, the Fae just suck, dude. Like, the Fae at the beginning of the game that are acting all nice in the village and stuff, they want to eat you. Like, they're trying to, like, fatten you up to eat you and shit, right? Like, they're all of them suck, dude. I wouldn't say Morgan is a good ruler. She's, you know... First she tries to be good, but then everyone sucks, and she just kind of gets sick of it, and she does go pretty Iron Fist mode. You know, she definitely does a lot of bad things. Like, she gets kind of warped just by what she's gone through, pretty much. Like, she tried to be good, but she definitely turns into a villain. It's just, you know, sympathetic why she turns into a villain, because it's like, the world sucks. Yeah, we'll see. We don't know what, because like Morgan does a lot of really bad things from her perspective that are justified in the grand scheme of things. You know, Aurora might be doing the same thing. We don't really know, but we'll see. Okay, what's happening right now? Oh yeah, Beryl, we gotta go. What the hell's happening right now? Are they killing each other? They're all killing Morgan. Yee. Is this the Lion King? Like when Scar pisses off the hyenas? Yeez. I'm not gonna lie, I did not see this coming. I was not in no... That was truly surprising. In absolutely no world, after we fought Morgan there and like she, you know, was fine, and in no world did I think she was gonna die to like that, right? I thought they were gonna make us fight her way down the line or something. If anything though, I prefer this because that's just, one, it's more believable, and I kind of get sick of us having to be the hero all the time. And also, it shows, because they've done throughout this whole story, they've shown how shitty the Fae folk are, right? And this kind of just keeps up with that. I'm surprised though. I thought all this, because I knew people were scheming against Morgan, but I thought none of it would amount to. I thought it would amount to like them helping us in a way like that where we would kill her, right? That's what I thought would happen. I didn't think like that was going to happen at all. It's good story moment for sure. Jesus Christ, Morgan deserved better than that though. But that's the thing. It's supposed to feel like shit. And that was very ungeneric. Like, that was very ungeneric, but it's also believable. That is completely believable. Because if anything, what I would expect most writers to do, like, oh no, Morgan's untouchable. You can't have Morgan die to rabble. But really, considering what's going on, that actually makes sense. But Jesus Christ, that sucks. Yeah, if we could summon Karna and just have him use his ultimate NP and blow up everything, I am totally okay with that. Fuck all of these people. They're all terrible. We'll save the midget. So, I'm not gonna lie, Morgan probably wouldn't even see it this way, but in a lot of ways, this was her knight's fault. Because she had to fight us personally, and none of her knights really helped her there at all. Burgess basically betrayed her. If her folk had like kept us busy, that probably would have happened. I'm not gonna lie. I was really expecting Morgan to either die to us or like live into like the next story. I very much thought that's what was going to happen. This makes me think, though, Aurora, we're probably not fighting at all right now. We're probably going to fight her later. Yeah, I saw that, like, Dragon Lolly was mostly loyal to Aurora, and people were saying that earlier, like that rain scene and stuff. She doesn't seem to really like Morgan very much. Most of Morgan's minions don't like her at all. Sith is about the only one. Sith is pretty much the only one, actually, and I think, actually, in the Wolf Guy. The Wolf Guy was super fucking loyal to her, but he thinks she betrayed him, so. Well, it depends on when this ends. If we still have a chunk of story, then there may not be a 6-2. They could definitely wrap up what's left if there's like a bit of story to go. But if there's not a bit of story to go, then I think there's going to be a 6-2. There's just too much stuff left. Yeah, go nuts, area. At this point, we're so far in. Now it's spoiler-free at this point. I think people can fire off whatever they want at this point. And unless, if you all know, is there like a bunch of story left? If there is, then we gotta go easy. But yeah, at this point, I think we can just spoiler away. So to my knowledge, on Lostbelt 6 thus far, and super choppy, but I was talking to Lost about this yesterday. Well, I gotta scroll back up, fucking chat everywhere. I really think Oberon is going to be the final boss. I think he has a stage 3 that goes corrupt because fairies are betrayed often as pretty on the inside and evil, or pretty on the outside, evil on the inside types. A lot of the attacks in his animations turn into mud. I don't think Aurora will be playable, so maybe she'll be represented through gimmicks on the final boss. Interesting. I definitely did think that Oberon was loyal to Aurora as well. I wonder if that's going to be in this after the time gate, or if that's going to be like way later. Like there's going to be a whole new story for them. Like I wonder if the epilogue is going to set up, if it's going to set up like the context of what's to come, right? Like showing how the kingdoms change and who's in power now and blah 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 blah, and then that's going to be then the next story. I wonder. We'll see. I want to see what the time gate stage is named and like where it is, and that'll probably kind of tell us if they're planning on there being more fighting or not. Because that's the thing. If there's more fighting to come after the time gate, then this might be it for Lostbelt 6, right after the time gate. But if there's not, then I very much think there's going to be another story. Dude, that I was so not expecting that to happen to Morgan at all. I would never, like, that was crazy, dude. I honestly liked this story way more in the latter half of it. I think it's so much better, and it's got more oomph with like all the barrel stuff and Pepe, which, dude, that is just Jesus. Like, honestly, that part in a vacuum, all the Pepe stuff is awesome. Just all of Pepe's character arc, doesn't matter which Lostbelt it's a part of, is just awesome, right? So even though Lostbelt 6 as a whole, I'm kind of on the fact that he had a lot of stuff in it. That part was great. All the stuff with Pepe was great. You know, I saw some translations for that bit like on Twitter, and all that stuff with Beryl and him is really good. That whole part of the story is really good. And just once it gets more like oomph, once at the end here, the story gets, you know, more boss fights, more major events were happening, things were moving. There was less filler bullshit of you, like, dude. I complained about this a lot yesterday, but I stand by this. There is just so much stupid filler bullshit in like the first chunk of the story that is so unnecessary. And it's just, if you would cut that, I would like this story a lot more. But I do like this story more now. It's definitely, like, the plot started getting moving, and there's a lot more interesting stuff with the characters, and like that was truly surprising with Morgan. And all this stuff with Pepe was like, Jesus Christ, man. Dude, I'm so pissed. I hope Pepe, I'm not sure he's actually dead, because there's all that stuff with his bloodline and everything. So I don't know, I wonder, okay, I forgot about that. There's gotta be a 6-2. There's gotta be a 6-2. Unless we fight literally this thing after the time gate, right? Dude, the ending would have to be so nuts because there's no way after the time gate there's a whole bunch of story, right? In terms of fighting. It could be text, but so it'd have to be just like Oberyn stuff, you know, right into Celtic God and then done, right? Like it'd have to be exactly that, right? If there's otherwise, I think it's gonna be a second part. Okay, well, we got a Grail. I don't know where we got it from, but we got a Grail. Oh, fuck. Well, there's the time gate. Where did we get the Grail from? Like, what the hell does this say? I am so confused. I am so confused. Like, what are we doing? What was all that, like... Because we thought Morgan's, like, fine, right, and still in power, and then now she's dead. So, like, what are we doing? If it's taken prior to LB6 being out at the first time gate, there was mentions of a second part of LB6 due to the amount of writing to this. I mean, I think that's not, I'm not sure that's what they're referring to. It basically says the epilogue is on the 4th. Epilogue makes me think it's not going to be fighting. However, they could be debating us and like, oh, it's all peaceful, guys. They're trying to like, because they are really playing up like how fairies suck and everything. I think they might, they might try to like, be all like, oh, happy kingdom, it's all fine, but clearly it's not, and then it's, you know, they want you to think, oh, epilogue, but then it's all fucked up and we have to fight like crazy. It specifically uses the word epilogue, but yeah, like I said, it could be a trap, but yeah, maybe, if it really is just going to be an epilogue, then I definitely think there's a 6-2, and I want there to be a 6-2, because then we get more servants related to, like, potentially, you know, British history and all that, and I want that a lot. The fact that it's like at our ship, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I really don't know, because they might be trying. Everything about this makes it. They're trying to make it feel like it's over. They are 1,000,000%. You're on your ship. You're on the edge of the map. Epilogue. Everything about that is trying to make you say, "Oh, there's no more." Like everything about that is like you're just, you know, wrapping up the loose ends. But it can't be. It can't be, right? Like you still have Aurora. You've got the Celtic god shit. You know, there's too much stuff left. So it's either this last chunk is just going to be a fucking brawl, right? And everyone, and because Mev is still a thing, right? Like this last chunk of story is either going to be a goddamn bloodbath and everyone's murdering everyone, or we all have to team up against the Celtic god or some nonsense, or there's going to be a 6-2, and that'll be in like 6 months, right? And the epilogue sets up 6-2 for later. Yeah, and Vinch and Beryl, yeah, Beryl's still a thing, like, Jesus Christ. Dude, I'm so confused. I've never been so confused. There's so many directions they can go here, so it's really messed up. Huh, I'm reading that text. That just sounds, dude, that sounds like horseshit and they know it. Like, that sounds like, and they want you to, like, it's like, oh, good job, you saved everything, good things. It sounds like they're trying to play up that it's bullshit. That literally sounds like they're trying to play up like it's bullshit. Like, so, oh man, I don't know if there's gonna be a 6-2 or if it's all just gonna be after the time gate. I hope it's 6-2. I hope it's 6-2. We already got a Grail, makes me worried we get a Super Grail because of the epilogue is with the anniversary. Yeah, there might be a Super Grail system coming. We'll see. Like, I really wish I could read that dialogue at the end there when it was showing the crater, because that was probably explaining our actions and stuff. Like, what do we think? Like, or we think, oh, it's fine, it'll just disappear, but if the tree was already dead, so, like, we're not accomplishing what we want to accomplish at all, so why would we leave? Right? Because, we're kind of shitheads, but, because we're trying to wipe out all these Lostbelts. Dude, what is going to happen? I'm so confused at how they're going to handle this. I don't even mean story-wise, I just mean, like, mechanically, what are they going to do here? This is crazy, dude. That was such a surprising ending. Jesus. Huh. I feel like a lot of my answers are going to be answered in the epilogue, but so you won't know what's going to happen until you see the epilogue, but then the time gate's up, so... Right, then we'll know pretty quick, I think, if it's 6-2 or if it's all after the time gate. I wonder if they're going to be really boring about this, and that's literally it. And you leave, and because it's not a Lostbelt, because they basically turned it into an alternate world, if that's it. And then maybe you come back to this place in 3.0, and you have to deal with the Celtic God then. That would be kind of funny, though, actually, where they just hold it off for like, yeah, this is a whole other thing for way later, right? It's like, yeah, the world just develops and blah, 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 blah. But I don't think they're going to big brain it like that. That's some long game shit right there. Well, we've got the anniversary. I think the timeline is and like we're about to get like these pre-anniversary streams, which that's gonna be a lot of fluff. And then we've got potentially the part 2 banner. And then the anniversary, right? The anniversary is in like 9 days or 11 days or something like that. So wait, let's see. Does anyone know what's the date of like the big anniversary stream? And then what's the date of the time lock? Actually, I can probably see the date of the time lock. Okay, so it's the 4th of next month. So that's not for a while. First, so the anniversary starts before the time lock then. Huh. That's really awkward. Man, I'm really worried they're gonna make this lame. I'm really worried that it's just what I don't want is I don't want this epilogue afterwards to be like, it's like there's a couple of boss fights and that's it, right? Like it's a lot of talking and like 1 or 2 gameplay stages and that's it, and then that's all for 6-2, or for Lostbelt 6. That I don't want. That just wouldn't feel right. There's so much left, right? You got all the Aurora, Oberyn, Celtic God stuff, Mev. All the Spriggan, I don't want that being wrapped up in like 2 or 3 stages and then a bunch of, like that would feel rushed, right? That would feel rushed. So I don't want them to do that. And I'm kind of worried they're going to do that. That's like their memorial quest. You get a few boss fights for the end of the story here, guys, right? That just doesn't seem great. So this is super meta. The blue cubes expire before the epilogue, so there won't be a fight. That could be, but they could also give out more blue cubes. Right, they could do that. I would honestly prefer if there wasn't any fighting in the epilogue, and because that would ensure that we're getting 6-2. And I love the idea of 6-2. Because there's a lot of I stand by my criticisms of this fucking Lostbelt. There is a lot of fucking problems with this Lostbelt. There's a lot of disappointing nonsense, and I think it could have been a lot better. However, the ending chunk of it was much better. I think the Pepe stuff, the Barrel stuff, the Morgan stuff, way better, and it set up a lot of cool stuff, right? Like how Morgan died there, that sets up so much stuff that's super interesting, like because now like the stuff, how is these kingdoms going to develop and everything. So now I'm interested, right? So now I want a 6-2 because now it's somewhere that's a bit more interesting, and there's all this. I feel like a lot of the stuff with like Artoria from like the trailer even hasn't even been fleshed out, right? So You know, I think there's still a chance, you know, they might do more with like the normal history version of Victoria, because, you know, they showed Battle of Kinlaw and all that. So I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot more they can do with this. And yeah, I think Barrel's alive, but he's super cursed and fucked up, so I don't know. I was expecting to see Barrel at the end there, but they didn't seem to do that. That's because I was kind of wondering, can anyone that's like really up with the translations, are we sure that Barrel and Wolf Boy are actually two different things at that point? Like they were totally separate? Like, you know, Barrel ate his liver, but he still lived? They are? Okay, because like it's just so weird how that all went down, how like Barrel just ran off, we never saw him again, but he was super cursed. Trying to catch up with chat here. Do you think we get another semi main story 0.5, or are we going to get like 6162? Here, okay. Big caveat, because it's not clear if 6.1 is going to end soon or if there is a 6.2. If there's a 6.2, this is what I think is going to happen. You're going to have 6.1, 6.2, 6.5, which is going to be Vinch, which I think is so stupid. I do not think they need to do another Limbo thing. I thought the Limbo thing was really lame, to be honest. And then 7. So we're not going to see Lostbelt 7 for like a year and a half, which is ridiculous. But I think that's what they're going to do. They also might do like, they might seriously do something crazy like this. We have 6.1 here. Then we go do Vinch thing, and then we come back to 6, you know, stuff. Hey, Nico, thank you for the 14 months. And then 7. They could do something like that just to fuck with us. I do feel like I think Vinch is going to get her own chapter, and I don't like that. I don't like that Limbo got his own chapter. It didn't work. Limbo's character works so much better when it's interweaving into other stories. Now, I think it's totally okay if Limbo gets to be a big boy and he gets to fuck up a main villain or whatever. It's not like he has to play second fiddle all the time. You know, he can, you know, hijack a Lostbelt in the middle of it or whatever. That's fine. But I think he should have the way his plot was progressing. He should have just like I don't like him getting a full story like that. And mainly because I don't think it was worth waiting 6 months for and then waiting 6 months for after. That just didn't work. That was stupid. Like literally, we did 5.2, right, which was awesome. And then we waited 6 fucking months and we get 5.5, and then we wait 6 fucking months to get actual Lostbelt 6. That's dumb, right? That's dumb. I am, as much as I'm happy with, you know, like 6 kind of turning it around here at the end and everything, and I'm totally okay with the 6.2, but then I want to get to Lostbelt 7. Like, for fuck's sakes, everyone's been so curious about Daybit, Ort, you know, what's going to happen with the story after that, all these things, right? I don't want to be like, okay, we're done with 6, that took like a year, and now we get, you know, Vinch 6.5. No one cares about that. Like, a lot of people like Vinch, but she doesn't need like, this side story like that takes up 6 months and then another 6 months for the next story. That's just silly, right? I'd rather have Vinch be, you know, a part of 7 and, you know, fucking up people's plans in 7 or whatever, instead of just a whole side thing that doesn't matter. Because, like, Limbo's side thing in the grand scheme of things didn't matter at all. And Limbo deserved better than that, and then waiting that long just sucks. I'm super excited for Lostbelt 7, because just, we know so little. It doesn't really have expectations, right, outside of, like, Ort and Daybit. That's it. And so it's like, who knows what it's even going to look like. So I wonder what's going to happen with Barrel then. I'm so curious what they're going to do with Barrel. Do you think Rasputin will get his own Lostbelt? I don't know. I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. You know what's weird though? So Percival's still alive. Let's see. Did we even go check on Gareth? What the fuck? Remember, we were like separated and she had like her camp with those humans and the humans were fighting each other. And we were off in a different part. And now that the big fight's over, I don't think we just like left, right? Like how did we even know, right? Like we had no eyes on the target there. Yeah, I assumed she died, but like how would we know that, right? Because like we were not present for any of that stuff, right? Like we weren't. So how would we even know if she was alive or dead, right? Like I do assume she is dead, but the player wouldn't know that, and we didn't even go over there to check apparently. And what happened to the kids she was trying to save? Does anyone know? Yeah, it's like Aurora seemed to like cause a lot of problems there, and they were like infighting or something, because it was humans versus humans there. It was like the Resistance versus themselves. The kids died too? Fuck. They died regardless? Jesus Christ. The soldiers reported the attack on the base. We went back, but she was already dead. Well, that fucking sucks. So did Aurora just do that to weaken our side? Did she just like do that just to try to get rid of some of our, you know, helpers? Because I don't see what any of the factions gained by the humans fighting themselves like that. It's not, well, I will say not everything's Aurora's fault. She's behind a lot of like this stuff, but like, you know, I don't think she has anything to do with the calamity that's been happening, the Celtic god, and a lot of the earlier stuff that like fucked over the land. I don't think she had too much to do with that stuff. Although maybe she did. I guess we'll see. Oh yeah, and what happened to Drop? Fucking Drop Face, fucking you know, she was over there crushing people, and we haven't even seen her since. Oh god, do you think she's gonna be part of Vinch's story? Do you think she just left with Vinch? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. That would definitely increase the odds of that. Okay, here's what I hope happens. This is what I hope happens. There's a 6-2, right? And we get like a new, you know, things have changed a lot with the, you know, power changes and everything here. And Vinch and Drop are still just part of that. And they have like they're a power player in that, and at some point, you know, they're dealt with during that. That would be way better. I don't want them just fucking off and then just 6 months from now, then oh my god, that would suck. Because then we have, dude, can you imagine if we have 6-2 and a Vinch side story? I mean, that is such a long wait for Lostbelt 7. That's such an insanely long wait. Vinch left because she thought Drop was going loco, but that doesn't mean Drop's not going to leave too, though. That's kind of where I'm at here. Lostbelt 7 in 2023? Yeah, kind of looking like it. It's going to be a while if they do that kind of shit. Too human? That's kind of strange. That's true. There was that whole going back to Fuyuki thing. That's totally a thing. That is totally a thing. I'm so glad someone remembered that, because that's totally a thing with the trailers and stuff. So is Casterku still alive? And Percival and stuff? But because I wonder, because we didn't actually know that. Oh shit. See, here's the thing. We always just assumed all that stuff with Rasputin and stuff from the opening was in Lostbelt 6, but it's not necessarily in Lostbelt 6. Because Ku can clearly travel between Lostbelts, because you know, he's like has the same memories from Fuyuki, and like he was working with Odin or something. So I suspect Ku can potentially, you know, leave this place. I don't know about Percival though. So I wonder if that is the 6.5, or if that's some other crazy shit we're not seeing coming, or if that's going to happen in 6.2. What if like Rasputin, you know, comes here during 6.2 because the alien gods like got some plans for this shit, because this is getting out of hand, right? And then Muramasa's still loyal to the alien god, obviously. So then, you know, he's gonna be against us then, but we still have Casterku and Percival, right? So that would explain that. Interesting. Percival should be able to leave based on what Pepe told us. That's awesome, but I wish they had done stuff with that sooner. I've been saying for a while, some of these characters should have carried over, and that's a really cool story thing. If you can have some character, it's like it means something when someone survives, versus, and then it really hurts when someone doesn't survive because they had a chance of like moving on to other stories, right? So like if Percival can move on to like Lostbelt 7 or whatever, that's awesome, and that could be really cool for character development, and like, because like if Garrett's dead, he's gonna be pissed as fuck, and like seriously, I think it's such a waste to always kill off their characters like they do. You want some connections between the stories, right? Like that's how you have a lot of, you know, character arcs. So I hope they do something with that. Yeah, I know Canis 1,000,000,000% should have been in Lostbelt 6. I think that would have been really good. I think that was such a waste. And it didn't even make sense because she already had the ability to switch masters, and she already had the ability to switch between Lostbelts. F for Zaw, indeed. Okay, I need to wrap up here though. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Ultimately, it's hard to say how I feel about Lostbelt 6, because one, we still need to see the ending. But they really did turn it around at the end. It's just, I'm really curious, chat, 'cause I know some people disagree with me. I've had plenty of people in my chat disagree with me about this, but I feel pretty strongly about this. I think this was paced terribly. I think there were some perfectly good plot developments, character focus, and you know, cool moments and shit. But I just absolutely feel like this was paced terribly. The ending was pretty action packed there and was pretty cool. And it doesn't like the whole story needs to be a roller coaster, of course not. But there was just all this like weird, stupid shit that like where you're dealing with ghosts and crap that just was so irrelevant. And I feel like it takes away from the good stuff, right? Because the good stuff's good, so give me the good stuff, right? I don't need all this other, you know, nonsense. I feel like if it was paced better and we had better... I feel like there was no reason why we couldn't have all those boss fights at the end and not have had some other good boss fights sprinkled throughout. They had so many opportunities for good boss fights where they were just jokes. And there was no need for that, right? And like the Pepe Barrel stuff was great, and going into that, from that Pepe Barrel stuff into then like the big finale there was great. That was great, right? All that's fine. So like there's plenty of good things here, but Jesus Christ, like there's so much stupid crap that I'm like, it would be so much better if you cut the fat, right? And that's how I feel about Babylonia, right? I feel like Babylonia is the same way. You know, there's a lot of good stuff there, but there's a lot of fat that doesn't need to be there. And if you cut the fat out, then you have a, you know, a really good story, right? So I you know, it turned it around at the end there, but it's certainly still not one of my favorite Lost Belts. Definitely not. I think because like 1 is way more of a complete package. Lost Belt 1 is such a complete package, and I think a lot of times people get the new toy effect, and the most recent development is the thing that hits them the hardest. But like, Jesus Christ, like that Morgan twist was quite something, but my God, Lost Belt 1, you've got all that stuff with Anastasia throughout, right? And then, you know, she dies at the end and all that, but, you know, Kadok lives. And then you got all the Jesus Christ, the ending with Antonio. That's probably the most emotional part of all of Lost Belt, in my opinion. Like, because that shit, especially because it's not dealing with named characters, I think that's... Like, it really hits home with, like, how many people are dying, and it's not even their fault. And, they, you know, they had nothing to do with any of it, right? A lot of them are just people that were born during the Lost Belt. And, you know, that was fucked up, man, right? That was, like... And the fact that, like, Antonio cares enough to stay behind and everything, right? Like, that shit, that's a really good moment. I think Lost Belt 1 is just awesome, and it represented the characters really well. You know, it characterized Billy properly. You know, and like the respect to people's abilities, and VC Braun actually got proper character, like literally VC Braun's character was respected more than the APOC anime did, right? It was obvious they actually read the book, and that was, so I love Lost Belt 1, and because it's paced well, you know, it's kind of just going from thing that matters to thing that matters with a few, you know, character moments in between. That's much better. And same for 5. I think 5 and 1 I just like way better. However, I do think I like this more than 2. 2 is just a mess to me, and I think there's so much wasted potential in 2, and there are good stuff in 2, but the stuff at the end here put this ahead of 2 for me. If the ending here wasn't so good, this would have definitely been behind Lost Belt 2, but the ending for this, I think, definitely helped. I gotta go look at more translations, though, because I gotta see what the characters actually say and how they act, because when I looked up some of the translations for like what Pepe said and stuff, that made me like it a lot more, so I gotta actually read some of this shit. I was really surprised with that Morgan ending, dude. Jesus Christ, that was, I did not see that coming at all. Thank God that didn't get spoiled. Jesus Christ, I'm so glad that didn't get spoiled. Because so much other stuff did, but, yeah, I'm not big on 3. I think 3 is one of my least favorites in terms of writing. The gameplay's fine, and because of that, it saves itself. Like, the gameplay's fine. But, you know, Qin Gong is totally wasted in Lost Belt 3. Mordred is totally wasted in Lost Belt 3. I don't even understand why she's there. The pacing at the end is atrocious. So they just like get to the end like, oh no, blah, 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 and nothing gets to like breathe at the end, and like all the ideas and philosophy that's there is just like rushed through way too fast. It's frustrating too because there's a lot of stuff I love Qin Gong. I like Mordred. Like these characters are great. I think Lost Belt 3 could have been really good, and some of the stuff with you is really interesting. But it's just paced like garbage at the end, and then they waste so many characters. To the point of like, why did you even put them in the story? It's like they didn't have a plan. 3 is a bizarre, like it's bizarrely bad to me. Some of the characters in it though are totally fine, and the boss fights are totally fine. But that's like I can't think of anything else good to say about it. Yeah, exactly what Aries said. So many characters that did literally nothing. And yeah, the story being short's not really a problem. It's like how it was paced, right? Like they needed to even it out. Like the ending needed to breathe more. Okay, I gotta wrap up. We got loads to talk about, I know, but we gotta wrap up. This was very cool though, and I'm glad you know, some people stuck around and That was a lot of that took a long time to get through because we weren't skipping the dialogue, so that was about 2 singularities stuck together. All right, Cairo is not streaming. Sad face. Oh, Phantom Guy. Here we go. We'll rate the Phantom Guy. He is literally fighting God Juna right now. So, and I'm assuming Phantom has to get the kill. That's going to be hard. I think he's might have a hard time with that. That's kind of the way that fight is. It's so, well, I guess you just have Karna fuck him up and then kill still at the last second. So it's going to be about making sure Karna almost kills but doesn't, I would imagine. But, yeah, that's going to be fun. Let's see how he does there. All right, everyone, take care. I will see you probably tomorrow. And we'll try to get a bonus stream in, for God's sakes. I have so many videos to make now. Shit.